Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President, I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic read.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Which proposals are shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there's no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills. Order of the day number 53. Defence Amendment Parliamentary Approval of Overseas Service Bill 2020. Second reading debate.
Senator Shoebridge, you will need to move the second reading, please.
I am, Deputy, but I don't have my little script.
We're happy if you just move the second.
Oh well, thank you. I appreciate.
We have faith in you, Senator Shoebridge.
I have faith in myself. Thank you, and I appreciate your thing. I would love a script, but I move that the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Approval of Overseas Bill 2026 be read a first time.
Second time. Second time.
Oh, that's right. It's already been this. I'll start again. Misplaced faith. I move that the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Approval of Overseas Service Bill 2020 be read a second time.
So you did have too much faith in yourself, Senator Shoebridge.
Is true. This is true.
You have the call, Senator Shoebridge.
I appreciate it, Deputy President. Today, the Greens introduce a bill that will require both houses of Parliament to vote before the Australian Defence Force can be sent overseas to engage in warlike actions. War power reform bills have been proposed by the Greens for over 20 years and have been routinely rejected by the war parties, the Liberal Party, the Labor Party, over those 2 decades. And with Australians being sent into another illegal US war without any democratic debate or input, the Greens today are reintroducing the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Approval of Overseas Service Bill introduced by my colleague, Senators Jordan Steele-John, in 2020. And I want to thank Senator Steele-John, the community groups that he worked with and his team worked with in developing this bill and presenting it for the Parliament then. Deputy President, there is extraordinary support from the community for these reforms. A 2023 poll found that 90% of Australians support war powers reform. Let me repeat that. 90% of Australians want this legislation to pass, and they want a binding parliamentary vote before the deployment of Australian troops, military personnel, into overseas conflicts. The announcement from the Albanese Labor government that it's sending more than 80 military personnel, an RAAF E-7 Wedgetail aircraft, medium-range air-to-air missiles directly into another US forever war in the Middle East, shows how easy it is for a handful of empowered individuals in the executive, the Prime Minister, the Defence Minister, maybe with a nod to the Foreign Minister, but it's not required. Literally 2 people can make the decision to send Australia to war. And that's what's happened in this latest announcement. The decision made in a closed room by a handful of cabinet members, not even the full cabinet, with zero parliamentary oversight, zero public engagement, and not even the pretence to ask the opinion of the Australian people. Labor's Defence Minister has actually now finally admitted that this most recent deployment, the deployment of Australian troops, came after multiple requests from the United States. And so once again we find that the war parties in this place, they don't listen to the Australian public. They don't ask the Australian public. They don't listen to the Australian Parliament, and they don't ask the Australian Parliament. Who do they ask? They ask whoever is in charge in Washington. Donald Trump, son of Trump, whoever is in charge with Washington, that's the person who has the say over whether or not Australia goes to war. And that is a gross failing of Australia's national interest, a surrender of Australia's national interest, when a handful of people in a smoke-filled room, a darkened smoke-filled room, get a phone call from Washington and then send Australia to war. That's not democracy. That is a disaster waiting to happen. And we know that that's how decisions have been made for decades and decades. That's how thousands of Australians went to Vietnam, hundreds killed in Vietnam. That's how thousands of Australians went into a never-ending conflict in Afghanistan, which was apparently to depose the Taliban, only to see them return after 2 decades of appalling violence in Afghanistan. Millions of people from Afghanistan displaced, hundreds of thousands killed, so much suffering. That decision, never democratic. That decision made by a handful of people in a dark room in Canberra. The Iraq War, you would think that at moments like this, when Australia's doubling down on the US, doubling down on deployments into another illegal US war in the Middle East, you would think that there would be at least an echo, a memory of the disaster that was the last time that Australia deployed troops into the Middle East. Sending Australian forces into another illegal war based on lies in Iraq, and the utter chaos that that produced for the people of Iraq. And then as Iraq imploded, the chaos that then echoed throughout the region, the ripping apart of Syria, the spread of conflict from that US war. And yet none of those historical lessons have been learnt by Labor. And to their shame, the Coalition brought a motion into this Parliament to congratulate Donald Trump on this war. And the faux debate that happened in this chamber between the war parties of One Nation, Labor and the Coalition was whether or not we congratulate the United States and Israel for commencing this utterly destructive war, or whether or not, and I note the interjection from the Leader of the Opposition, hear, cheering on this war. It's as though the Coalition has no eyes and has no ear and has no heart. Millions of Australians are suffering right now from this war. They're suffering when they can't fill up their petrol tank. They're suffering because they're anxious about their job. They're suffering because they're seeing yet more carnage and violence coming across on their phone and in their news feed. And in this chamber, when we mention it, the Coalition cheer that illegal war on. They cheer on Donald Trump, and they did it just then from the Leader of the Opposition. No ears, no eyes and no heart. And that's how decisions like this are made to send Australians to war. And it's time it changed. This is not a radical reform. Democracies around the world require a parliamentary vote, a parliamentary approval before going to war. France, Finland, Denmark, Germany, Spain, all require a parliamentary vote and parliamentary approval before their countries can go to war, before they can deploy troops overseas. And 90% of Australians want this reform. In fact, when you ask Australians about it, when you say, do you think the Parliament should have to approve Australia going to war, you have to get over the disbelief that it isn't already part of the system. Australians can't believe that some of the most consequential decisions for our country have no democratic oversight, are literally just made in that darkened, cigar-smoking room with a phone call from Washington. They cannot believe it, and they are right to be appalled. And last time, the Greens brought this reform to the Parliament, we had an extraordinary position put from the Labor Party. The Labor Party didn't pretend to be interested in democracy. They didn't pretend to be interested in asking the opinion of the Australian people. But I'll read on what the Labor Party then, Senator Ciccone on behalf of the government, said about what's important before decisions like this are made. And he said, "But it's also important to note that in the Westminster system of government, as we have here in Australia, it is within the purview of the executive to make decisions regarding the commitment of forces to engagements, be they within our borders or overseas. It is that way because the way our Constitution is written, the Governor-General, as a representative of His Majesty the King, Commander-in-Chief of the Australian Defence Forces, is constitutionally vested with this responsibility." That's Labor's answer. That's Labor's answer, that the decision to send Australia to war is made by the unelected representative of the King. You couldn't make this stuff up. This bowing to a great and powerful friend, this surrender of democracy from Labor, who literally come into this place and say they want to back in a system where the Governor-General, as a representative of His Majesty the King, Commander-in-Chief of the Australian Defence Force, makes the decision to send Australia to war. That is a betrayal of our democracy. That is a hearkening back to the colonial 19th century when Australia wasn't an independent country, when we were, at least officially, under the control. But you know what is remarkable? The Greens reject that theory, that we should be under the control of a foreign power. We reject the idea that a representative of a foreign power should be making decisions about sending us to war. But the war parties, Labor, the Liberal Party and One Nation, they lean into that. They're quite happy for the representative of the king, some foreign king who lives on the other side of the planet, to be making the ultimate decision about sending us to war, and they're quite happy. In fact, they are super comfortable with the idea that the real decision about whether we get sent to war isn't even made by our notional king. It's actually made by their mates in Washington and whoever happens to be the President of the United States. So what does this bill do? Well, currently the Defence Act 1903 has no transparent decision-making, no scrutiny or debate in relation to troop deployment. It is a decision for the Governor-General, and on one reading of it, it could be a decision by the Defence Minister themselves, without even having to go to Cabinet. That is a broken process. The Defence Amendment Parliamentary Approval of Overseas Service Bill 2020 inserts a new Section 29A into the Defence Act to require that decisions to deploy members of the Australian Defence Force beyond the territorial limits be not made by one or two members of the Executive, but by Parliament as a whole. That means a debate in both houses followed by a vote. Now, it is likely that with the war parties in control, that vote would have succeeded, because they all seem to back in this war. But what it would have required is it would have required the Albanese Labor government to articulate what their war goals were, what they wanted to achieve from this war. And no doubt they would have parroted the lies of Washington. They would have said 3 weeks ago, as we heard in their press releases, as we heard in their backgrounding of journalists, as we heard in the endless cycle of lies coming out of Washington, that this was about regime change, it was about democracy, it was about preventing a nuclear weapons program, and we would have seen that on the record, and those lies would have been sitting there on the record being pulled apart by reality as the war went on. And then voters across the country would have seen if their MP voted for this disastrous war or not, and they could have held them to account. And as the lies unravelled, and they've all unravelled, This was never about regime change. Donald Trump, Anthony Albanese, Benjamin Netanyahu, they don't care about the Iranian people. This is never about democracy, and they've all backpedaled from that. This was never about dealing with an illegal nuclear weapons program in Iran, because we now know, and the Australian Prime Minister would have had access to the Five Eyes advice coming from Washington, that the entire US national security services have said that Iran did not have a nuclear viable weapons program, that it was destroyed in June of last year and Iran had not restarted it. So that lie has unravelled. And it's a lie that, to his utter shame, the Prime Minister repeated just last week in a press conference to the Australian people. And now we're getting the new lie that this endless war, this continuing war that is unravelling our economy, threatening global stability, killing thousands in the region, now we're getting told that this war is about opening up the Straits of Hormuz. Well, how did the Strait of Hormuz close in the first place? It closed with an illegal war started by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu and backed in by their good mate, the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and his crew in the Labor cabinet. So, as those lies unravel, there is a continuing obligation on this House to scrutinise what's happening. This bill would also contain a section which provides that once members of the Defence Force are deployed overseas, that the Minister for Defence must report in writing to each House of the Parliament every 2 months on the status, the legality, the scope and the anticipated duration of the deployment, on efforts to resolve the circumstances of the deployment and on any reasons why the Parliament should allow the deployment to continue. Ongoing democratic oversight. I want to thank all of the community groups, Australians for War Powers Reform, IPAN, ICAN, the thousands of Australians across this country that have backed in War Powers Reform. And they continue to have a sense of what Australia should be. Australia should be a democracy that makes decisions like this based on international law, on basic principles of humanity and on Australia's national interest, not on the national interests of the United States, not on the national interests of Israel, but on Australia's national interests. And that argument, that fundamental argument, needs to be had right here, in the centre of Australians' democracy. And if the government doesn't have the courage to make their argument in Parliament, well, they should never send Australian troops to another brutal, impossibly appalling US forever war. And I commend this bill to the chamber.
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. The government will not be supporting this bill. Defending Australia, its people and its interests is the government's highest priority and most important responsibility. No decision to deploy the ADF into an armed conflict is ever taken lightly. The Albanese government has responded to the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade's inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making. As the Deputy Prime Minister has said, it is appropriate that decisions to enter into international armed conflict and the deployment of the ADF overseas remain a decision of the Executive. In 2023, the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade inquiry recommended that the power to send ADF personnel into armed conflicts should continue to be exercised collectively via the National Security Committee of Cabinet. The Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee has previously determined not to progress this bill for a range of reasons which are set out in its report. Existing arrangements allow the government of the day to act decisively and respond flexibly to contingencies when they arise. The Albanese government acknowledges that this should not detract from the important role of the Parliament in holding the Executive to account for the decisions it has taken. There must be an appropriate balance between enabling the government of the day to respond to challenges to our national interests and security, whilst ensuring the government has effective mechanisms to examine and debate those decisions.
Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I rise on behalf of the Coalition to speak in opposition to the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Approval of Overseas Bill 2020 revised. And sadly, just listening to Senator Shoebridge on behalf of the Australian Greens, the Greens like to talk about war parties in the Senate. But let's be very, very clear. History suggests, and in fact I would say endorses, the fact that it is appeasement parties who are most harshly judged. No party is pro-war, but there is a reality, we are currently living that reality, that sometimes a nation must stand with its friends, with its allies, and stand with the oppressed against the oppressor. The Greens like to say that they have the moral high ground when it comes to standing with the oppressed against the oppressor. Well, I have to say, shame on the Australian Greens. Shame on the Australian Greens for not standing with the people of Iran, the people who would desperately like to have the same freedoms that the Greens here in Australia exercise on a daily basis. You are not standing with the oppressed, and quite frankly, your moral hypocrisy is sickening. This bill would fundamentally change long-standing aspects of our government, and this is not the sort of change which should come after an hour's debate on a private senator's bill. Sadly, for the Australian people, the Greens are habitually reckless when it comes to national security. They mistake slogans for strategy, moral vanity for serious statescraft, and protest politics for what actually is responsible government. Time and time they approach questions of national security with ideology and naivety, rather than with the seriousness and realism with which these issues should be approached. And this bill, quite frankly, is a textbook example. In the most dangerous strategic environment Australia has faced since the Second World War, the Australian Greens want to make it harder for the Australian government to act quickly, decisively, and most importantly, in concert with our allies. This bill does not reflect the realities of the world as it is today in 2026. Quite frankly, it reflects a fantasy version of international affairs in which threats move slowly, crisis arrives with notice, and governments have the luxury of waiting for a parliamentary process before acting. In 2026, looking forward, the reality is that is not the world that we now live in. The coalition is clear. Decisions to deploy the Australian Defence Force overseas must remain a function of the executive. This bill is a relic of a different era, when wars were formally declared, conflicts moved more slowly, and the line between peace and war was often clearer. Today, the reality that faces us, we may not like it, but as governments, you must live with reality. We face fast-moving, complex and often asymmetric threats. Government must be able to respond in hours, not at the pace of what the Greens would like, parliamentary debate. This bill is clearly modelled on the United States War Powers Resolution of 1973, legislation whose operation and effectiveness have long been contested. The Greens may also have forgotten this is Australia. We are not the United States. We do not have a separately elected executive president. We have a cabinet drawn from and accountable to, this is our system of government, the Parliament. At elections, Australians choose a government to govern. They choose, through their elected representatives, a Prime Minister and Cabinet to make what are sometimes incredibly hard and incredibly difficult decisions, but they are required in moments of crisis. And that democratic choice should be respected, because it is respecting, even if we do not like it, the decision of the Australian people. We elect leaders to lead. This bill would require parliamentary approval before the ADF could be deployed overseas. In practical terms, that means giving the Senate a veto over decisions that have historically and constitutionally rested with the executive. That is not consistent with our great Westminster system, but nor is it practical in the modern age. We are in 2026 looking forward, not in 1973 looking backwards. The Prime Minister must maintain the confidence of the House of Representatives and secure supply through the Parliament, so any decision of government already carries democratic legitimacy through the House. So what this bill that the Greens want to legislate does is not add accountability, but what it does add in a day and an era where sometimes speed is essential, it adds delay, uncertainty and, worse than that, operational risk. And in matters of national security, delay and uncertainty carry real consequences. The bill itself exposes the problem. Much of it is devoted to trying to manage the practical chaos its own model, ironically, would actually create. Did the Greens give thought to what happens if the Parliament's actually not sitting at a time of a crisis? What happens if urgent action is required before the Parliament can be recalled? What happens to troops deployed pending approval? What happens if approval is refused after a deployment has already begun? How are our Defence Force personnel supposed to operate under the cloud of uncertainty? How are our allies supposed to rely on Australia to support if it comes with an asterisk and a parliamentary contingency? Allies need certainty. The ADF needs clarity. And this bill, sadly, but it is the reality of the Australian Greens version of how to not protect your country and how to not stand with your allies, this bill provides neither. Parliament already has avenues to scrutinise, debate and express its views on deployments and conflicts. This Senate has debated the situation in the Middle East multiple times in recent weeks alone. Governments can also be held to account when they lose parliamentary support. The classic historical example is the Norway debate in the United Kingdom, which led to the resignation of Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain over the conduct on the war in Europe. So our current system already provides scrutiny, it provides debate and it provides accountability. But it also, and this is the important part, contrary to what the Greens believe, it preserves the government's capacity to make timely decisions in the national interest. Ultimately, governments are accountable to the Australian people for their decisions at our elections. As I said, the Greens like to sneer. You heard it again, you hear it every single day in this place. They like to sneer about the so-called war parties. The Greens don't seem to understand that government's tough. You've actually got to make really tough decisions. Nobody is pro-war. Nobody is. But sometimes you actually have to make a decision that is in the best interests of your country, of your national security, and quite frankly, backs in your allies. History is not kind to those who confuse moral posturing with strategic judgment or theatrical dissent, as we have just seen and we see every day in this place, with responsible leadership. No serious party is pro-war. But serious parties of government understand that there are times when a nation must act. There are times when a nation must stand with its allies. A nation must defend its interests and stand, as I said, with the oppressed against the oppressor. Let's not forget that this Ayatollah, who is now dead, slaughtered over decades thousands and thousands and thousands of innocent Iranians. The Greens clearly have not spoken to innocent Iranians who fled that murderous regime and have sought a better life in the great country of Australia. How the Australian Greens can actually in any way endorse the Iranian government and the IRGC having in any way, shape or form nuclear capability, quite frankly, defies any form of logic. And yet they are happy in this case to stand not with the oppressed, but quite frankly to back in the oppressor. Shame on you. This bill would fundamentally alter a long-standing feature of responsible government in Australia. That is not the kind of change, quite frankly, that should be driven by a private senator's bill and waved through, which is what the Australian Greens would like, and they'll do a press conference after this saying the two great parties of war, after but a few hours of debate. And as I said, the opposition will oppose this bill because we are one of the two, the Coalition and the Australian Labor Party, parties of government in the great country of Australia. And we do understand that there will be times, we did it during COVID, where as a nation we must act, where as a nation we must stand with our allies, as a nation we must defend our interests. We must defend those great Western values that the Greens love to live on a daily basis, but God forbid anybody else, and in particular in Iran, ever seeks to actually have as a daily right like we do. The Greens, as I said, sadly, and what it is reflected in this bill, are habitually reckless on national security. They have never understood that protecting peace, and peace is something that we all want, sometimes requires more than just rhetoric, more than just slogans in the Australian Parliament. It requires strength, it requires resolve, but it also requires a willingness to act. And this bill, I would say sadly, but I've been in this place a long time, and the Greens' rhetoric only gets worse on a year-by-year basis. This bill is yet another example of the Greens putting ideology that they love to live by on a daily basis ahead of Australia's security interests.
Senator Waters.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the Greens Defence Amendment Parliamentary Approval of Overseas Service Bill 2020. For more than 40 years, parties in this parliament have been pushing for oversight in the deployment of troops to fight in foreign wars. Sending Australians potentially to their death is one of the most important decisions that politicians have to make. And it is a decision that should not be made with the unchecked power of the executive branch of government. It should require the approval of Parliament, like much of the world requires, like 90% of Australians support. Vietnam, Afghanistan and Iraq were all wars that Australia got involved in, with the Prime Minister exercising powers as though they were a monarch, without even reference to Cabinet. And all of those invasions were disasters. Yet for more than 40 years, both Coalition and Labor governments have joined together to stop any requiring of Parliament's approval to send Australians off to fight other countries' wars. The Democrats introduced this bill in 1985, in 1988 and then in 2003. The Greens have introduced it in 2003, 2014, 2020 and now again in 2026. We are an anti-war party. War will never deliver peace. This war will not bring safety to the brave Iranian people who are fighting for liberation from a brutal Iranian regime. At least 1,500 Iranians have been killed since this war began, majority civilians. Innocent people massacred, including 160 school children when a primary school was bombed. You cannot bomb your way to peace. The Iranian people deserve to be free from persecution and domination, both from the current regime but also from foreign bombs. Trump and Netanyahu don't care about democracy for the Iranian people who are fighting for their own liberation, and bombing doesn't make democracy. All it makes is a power vacuum that leads to more fighting, worse repression and more harm to civilians. Parliament must be a counterweight to our government's drive to appease the likes of Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu and others like them. Australians don't want war. The war parties do, though. Labor, Liberal and One Nation, they're all in support of this illegal war. a war that is based on a lie. Again, our Prime Minister, who was the first in the whole world to support this illegal war, which is illegal because it's in breach of international law, our Prime Minister, with his full-throated support of this war, said, quote, "We support the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent Iran continuing to threaten international peace and security." And yet, the US National Security Director later told the US Congress that Iran had not restarted its nuclear program. That same program that Trump had already said had been obliterated in June of last year. So yet another war based on a lie. That Australian warplanes, equipment and now 85 of our people have been sent to. They are allegedly not engaged in offensive action, but there will be mission creep, and our presence and resourcing will free up the resourcing and the personnel of Israel and the US to launch yet more offensive strikes, which will punish civilians. The Prime Minister then tried to backpedal a little bit on his support for this war while continuing our presence in the Middle East. As we've come to expect from Labor, they say one thing and do another. The gaslighting from this government is endless. Labor can't say it wants to end the conflict while actively fueling it, allowing the US to use our bases, sending troops to the region, keeping Australians embedded in the military. Australians do not support Trump and Netanyahu's latest forever war on Iran. Just as they don't want our government to support Israel's continued genocide in Gaza, where tens of thousands of people have been killed by Israel and many more are suffering a human-made famine. They're illegally imprisoned or they're missing. A genocide that has continued unabated while we are now looking at yet another illegal war. That pain in Gaza and the West Bank has not diminished. Australians don't support Israel's shameful occupation of southern Lebanon either, where they're now striking bridges and civilian infrastructure and pushing people out of their homes in a horrific escalation that threatens to prolong this illegal war indefinitely. Over 1 million people have been displaced by this illegal war, this war which is supported and resourced by Australia. Australians don't want war, but they weren't asked. And because they don't get a say, and neither does our Parliament, we need the power to say no to war and to make sure that our government can't join a war on the whim of a deeply unstable US president ever again, without approval from this Parliament. We need to detach ourselves from this volatile administration and have an independent foreign policy that puts Australia's best interests first, not to ask how high when Donald Trump says jump. The only winners from war are the billionaires and the big corporations who back them. Fossil fuel companies, weapons dealers. Their profits soar while ordinary people, whether in the Middle East or here at home, bear the financial and emotional pain of war. So Donald Trump drags us into an illegal war based on a lie about nuclear power, and now you as Australians are paying more for fuel, for food, for energy. Also, the top 1% can get even richer. The Greens are the only party that have opposed this war, and we are the only party who want to make the wealthiest 1% pay their fair share. The second this war started, the price of petrol went through the roof, and so did the profits of the corporations who sell that petrol. Then interest rates went up, and so did the profits of the big banks. Food prices will be next, and guess what will happen to the profits of Coles and Woolies? And energy prices after that. We have seen this movie before. The only winners are the big corporations and the billionaires who profit from war. And with their wealth, they buy more assets, like homes and more shares, driving up the cost of housing and further increasing inequality. You're drowning in a sea of rising costs because the system is designed to funnel money to the richest people and corporations in our society. We saw it during the pandemic, we saw it during the invasion of Ukraine, and now with another illegal war, we're seeing more wealth be concentrated in the hands of fewer and fewer people and corporations again. Wars and crises are exploited by billionaires and big business. Prices go up, wages go down, and inequality continues to grow. In the last decade, the wealthiest 1% gained 10 times more wealth than the bottom half of the country. It is obscene. The average billionaire in Australia currently makes $25,000 per hour. In just 4 hours, they're making the same amount as an average worker makes in a whole year. This is why people feel like they are drowning. And the government likes to pretend that the war's got nothing to do with them. They want to blame it for rising costs, but they claim that they're doing all they can. Well, they are not. We could withdraw our personnel and our resourcing from this illegal war, and we could use our diplomatic pressure to urge an end to it, to urge for peace. We could make the 1% pay their fair share so that you don't have to. We could use that money to make sure that everyone has the things that they need to live a good life. Imagine if we used the billions going to Trump's nuclear submarines and his war machine to further reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. Imagine if we invested in housing, in healthcare and in education so people can actually afford them. There's a lot that could be done if governments have some courage and if you actually made the 1% pay their fair share. Australians deserve politicians who represent and work for them, not work for the interests of the big corporations profiting from death and destruction. We owe it to our constituents to support this bill. It is their democracy, it is their armed forces, it is their neighbours and their loved ones who have to go off and fight. It can't be another 40 years of brazen, unchecked warmongering before this bill finally passes and the Parliament can finally have a say on who lives, who dies, and who we trust to not violate the human rights of others in conflict situations. Australians do not want war, and the Greens stand with them.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I want to start with something very simple. Imagine a young Australian, maybe someone from your suburb, someone your kids went to school with, someone you work with, signing up to serve in the ADF. They're proud, their family's proud, and then one day they're told they're being deployed overseas in a conflict, into a situation that could turn deadly very quickly. And their family is left wondering, who made that decision? Was it debated? Did anyone actually vote on this? Because right now the answer is no. At the current moment, the Prime Minister of the day can send Australian troops into warlike situations without a single vote in this Parliament. No requirement for both houses to approve it, no obligation to lay out the case in full view for the Australian people. And I don't think that passes the pub test. And those watching at home, I know you don't think that this passes the pub test either. Because this isn't just another policy decision. This is about sending people into harm's way. It's about lives, families, and the consequences that can last generations. So what this bill does is actually pretty straightforward, and I would argue it's basic common sense. This bill by the Greens says that if we're going to deploy Australian Defence Force personnel overseas into warlike action, that both houses of Parliament should approve this decision. Not one person, not a small group of people behind closed doors, the entire Parliament. And from the outset, let me highlight that this bill does not ignore the reality that sometimes decisions need to be made quickly. And there is a clear emergency provision. If there's a genuine crisis, something very urgent, where waiting for Parliament isn't practical, the government can act. The Prime Minister can make that decision. But it must then explain itself. Within 24 hours, the decision and the reasons for it must be made public. Within 2 days, detailed information has to be provided to Parliament. And if Parliament isn't sitting, well, it has to be called back. I mean, we've done it time and time again, so it's not unheard of or controversial. The bill also makes it very crystal clear what information must be provided, like the legal basis for the deployment, where our troops are being sent, how many are involved, how long it's expected to last, and why is it necessary. Because Australians deserve to know what is being done in their name. It also doesn't just lump everything together with the vagueness that we see from the government at times. Routine, non-warlike deployments, training exercises, diplomatic roles, attachments to allied forces, those aren't caught up in this. This is specifically about situations that could lead to hostilities, situations where lives are on the line. And again, it doesn't stop at the initial decision either. Every 2 months, the government has to report back to Parliament to give an update of what's changed. Is the mission still justified? What are we trying to achieve? How long will it continue? That's what ongoing scrutiny looks like, and that's what the Australian people deserve. And like I've said, none of this is radical. In fact, most Australians out there probably assume that that's already how it works. Because if in any other part of life, if you're making a decision with consequences this serious, where people's lives are on the line, you'd expect it to be tested, debated, and justified. Now, during the 2025 election, I heard this constantly. People saying, why don't we get a say in this? And that's why we pushed the petition, war should be debated, not dictated. Because Australians instinctively understand that this kind of power shouldn't just sit with one person. We've seen what happens when decisions to go to war aren't properly scrutinised. Long drawn-out conflicts, unclear objectives, lives are lost, and afterwards, a lot of questions that come far too late, and maybe a half-assed apology. This bill is about asking those questions up front, right from the beginning. If the case for deployment is strong, then it should be able to stand up here in Parliament. And if it can't, then we need to seriously question why we're going down this path at all. Is it blind loyalty to our so-called allies like the United States or Israel? Are we fighting someone else's war? Are we repeating the same mistakes of the past and selling off our sovereignty? We need to focus on strengthening the legitimacy of the decisions we make in this place and ensure that it is always in the best interests of the Australian people. Because when Parliament is involved, when the case is made publicly, when there is transparency and accountability, Australians are more likely to have confidence in the outcome. And at its core, this bill is about trust. Trust in our democratic institutions, trust in the representatives elected by the people in both houses, and trust that when we send Australians in harm's way, it's been done with seriousness, with proper scrutiny, and the collective responsibility it deserves. War should be debated, not dictated. And I commend the Greens for putting this bill up, which is a practical, measured and common sense step towards making this a reality, because Australians deserve better. Every single person out there who believes in democracy, who believes in our right to protect our people, especially those we're sending in warlike situations, they deserve better. Thank you.
Is it you seeking the call, Senator Steele-John? Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, let me thank Senator Shoebridge and his team for bringing forward this bill today. Thank you, Senator. It has created a moment for this Parliament to debate a vital question. The question before us is this: what should be asked of politicians before politicians make an ask of the Australian community? Now, in my mind, there is no more serious a request that a government can make of its people than to send their children, mothers and daughters, fathers and sons, into harm's way on fields of battle far from home. No more serious request. And the Australian Greens believe that before politicians ask that of our community, they should be willing to turn up to the Houses of Parliament to which they have been elected and make the case as to why it is necessary for people to put themselves in harm's way, what the objective is that those servicemen and women will be asked to achieve, how they know that that objective will be achieved, and what we will do to support them once they return. These are very reasonable expectations that the Australian community have of their leaders before a request to put themselves in harm's way is made of them. And for decades, both sides of Parliament, when asked to take that expectation and put it into law, have resisted it at every turn. Both Labor and the Liberal Party, when asked to submit themselves to democratic scrutiny and democratic approval before they send us to war, have responded by asking for the community's trust. They have said to the community again and again, trust us to make this call. You don't need to be involved. You don't need your members of Parliament to have to vote on these questions of war and peace. Leave it to us. Leave it over to us and our superior knowledge and our contacts and our connections and our experience with complex foreign policy matters that couldn't possibly be disclosed to the public. And what has the result of this request for trust been for the Australian community? Again and again and again, we have been asked, our sons and daughters have been asked, to go overseas and fight American wars. Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and now Iran. Time after time, war entered into based on lie and deception. And every single time, the full extent of the disaster of that decision-making process is laid bare to the public. Every single time it becomes clear that this process of trusting politicians to make these decisions has once again failed. Those very same politicians rock up into this Parliament and they make sombre speeches about the loss and sacrifice, the serious respect that they hold for the members of the armed services, the deep reverence they have for military service. And yet, will they back that up with action? Do they take a moment to reflect on whether their decision-making led to that harm? No. Every single time, there is a collective forgetting. And when the Greens, on behalf of the community, raised the proposal once again that maybe enough is enough, maybe the trust that you have asked of the community for decades has now been broken. And it is time to turn the decision of whether to send Australian personnel into harm's way over to the elected representatives of the Parliament. Every single time that is responded to with derision. It is resisted because it is an attempt to actually hold people to account. And I can think of no better example, no better case study of precisely why accountability is so desperately needed when it comes to whether or not we go to war than the current war in which we find ourselves. The Albanese government has led Australia into an illegal and an immoral war started by a tyrant president on a whim. He has put our service personnel at risk. Bombs rain down upon the people of Iran daily. Civilians are slaughtered daily, not merely with the complicity of this government, but with the active enablement of this government. Because not only is the Albanese government the current holder of the title of the world's first government to endorse this man's war, it functions to this moment to provide the American administration with the very intelligence capacity that it needs to continue this war, to continue to drop the bombs. In the run-up to the last federal election, the Australian community was worried, increasingly worried about what seemed to be the likelihood of the election of Donald Trump. And so the Australian community went to work. In seat after seat, vote after vote, they rejected the far-right politics. They tossed Donald Trump's political apprentice into the dustbin of history. They elected a government led by a man who, for most of his political career, had positioned himself as one of the few members of the Australian Parliament willing to talk tough to the United States. They elected a progressive Parliament with a progressive majority. They gifted this Labor government with the best opportunity in a generation to change course, to establish an independent foreign policy, to establish a peace-based defence policy. The Australian community could not have given this government more tools to avoid the crisis into which the community has now been plunged. So they gave this government the opportunity, and what did you do with it? What did you do with it? You saw this man get re-elected. You knew what he had been like. You knew what his aims were. You knew what his cabinet looked like. Nothing. Did you change a single aspect of Australia's foreign policy relationship with the United States? No. Did you modify our intelligence relationship? No. Did you rethink any part of AUKUS? No. Did you reassess the value or dynamic of the American alliance or the ANZUS Treaty. No. You continued us on the course that had been set for decades. And in many cases, you deepened our relationship with this erratic and immoral tyrant. And look where it has landed us. Look where it is taking the world. Not only countless murdered, so many civilians killed, maimed for life, but a world teetering on the brink of a disaster, the potential likes of which we have yet to know. And when the history of this period is written, when the scholars look back and attempt to find who actually spoke out, what were the roles of the people elected to represent the community in this moment, what will they find? They will find an Australian community, 90% of whom believe that the Parliament should have a vote before we go to war. A community where the vast majority oppose Trump's war on Iran. But a government, a Labour and a Liberal Party, that in the face of this man and his utterly unjustifiable, illegal and immoral war, motivated by his own domestic political needs, did nothing. Continued the soporific sycophancy that has dominated Australian foreign and defence policy for nearly 80 years. The lazy, intellectually vacant, fundamentally unimaginative, and ultimately self-serving approach to the United States of America. I don't think that the people in this place understand how far out of touch with the community you really, truly are. The Australian people are friends to most people of the world, including the peoples of the United States. We have enjoyed and shared in and contributed to moments of cultural exchange and joy and fun together for decades. We are very happy as a community to collaborate with Americans and appreciate their culture and aspects of their values. But it is not an uncritical friendship. We understand the other side of the United States, that they can and often are, in terms of the actions of their governments, bullies. Ignorant bullies. And yet, Australian governments continue to make an exception for this nation and its governments. Administration after administration. As Dr. Emma Shortis described in her book of the same title, Australian governments have treated America for 80 years or more as an exceptional friend. This relationship must now be reassessed. It is time for this Parliament to join with our community in leading us collectively away and into an independent and peaceful foreign and defence policy. And that work begins with the accountability of requiring this Parliament and its politicians to get out of bed, put on a tie and bother to turn up to vote before they send our service personnel into harm's way.
Senator Wish-Wilson. Oh, Senator Hodgins-Mate.
Thank you, Deputy President. Right now we are watching real time what happens when the power to go to war sits with a handful of people behind closed doors. Australia has been dragged, although no, we haven't been dragged. Australia has chosen to go into a illegal US-Israel war in Iran. A war that began with strikes that have escalated across the region, killing civilians and destabilising an entire region. A war now spiralling with missile exchanges, regional escalation and thousands of people already dead. And what say did this Parliament have in Australia's involvement? None. Zip. Zero. And what say did the Australian people have? Zero. The Albanese government has already deployed 85 ADF personnel, a wedge-tail surveillance aircraft and advanced air-to-air missiles into the region. And let's be clear, you do not deploy surveillance and targeting capability into a war zone and pretend you're not part of that war. And no weasel words from the minister in this place. Minister Penny Wong will negate the fact that we are at war. Flipping through her thesaurus of excuses and weasel words, well, the Australian people see through it and they are disgusted. This is how war always starts: support, assistance, defensive, and before long we are embedded in another forever war. These decisions were not made in this chamber by the elected representatives right across this country. They were made in closed rooms by a small group of ministers under pressure from allies. War should never be decided like that. Not when the consequences are measured in human lives. Because when decisions are made in the dark, it becomes easier to ignore the civilians killed, easier to ignore the trauma carried by veterans, and easier to ignore the families who pay the price for decades. We are now backing in a war driven by Washington and Tel Aviv with no regard for the human cost. No regard. A war that is escalating every single day, with today news of more troops being prepared and no clear end in sight. And yet Australia is once again falling into line as that deputy cowboy. Not because the public demanded it, not because Parliament debated it, because that's what that few group of ministers in their closed door, probably smoking cigars, as Senator Shoebridge alluded to, decided was best. Well, it's not in the public interest. The war parties in this Parliament will tell you that it's necessary, and that is it. That is Labor, it is the LNP, and it is One Nation. But we have to ask who benefits from this, because when decisions are made behind closed doors, the public is shut out. But the influence of the defence industry is not. In fact, it benefits from that darkness. Billions of dollars in contracts, deep access to decision makers, and no democratic check when the drums of war start beating. Or, of course, then there's their mates in the oil and gas industry, now poised to make billions in blood-soaked profits. So many people benefit from war, but it is everyday people, the people with no voice in these decisions, who pay the ultimate price. This bill changes that through a vote in both houses, open debate and ongoing reporting to Parliament. And doesn't that sound pretty bloody straightforward? Like the absolute bare minimum? It forces every single one of us in this place to take responsibility and accountability. No more hiding behind, no, that was a cabinet decision. Oh, we had no choice. The public is already ahead of us. 90% of Australians support war power reform. 90% of Australians. Parliament must be a check on the rush to war, not a rubber stamp after the fact.
Senator Whish-Wilson,
Yes,
you do only have a very short period of time.
I understand.
left.
How much time do I have, Deputy President?
A couple of minutes.
A couple of minutes, okay. Look, I'd just like to say that this chamber's been debating this issue for nearly 40 years. The Democrats first introduced a bill back in 1985 and again in 1988. And it was actually previous Greens Senator Andrew Bartlett, who of course was a Democrat senator, who led that charge back in the day. And I'd also like to acknowledge ex-Greens Senator Scott Ludlam, who introduced a very similar bill in 2008 around all the heat of the Iraq War. And of course, again, Senator Ludlam introduced a bill in 2017 following the Chilcot Review in the UK, a chilling account of how the UK went to war, just like Australia, with the wrong information. Completely hoodwinked their people. And I'd like to acknowledge Senator Steele-John for the work that he's done. He also introduced a similar bill in 2021 and has done considerable work to the time that Senator Shoebridge has introduced this bill. So this has been a long-running debate and it's not going to go away. I'd like to acknowledge the War Powers Reform, the amazing people there that have been driving this now for many years, as well as APAN and other community groups. Joe Valentine, so many people that refuse to give up until we get a democratic input into what is arguably the most important decision any politician can make, and that is sending its citizens to war. Right now, Australians are feeling very frustrated and very helpless as they go to the petrol bowsers and the petrol's run out, as farmers can't get access to fertiliser, as Australians are looking at the skyrocketing prices of groceries, as interest rates go up. They are feeling helpless because they are pawns in a game. Pawns in a game that's been rigged by powerful men with their hands on the levers, making billions of dollars. This is what frustrates people. They feel helpless. And at least their elected representatives can have a say on their behalf if we get a War Powers Reform Bill through. At least then it's on the conscience of each and every
Senator
MP
Whish-Wilson,
and senator.
the time for the debate has expired. We will need to move on. We now move to an attendance by the Minister, and I call the Clerk.
Order for the attendance of the Minister representing the Minister for Housing to make an explanation in relation to the Home Guarantee Scheme.
Minister Farrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm giving this attendance on behalf of Minister Ayres, who is returning from Queensland this morning. This order, as originally agreed, is for documents relating to the contingent liability of the Home Guarantee Scheme. And I'm happy to advise the Senate that this modelling has been provided. I draw the Senate's attention to page 4 of the documents tabled on the 23rd of December 2025 relating to this order. The document produced contains 10-year projections of contingent liability across all aspects of the program, including the First Home Guarantee, the Regional First Home Buyers Guarantee, the New Home Guarantee and the Total Home Guarantee Scheme. As I'm sure Senator Bragg is aware, the contingent liability of the Home Guarantee Scheme is not the same thing as the home price impact modelling. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Senator Bragg.
Move to take note of the Minister's explanation, if you could call it that. Thank you very much.
You have the call, Senator Bragg.
Well, I mean, it's very clear that the government has decided that it does not want to give the public access to the Treasury modelling in the detail surrounding the 5% deposit scheme, because that explanation from Minister Farrell on behalf of Senator Ayres, on behalf of Minister O'Neill, was a random set of words about the contingent liability in relation to the Home Guarantee Scheme, which has nothing to do with the 5% deposit scheme price modelling, which the government know is the purpose of these motions. And it has been the purpose of these motions going back to August 2025, when we first had the Senate adopt our motion that the price disclosures needed to be made. Now, the government will say that they have complied as well with the 5% modelling, and the 5% modelling is largely redacted, in fact almost entirely redacted. So we don't know, in fact, what was advised by the Treasury to the government. And so I make the point that it is clearly a huge affront to the public for the executive to say the Senate has ordered these documents be produced multiple times and we're refusing to give them to you, and we're refusing to acknowledge the fact that they even exist now. And we'll change the subject and pretend that all the other senators and everyone else who's listening is too stupid to follow the debate. That's effectively what their position is now. Last time, Minister Ayres gave his explanation. He talked about the Liberal Party. That was his explanation in relation to 5% deposit non-disclosure. Today we have Senator Farrell say, well, his explanation is about the contingent liability, which has nothing to do with 5% deposit price modelling. So, the substantive point here is that the Treasury did modelling for the government as an afterthought for their 5% deposits. They did it in July, 3 months after the May 2025 announcement. Now, the pieces of paper they've given us, which are mainly redacted, actually do detail the work the Treasury had done. We just don't know what they actually said. So, for example, the Treasury says that they expected there were going to be 16,000 additional first home buyers in the first year. But we already know, based on the projections from the Home Guarantee Scheme after it was expanded on 1 October last year, they were on track for over 66,000, an additional 30,000 people. So the numbers that were in this heavily redacted piece of paper from the Treasury, we're not allowed to see the rest of, is clearly wrong. So the Prime Minister of the country has been going around saying that the changes that they're making to 5% deposits will only result in a 0.6% increase in prices. We know that's wrong based on all the market analysis. We know it's massively wrong. But it looks as if the reason they don't want to present this piece of paper without redactions is because they also know it's wrong. They also know it's wrong. And so they have massively misled the Australian community by lying, by saying that their changes to this home guarantee scheme, or 5% deposits, will not increase prices when they have, and they knew about it beforehand.
Order. Senator Bragg, please resume your seat. Minister.
My point of order goes to imputation. I do think that it has been generally understood in this place that accusing other senators of lying is not appropriate language for the Senate.
I will ask you to withdraw, Senator Bragg.
Happy to withdraw, but I make the point that it's clear that the government had information back in July last year that was given to them by the Treasury that they knew was bad, but they went ahead with the 1 October 5% deposit schemes anyway. They knew that there were problems. Now it says here that the factoring in of the supply response, that's all been redacted. They would have been told that there were problems, that there were risks, but they went ahead anyway without any warnings. And I feel for the people who've taken out these 95% mortgages. They've now had to withstand 2 rate rises under this government because of its economic mismanagement. They're looking at more. So there were always going to be risks with a massive expansion like this. But you cannot have a country that calls itself a democracy where the Treasury Department is doing modelling and risk analysis for the government, and the government says it's a secret, we're never going to give it to you. I mean, this is a democratic chamber. It's asked for this information to be provided. I'm sure there were warnings. I mean, why other would it be that the government won't give us these pieces of paper? There must be a political reason, and we won't give up on this.
I think Senator Payman was on her feet first, so I'll go Senator Payman.
Thank you, Deputy President. I too rise to take note of the explanation or non-explanation. Senator Bragg has been seeking the modelling of the 5% deposit scheme since August of last year, and the government still won't give it up, but I commend Senator Bragg's persistence. At least in his case, he's got a response, or somewhat of a response. On a motion that I moved, the Senate sought more information on the 5% deposit scheme in November of last year, and the Minister for Housing hasn't even responded to it yet. So, you know, in 142 days, the only documents the Minister for Housing has provided are letters which ask for more time. Like, can you imagine going into work and telling your boss some dog ate my homework excuse for a task that is 131 days overdue? It isn't as if the Minister for Housing has to do all the work by herself. Leaving aside the hundreds of public servants at Treasury at her disposal, the Minister has 13 full-time advisors. It's just astounding. While the government tries to hide their modelling from people like me and Senator Bragg, this policy is clearly driving up house prices all across the country. We're not trying to bring down house prices. The Minister said that on radio last year. The government is merely trying to achieve sustainable price growth. I mean, they've said it themselves. They're not here to bring down prices. Now, let's get this straight. This government implemented the 5% deposit policy, which it knew would increase house prices. It did not believe house prices were increasing fast enough to be sustainable. In January, it was reported that the median price of a house in Perth had more than doubled since 2019. This government looks at that and says, that can't be sustainable. Prices need to be growing even faster. So let's add more fuel to the fire. How does that make sense? How can this government say with a straight face that it is working to get people into their first home, as it deliberately pushes entry-level homes further and further out of reach? Becoming a homeowner will soon change from being a thing to be celebrated to a thing being mourned, as more and more Australians become homeowners as a result of their parents dying. We hear about how the government has its foot all the way down on the supply pedal. The $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund has built less than 1,000 homes. If Australians are going to see serious changes to housing affordability, then this upcoming budget in May must make bold changes that go to the heart of the housing crisis. Negative gearing and the capital gains tax discounts right on top of that list. We've seen the doublespeak report of the Select Committee on the operation of capital gains tax discount. But Australians need to see actual movement of these tax rorts that are advantaging the investors who keep first home buyers out of the market. The numbers are here. You don't need to wait for the budget. You could pass these reforms through the Senate today and you'll have our support. The major parties are always rushing things through this chamber without thinking, without scrutiny. So why not rush something good through for a change? When people have the security and the stability that owning their own home provides, it truly allows them to do more than just survive. They can plan for their future, they can start thinking about starting a family, and they can start to innovate. If we want to address this country's productivity woes, we need to create an environment where people feel safe enough to take those measured risks, not just make ends meet. And in the moment, for the meantime, it's super important that the Minister complies with this particular order. Thank you.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to take note of Minister Farrell's response on behalf of Minister Ayres, and I begin by expressing my continuing disappointment with the appalling response, the disrespect shown to the Senate by this repetitive request to give us something fairly simple but very important, and that is the basic case and the estimates arising from a model about how the 5% deposit scheme would impact on the critical question of house prices. And to hear Minister Farrell this morning completely and deliberately misunderstand the nature of the request made repetitively in this place, and to give us data on contingent liability, refer to that and not go to the key issue here, which is what did the modelling show, how did it assess risk, what were the bands of possibility for house price increases. This is not a trivial question. This country is in a serious housing crisis, and the Senate here is seeking information about the basis for decision making. We have a government which has contributed to the housing crisis through this 5% deposit scheme. The modelling out of Treasury, the bottom line of it showed a 0.6% increase, or an additional $55 billion to property prices over the next 6 years. That in itself is a significant increase, but we know the reality has been way more significant and large, and a pouring of fuel onto a crisis in housing across our country. A record high $40 billion was given to property investors, taken out in loans by property investors in the last 3 months of 2025, an absolutely record take by investors who poured it into investing in property, already many of them wealthy property investors, pushing that price up in advance in their thinking of the consequences of what this 5% deposit scheme would do to house prices, and rushing to get in ahead of that price increase and fuel their own wealth at the cost of first home buyers. So this scheme has actually been a disaster. It is widely seen. And what for house prices? What this Senate wants to know is what was the thinking there? What was the modelling? And we have a clear right, and it's important responsibility of ours to take that issue seriously. Labor has to take its responsibility for making this crisis worse much more seriously. House prices have increased by 25% in the last term of Labor over the 4 years. That is appalling. We need policy action, and we need remediation of that crisis, which Labor is ducking. Mortgages have increased by $70,000 on average in the last 12 months. We've got people out there suffering with successive interest rate increases that are piling on stress to households already living in mortgage stress, not to mention the crisis of rental affordability. We're at record levels of rental unaffordability and low rates of available properties. $53 billion wasted on tax concessions through the CGT and negative gearing over the 4 years of a Labor government. $53 billion. There are policy instruments available to Labor to do better than to make the crisis worse. So we want to know what's going on and how that modelling panned out. We want to see the workings of it, the assumptions and the impact and the risk assessments. The Senate's responsibility is to ask for those documents, and to be treated in this way with this appallingly redacted document to date is shocking. In a crisis that Labor think they can come here repetitively, minister after minister, and give us a failed response, a non-response, to treat us like mugs, it's not on. In a crisis, we need better, and Australian people want us to do it. To refuse to acknowledge that the modelling exists and to fail to take our request for it seriously is a real breach of serious government action. And the Senate is right, and the Senate needs to keep coming back and requesting the key documents and the arguments underpinning critical housing interventions that are having extremely negative effects on so many Australians who are trying to buy property, trying to deal with their mortgages, trying to find their way into an appalling rental circumstance. Labor has not taken the Senate seriously. It is a shame, it is shocking, it's on their conscience, and we will be back seeking information to illuminate the crisis we're in, how to get out of it, and the stats and modelling that underlie Labor's position.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to take note also. This Labor government has made the 48th Parliament tough sledding if you're looking for truth and answers. It's a closed shop as they drive the country towards an economic cliff. The secrecy around Housing Australia is a huge concern to One Nation, not just from the perspective of young people that Labor have put in harm's way by selling them 95% mortgages before 2 interest rate rises, but from a wider economic perspective where the huge liabilities from defaulting loans will fall directly on the Australian taxpayer. Let's start with young people and first home buyers. I asked in November during question time if Labor had done any modelling on what the default rate of people on the 95% mortgage scheme would be in the event of 2 rate rises. In typical Labor fashion, I got no answer. I got the inside of a donut again. Sadly, we won't have to hold our breath for the modelling. We are now living that scenario, with more rate rises on the horizon, and young Aussies won't have to wait to see the consequences. They will feel them in real time. First home buyers have stretched themselves thin to take out these enormous mortgages on Labor's promises that interest rates were on the way down. They're getting good at saying the opposite of reality. There's no fuel crisis. But just like every other economic shock, like when inflation spiked, as one nation said it would, or when rates rose, as one nation said that they would, Labor is caught completely unaware and unprepared. I always give people the benefit of the doubt that when people get it wrong, it's ignorance, not malice. But when I watch Labor walk first home buyers straight into financial crisis after selling their massive debts to prop up their real Ponzi scheme, well, I wrote a question on notice last year asking for the age of the participants in the 5% deposit scheme. The response I received from the government of transparency deliberately excluded the very scheme I asked for. It is an outrage that Labor is hiding from the public exactly who they have thrown under the bus. When the defaults start, when people are crushed by mortgages that they were sold under the false pretences, we will know. So why doesn't Labor come clean now and release this information? The people they have claimed to help have become an innocent secret, inconvenient secret to sweep under the rug. This has been a complete disaster for first home buyers, but what about the broader economy? Under the scheme, Labor has put the Australian taxpayer on the hook for 15% of mortgages the government guaranteed to avoid mortgage lenders' insurance. Full liability uninsured. This is tens of billions of dollars of guarantees backed by only the Australian taxpayer. In the MIFO, the only liability recognised is a meagre $35.7 million provision. One nation will be watching this figure like a hawk, as I'm sure the international credit raters will. You might not want to answer our questions, but at some point the chickens will come home to roost on your balance sheet and in your deficits. More liabilities mean a sickly balance sheet. A sickly balance sheet hurts our credit rating. Worse credit ratings mean more expensive borrowing. This is a diabolical situation you've put the Australian people in. Successive Labor governments have completely forgotten the concept of responsible fiscal management. So now we face down record debts. In the MIFO, we have the following debts expiring in the next 7 years: $40 billion at 0.5%, $87 billion at 1%, $43 billion at 1.25%, and hundreds of billions at under 3%. Our 10-year bond rate is now above 5%, with massive inflation on the horizon under Labor. We're going to be paying over 4% more on our debt for hundreds of billions of dollars. Just as the Labor government creates a subprime lending crisis with their ridiculous 5% deposit scheme. And today we see more appropriation bills full of taxpayer funding for Labor's green fantasy. More debt, more damage to the economy. Australia's debts are not an abstract concept. These debts need to be repaid. They need to be refinanced. And the interest payments will continue to pile up. Every dollar that goes towards these debts is a dollar taken from the Australian people. It isn't going to fund schools, fund the police, fund emergency services. And when Labor runs out of money, they're going after everyday Australians like they do every time to pay for their mistakes. Not answering questions doesn't get us out of this nightmare. Come clean for the people being hit hardest by this economic disaster. But I won't be holding my breath for an answer. The last time I asked Senator Ayres a question, he was more interested in talking to a baby in the gallery.
If there are no further speakers, I'll put the question that the Senate take note of the explanation by the Minister. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, National Commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People Bill 2026 and a related bill. Vote to be taken on the second reading amendment moved by the Leader of the Australian Greens.
So the question is that the motion moved by Senator Waters be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. Shut the doors. Shut the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Waters be agreed to, and I appoint Senator McKim to tell it for the ayes. And I appoint Senator Askew to tell it for the noes. The ayes should pass to the right, the noes to the left. Go. Lucky I didn't take it. Lucky I was only joking, wasn't it?
Setting a very good example.
Good to go? Okay. Order. The result of the divisions is ayes 13, noes 29. The question is resolved in the negative. We'll just move it. Yes, that's right. You did tell me. The question is now that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. The noes have it. No, I'm sorry, my confusion. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Whips. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Shut the doors. Shut the doors. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan to tell it for the ayes. Senator Askew to tell it for the noes. Order. Order. The result of the division is ayes 38, noes 25. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
National Commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People Bill 2026. National Commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People Transitional Provisions Bill 2026.
All right. Truth. Now, which one are we going to? Okay. Is it the wish of the committee that the bills be taken together and as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. I want to thank my colleague Senator Waters for making the case for this bill on behalf of the Greens and indicate again that the Greens strongly support this bill. But we're going into committee now to consider potential amendments to actually make this bill more than just a symbolic measure, but make it a genuinely practical measure. To consider amendments that would say the government needs to not just put a commissioner in place, but then treat the commissioner with respect, listen to the recommendations, take on board the recommendations that come from the commissioner and actually start implementing them in policy. So while we strongly support the creation and the formalisation of the commissioner and the commission's role, it's important that we look forward to making sure that the work of the commissioner actually informs decisions of the government and decisions of this parliament. Because no doubt we will hear from the commissioner the compelling evidence that we've heard, for example, in the Youth Justice Inquiry, that I'm grateful for this Senate supporting and sending out across the country to hear about the youth justice crisis. Because we're hearing from that inquiry that there is a youth justice crisis across the country. The submissions make pretty hard reading. In the Northern Territory, there are kids as young as 10, 11, 12 being snatched in Alice Springs and the communities that surround Alice Springs, sometimes 100 k's from Alice Springs, because of the brutal laws that are in place in the Northern Territory that refuse bail, that incarcerate kids for minor offences. 10-year-old kid caught shoplifting, maybe because they were hungry and didn't have any food, in a township outside Alice Springs, picked up by the police, chocolate bar taken out of their hand. No one asks if the kid's hungry, whacked into the back of a police wagon, driven to Alice Springs, thrown into a holding cell in the jail, put into a prison's uniform, put in shackles, taken to the airport, and then flown more than 1,000 kilometres to Darwin and held in a failing, brutal juvenile detention centre. That's the reality that's happening right now across this country and in the Northern Territory. The crime of being hungry, 10-year-old kid, whisked away more than 1,000 kilometres from their family, put into a broken so-called youth justice system, broken connections to family, any education broken, brutalised. That's the reality. And the federal government could stop it. The federal government could stop it by supporting measures such as Senator Waters put, by saying they should raise the age. Don't put 10-year-old kids into jail. Raise the age. The minimum should be 14 before even contemplating putting kids through the criminal justice system. The federal government could intervene directly right now. Listen to the voices that are coming from the Northern Territory and stop funding that cruel system. Because, 80% of the police wages that are taking that 10-year-old out of community and a township are paid by the Commonwealth. 80% of the airfare that's sending that 10-year-old kid from Alice Springs to Darwin, more than 1,000 kilometres away from their family and connection in their country, 80% of that airfare is paid for by the Commonwealth. If the Northern Territory government decide to put a spit hood on that kid, and they do, they put spit hoods on kids, suffocating, trauma, torture, 80% of the spit hood will be paid for by the Commonwealth. And when the Commonwealth puts that child in a brutal, proven to be brutal, failing so-called youth justice centre without education support, without medical support, without any of the kind of care that a 10-year-old child needs, 80% of the cost of that child prison is paid for by the Commonwealth. And we just tick and flick this in this place. We just say that's okay. Now, I think I can say what the Commission will say about a bunch of this stuff. The Commission will say the Commonwealth needs to step up. The Commonwealth needs to take action. The Commonwealth needs to be responsible when they're paying for that cruelty. And they should be tying all of our funding with states and territories to say you can't spend Commonwealth money torturing kids. But unless there's some mechanism in place so that the Parliament and the government is obliged to respond to the substance of those recommendations that come from the Commission, it'll just be more wallpaper over this disaster, more wallpaper over the kind of tragedy that plays out. And we need to see the underlying drivers of so-called offending. Because if a 10-year-old kid is hungry, maybe don't put the 10-year-old child into that appalling, brutal system. Maybe look at the underlying causes. Maybe provide the housing that's needed. So particularly First Nations communities across this country are not living 20 to a house or 30 to a house. And if a child is hungry, rather than put them in jail, why not put some breakfast in front of them? Why not ensure that there's food at school? Why not ensure that there's safe transport to get to school where you can have breakfast when you start the school and a decent lunch? And imagine if instead we were investing into putting food on the table rather than kids in jail. Because that's kind of at the core of this stuff, right? If we had a system that put food on the table instead of kids in jail, we'd have a system that kept our communities safe, that saved billions of dollars, and that made us the kind of country we would aspire to. So I want to commend the committee recommendations here to say that when the Commissioner speaks after hearing from the community that the government and the parliament must answer and must hear. It is abundantly clear, and we've seen it from very recently with compelling legal advice given by a very senior barrister, two senior barristers, one a silk, one a senior junior, that made it very clear that there is an abundance of Commonwealth powers, constitutional powers the Commonwealth could use right now to start dealing with the youth justice crisis and to start making direct beneficial laws to prevent the kind of cycles of violence and disadvantage that we particularly see in the youth justice system and the criminal justice system more broadly. The Commonwealth has entered into treaties for the protection of the child, for civil and political rights, for UNDRIP. An abundance of Commonwealth powers that trigger under the external affair powers the ability for this parliament to not just be a complicit bystander, but to actually take action to address, to deal with the youth justice inquiry. When our inquiry was down in Melbourne, we heard evidence about what would work. If the Commonwealth funded Aboriginal controlled and run organisations, and instead of putting billions of dollars into state and territory governments to be used to police and coerce and jail, but that money was redirected to Aboriginal controlled organisations that know how to help their kids, that know how to connect culture and elders into systems that protect and support kids. We know that that would actually radically reduce youth offending. We know that that would put power where it should be, in the hands of elders and communities who know far better how to raise their kids than some docks worker or juvenile justice corrections officer or bureaucrat. And that's where the money and the power should go. And we'll no doubt hear that from the Commissioner after consulting and talking with the community. But unless the measures are in place to turn recommendations into action, then this bill risks being a feel-good moment, changing nothing on the ground. I respect the work of the Minister in this space. And I've seen how this Minister is connected to communities and brings that experience and perspective to it. But as so often happens with First Nations issues, the notional responsibility is given to the First Nations Minister, who has the connections, understands, but the power is always elsewhere. The power is with Treasury, or with the Attorney General's Department, or with Finance. And the ideas and the solutions lie in First Nations communities, but the power is always held over in those other ministries. And it's about time that changed. And it's about time that the power was brought back and the wealth was brought back and connected with communities, because that's the ultimate solution. I again want to thank my colleague Senator Waters for the work she's been doing on this bill and for her work in this portfolio area. We can do so much more, and this amendment and this committee is a chance to do some of that.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to note my support for the National Commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People Bill 2026, and also to associate my comments with those of Senator Shoebridge and Senator Larissa Waters, who I also want to thank for outlining our support and for putting forward an amendment with real teeth that would require the government to formally respond to recommendations made by the National Commissioner and essentially give this the teeth that it needs and deserves. And look, this bill does enable the Commissioner to independently conduct inquiries and make recommendations to government on the priorities that matter most to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and families. For too long, communities have been calling for legislation that embeds a strong, genuine voice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. And for too long, the evidence has been telling us that that same painful truth. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children are 11 times more likely to be placed in out-of-home care. The system is failing our children. Data from just last week tells us that only 1 in 3 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children arrive at school developmentally on track, And this figure is getting worse, not better. This is not a statistic that this chamber and this government should accept. Let us be clear. This is a failure of successive governments, a failure to meet the targets set under the Closing the Gap agreements. Words on paper mean nothing without the outcomes to back them up. Aboriginal community-controlled organisations lead the way in developing culturally safe, integrated supports that genuinely improve developmental outcomes for children and families. Yet many of these organisations face significant pressures, from workplace shortages, governance challenges and funding constraints that limit their ability to deliver and to grow. SNAIC's Early Years Support Program provides the critical backbone support these services need, strengthening their viability and enabling the expansion of the community-controlled early years sector that the Closing the Gap demands. Independent evaluation confirms what communities already know. Aboriginal community-controlled organisations represent the absolute gold standard of culturally responsive early learning. Supported services reduce administrative burden, strengthen workforce capability and improve performance against Australia's national quality standard. This bill is a step in the right direction, and our children deserve nothing less. But adopting this Greens amendment will strengthen it, and strengthen it we must. Now the Commissioner's work begins, and so does this government's obligation to not just hear the recommendations, but to act on them.
If there are no further speakers, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chairman. The plight of Aboriginal children is well documented. We know that from so many people. Senator Pauline Hanson has been raising this issue for around 30 years. Senator Nampijinpa Price has done an exceptional job as well. Senator Karen Little, indeed your own minister there. The plight of Aboriginal children is an indictment on parts of our society and especially on the government. And I'm not just talking about the Labor government, I'm talking about previous uni-party governments in the Liberal National Party. I was visiting Bardu Island a few years ago in the Torres Strait, and a wonderful young councillor stood up and said, while ever there is a Closing the Gap initiative, the gap will widen, because so many people are feeding off the Closing the Gap campaign that they have become dependent on it. I'm talking about the parasites who are pushing some of the Aboriginal industry. And they're white as well as black. The bureaucracy is massive and it's self-perpetuating. So many of the campaigns are to keep bureaucrats in a job. The bureaucracy is massive. And that means no accountability, and there's the heart of the problem. So we've now got an Aboriginal industry. Basic management shows that this commission will have negative effect. It won't help, it'll hamper and hurt. Because the aim is to look good, not do good. There's so many things we see every year in the House of Representatives. The Prime Minister, doesn't matter who it is, Liberal or Labor, and then the opposition leader, stand up and tell us things about how Closing the Gap is going backwards and we've still got work to do, but it's all rosy. It's the stuff that comes out of the south end of a northbound bull. Minister, surely basic management shows that a system that is clogged like the Aboriginal industry, with so many people feeding off it, consultants, activists, politicians, lawyers, academics. This will only clog up the system further. What are your intentions for managing this properly so that it doesn't clog up the system?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator, for the question. Well, I certainly reject the assertion about Aboriginal industry being a negative, Senator Roberts. We have, in fact, just this morning, certainly come together with the Coalition of Peaks, really bodies that are clearly defined in the way that they work with local communities on the ground. You mentioned Bardu Island and the Torres Straits. You know, I certainly commend our new convener, joint convener with myself on the Joint Council, and that's Danella Mills, a Torres Strait Island woman who's very passionate about wanting to ensure that on the ground, in terms of local people having local solutions and support, are supported by community-controlled organisations. And those community-controlled organisations are accountable, Senator Roberts. They're accountable every year, just like any other business in this country that's provided with either federal or state or territory funds. They are accountable. They're accountable to the parliaments, and they are certainly accountable to this Senate. And that accountability is about transparency, Senator Roberts. So I would just caution you, if I may, around the language that you use that really stereotypes in a very negative way the good work that is being done by First Nations organisations and individuals across Australia. And I just take this moment, Chair, if I may, to acknowledge the Commissioner, Commissioner Hunter in the gallery, and members of the Coalition of Peaks and those who came this morning for the launch of our latest peak body.
Thank you, Minister, and welcome. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned Coalition of Peaks, Minister. There's part of the issue. This is a massive bureaucracy. You've got to have representatives of the peaks. No audit. And I'm speaking on behalf now of taxpayers as well as Aboriginal children and as well as Aboriginals. So I've been to every one of the communities, white and black, on Cape York, and I've asked, what's Close the Gap? What do they know about Close the Gap? What do they think about Close the Gap? And some of the communities there don't even know about Close the Gap because they're not getting the benefits of the funding that's coming from the taxpayers. It's getting hived off by the parasites, white and black, activists, lawyers, consultants, lobbyists, academics, politicians, bureaucrats along the way. How is this additional bureaucratic load, this additional constipating layer in the middle, going to strengthen coordination across government? It's adding more people into the middle of this government mess. As I said, it's not just your mess, it's previous governments as well. Then these are going to advise the Commonwealth. This is from your own bill. Advise the Commonwealth. How many more people do you need to get advice from? This is getting ridiculous. People across the country, especially Aboriginal people, are laughing at this, and some of them are crying at it. And then the third activity. Undertake and commission research into systemic issues and barriers. There's no doubt there are systemic issues and barriers. We can see them. Why do you need yet another group of researchers? This is just going to confuse the mess again. Then undertake and commission educational programs. Children won't know which way is up. They'll have so many different messages from so many different bureaucrats, so many different parasites. Undertaking public advocacy to promote the rights and interests of children and young people. We've got so many people in Parliament doing that. We've got so many people outside Parliament doing that. You've got so many bureaucrats tripping over each other doing that. Amplifying their voices and strengths. Oh, really? Really? It's not working so far. The nanny state is not working so far. Engaging with children. How many more people are going to engage with children? These kids will have their heads spinning. What about basic needs? Get to the core of the problem. There are clearly crucial human needs, and they're being bypassed by these people looking after their own administrative jobs. I also remain concerned about two things. One is this is a divisive piece of law, of proposed law, that is defined by race and draws distinctions and promotes divisions by race, which makes it racist. It overtly continues, entrenches the them versus us mentality that prevails in conjunction with a patronising mentality, a victimhood status. I see in Aboriginals, and you're an example of this, Minister, we have 4% of Australians are Aboriginal. We have 11% of parliamentarians who are Aboriginal. Aboriginals have high potential, but so many are being locked into victimhood. Surely, what we need to do is free up Aboriginals to fulfil their potential, their enormous potential. They're leading in the NRL, the AFL, business, sport, academics, science, and yet some of the communities are terrible. I think we need to start celebrating Aboriginals rather than locking some victims. Let's make that very clear. I'll take that interjection from Senator Waters. I'll make it very clear. She misrepresented me then because I am not calling Aboriginals parasites. I'm calling Aboriginals fantastic human beings with huge potential. I'm calling the parasites in the bureaucracy, the activists, the lawyers, the administrators, the bureaucrats, the consultants, the academics, who are living off the money that's going from taxpayers to the Aboriginal industry. That's what I'm talking about. And this is just going to add more complexity, more bureaucracy, more bureaucracy. One Nation policy is to get rid of the Aboriginal industry and to save $15 billion, and instead provide real care through government's grants based on real needs, regardless of skin colour. This bill is an aim, Minister, I believe, to look good, not do good. And in trying to look good, you'll do a lot of harm. You'll just add more to the constipating layer of bureaucrats. So isn't this, Minister, an option to start celebrating Aboriginals rather than casting them as victims? So isn't that what's really needed here? And grants based upon real needs.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Roberts, well, firstly, I agree we should celebrate First Nations culture in this country. And there are many outstanding athletes. We just saw, with Rabbitohs recently, and the great score trier that everybody roamed the field on with AJ. But there are many others in terms of whether they're athletes or otherwise in business professionals, in the science, in our schools. We've even got our young women here from Yirrakala who's doing very well. Sienna, watching you as a bit of a trailblazer for us. So you're right, we should celebrate First Nations people and culture, Senator Roberts. But that's probably about as far as our similarities might go, Senator Roberts, because I certainly reject the assertion that, that there is no accountability or transparency. As I said in my previous response to you, that every organisation that is receiving funding does get audited, whether it's from the Australian National Audit Office or they are always having to provide their annual report to this Parliament. I certainly have many statutory bodies whose reports have to be delivered to the Senate. That is accountability, Senator Roberts. So that is where we differ. You keep asking for audits. Well, audits actually happen as an annual event for organisations. And those organisations that are not doing well obviously get picked up in this as well. There are some across the country, like non-Indigenous organisations and businesses, that don't do well, and they do need either extra support to try and get them back on their feet, or else, like many, they go out of business. So the accountability structure is there in terms of the audits. And, as I said, I agree with you in terms of the celebration of First Nations people, but the way we do that is also about lifting families. And this is why this bill is incredibly important. It's important because we are listening to what the communities have been asking for a long time. I might just walk you through just a bit of that history. Like the Bringing Them Home report in 1997 actually raised this back then. And then we've had subsequent organisations through the Coalition of Peaks. There are 70 organisations who've given guidance on this. And I would not dismiss And I'm sure you, as the Senator for Queensland, would not dismiss those who come to you to give you advice. So that's what this Parliament asks for in terms of the Coalition of Peaks and the agreement that we've signed with every state and territory to that Closing the Gap agreement. You've got organisations like SNAKE, which cares for the child welfare and care of children. You've got VACA, the Victorian Aboriginal Child and Community Agency, and Koori Youth Council. All of these organisations have come forward to say there needs to be this National Commissioner. There needs to be a role where the National First Nations Commissioner is there for the children who are being taken away, who are in out-of-home care. We've seen those figures rise staggeringly, especially in states like Victoria. And having the ability for the National Children's Commissioner to be able to work with each state and territory, but inform this Parliament is absolutely critical. So, Senator Roberts, there are some things we kind of see a bit of similarity on, but probably mostly not. But I do appreciate your interest. I mean, you have shown that at estimates as well in the questions that you've raised around communities. But I would urge you and your party to get on board behind this, because what Commissioner Hunter will be able to do is know that she has the support of this Parliament behind her to work with our kids across the country.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Chair. And I might move us on from the language of racism and division and usage of the term parasites. And before I move my amendment, I want to take the opportunity to commend the launch this morning of the first community-controlled peak body, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Peak. We very much welcome community-controlled organisations leading the way, and also very conscious that we still have a funding gap for frontline services dealing with family, domestic and sexual violence. And we know that funding gap is even more pronounced for First Nations organisations, and commend the work of the FVPLS, the Family Violence Prevention Legal Service, and their state organs right around the country. They deserve full funding and funding security. But today is a good start with the launching of that first peak. I'd like to move my amendment number 3659 to this bill, which would require the government to actually respond to the recommendations of the Commissioner that this bill is establishing as an independent statutory position. Now, the bill allows the Commissioner to seek information from governments to inform her reports and her recommendations, but there is nothing to compel the government to actually respond to those recommendations. Now, I think that is tragic, and I think it is very easily fixed, and the optimist in me thought it was an oversight. However, it seems to be by design, and I think that is heartbreaking. On a day when we were doing a good thing to establish a commissioner to look into the needs of First Nations young kids, why the backhand to say, yeah, but we're not actually going to be compelled to respond to your recommendation? So this amendment would fix that, and it would say that the Commonwealth does in fact have to respond to the recommendations. They don't have to accept them, but if they're not going to, they have to provide some reasons why they're not going to accept them. And we've given them enough time to do that, 15 sitting days after the report's tabled, time for considered contemplation and a proper response to what could be a really important role. As we've seen, shame is not enough to compel governments to actually respond. And we've seen the powerful statements from the First Nations Children's Commissioners around the country, and in my second reading contribution on this bill, I spoke into the Hansard the words of Queensland's Commissioner, Natalie Lewis, again, saying, what is it going to take for the Commonwealth to actually step in? Is it going to take Don Dale levels of human rights abuses? What about the winding back of the protections for kids to being locked up in prisons like we've seen in many jurisdictions? What is it going to take for the Commonwealth to step in? The New South Wales advocate, Ms Robinson, similarly said the same thing. She said nobody gets hurt unless they yell and scream. and was begging for the Commonwealth to fix that. And so when stakeholders called for this National Commissioner, they didn't just want a figurehead, and I'm sure Ms Hunter will do a great job, but they didn't want her to oversee business as usual. We need this role because successive governments have let down First Nations communities for so long. And we need this because the gap is not closing. It's getting bigger. And that's why I moved an amendment, a second reading amendment, to say we should raise the age of criminal responsibility, because deaths in custody and the incarceration rates, including of young people in First Nations communities, they are going up. That is not closing the gap, it is widening it. So we will be supporting this piece of legislation, but surely as a matter of courtesy, if nothing else, the government should be obliged to respond to the recommendations that the Commissioner makes to government. And I did put this to government and I asked them to support this amendment, and unfortunately their reason for not doing so, which they may well have changed in the meantime, I certainly hope so, but their reasoning at the time was, well, we don't have to respond to the Human Rights Commission either. As if two wrongs make a right. As if that's okay. It's okay to ignore the Human Rights Commission, and so it's okay to ignore the First Nations Children's Commissioner. Well, it is not okay, and this is not a requirement for you to sign up holus bolus to their recommendations. It is simply a requirement to consider them and give a response to them, and that is a reasonable ask. So, I move the amendment standing in my name.
Questions? The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. There was a no over here. Lock the doors. The question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3659 be agreed to. The ayes have moved to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. And I appoint Senator Collins, teller for the noes, Senator McKim, teller for the ayes. The result of the division is 29 noes, 14 ayes. The question is resolved in the negative. If there are no further senators wishing to make a contribution, I'll now ask that the bill stand as printed. Senator, he needs to be in his seat. Is that the question? The question is that the bills stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Yep. The question now is that the bills be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. So I move back up to the chair now. Sorry. The committee has considered the National Commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People Bill 2026 and a related bill without amendments. Minister.
Report. Third readings. Beg your pardon, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Yeah. The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Acting President. I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yeah, the bill be read a third time.
Oh, okay. And I'll call the clerk.
Yeah, call the clerk.
Okay. Eyes to the right of the chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
4 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Lock the doors. The question is that the bills now be read a third time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. We're good? Oh yeah, I've got it now. There being 37 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act about the National Commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People and for related purposes. A bill for an act to deal with transitional matters arising from the enactment of the National Commission for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People Act 2026 and for related purposes.
Members who are leaving could please do so quietly. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Appropriation Bill number 3, 2025-2026 and 2 related bills for concurrence, and I call the Minister.
Acting President, I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
So the question is that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and now be read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill number 3, 2025-2026, Appropriation Bill number 4, 2025-2026, and Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 2025-2026.
And I call the Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Call Senator Chandler. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President, and I rise to speak on the Appropriation Bills number 3, number 4, 2025-2026 and the Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 2025-2026, which, for the purpose of this debate, I will refer to collectively as the additional appropriation bills. Mr Acting Deputy President, at their core, these additional appropriation bills are a blank cheque for yet another round of Labor government spending on top of an already bloated budget in deficit. The Albanese Labor government is the highest spending government outside of a pandemic in 40 years. That means they are the highest spending government outside of a pandemic in my lifetime. And while the opposition will not stand in the way of government funding, that doesn't mean that we are going to stay silent about what this spending in these appropriations bills means. We will not oppose these bills, we will not delay these bills, but that cooperation should not be mistaken for a waiver of scrutiny or accountability, because Australians want to understand exactly what is going wrong under this government, and they only need to look at where the money is going to figure out why. And the fastest way to understand the failures of this government in terms of its economic management and in terms of its budget management is to follow the money through these additional appropriation bills that we are debating here today. And when you do that, Mr Acting Deputy President, a very clear pattern begins to emerge. Taken together, these three bills add more than $22 billion to spending in a single financial year. Appropriation Bill number 3 alone loads around $12 billion onto the budget, while Appropriation Bill number 4 adds close to $10 billion more on top of what was already approved at the budget last year. And even the Parliamentary Departments Bill adds hundreds of millions of dollars in extra funding. Now, let's be very clear. This is not fine-tuning. This is not restraint. This is a government that cannot keep its spending promises to Australia. This is a government that has a spending problem. This is a government that is unable to exercise fiscal discipline to try and get its budget under control. The largest increases in funding are not the result of new priorities announced at the budget, but substantial revisions to the government's original spending estimates, which demonstrates just how far those projections have shifted within a single financial year. And each of those decisions might be defendable in isolation, Mr Acting Deputy President, but taken together they tell a very clear story about a government collecting record revenue, record spending amounts and still running record deficits. This is why, Mr Acting Deputy President, inflation remains entrenched throughout the economy, why interest rates are remaining higher for longer and why Australian families are paying more at the supermarket and more on their mortgages. Just last week, we saw the 14th interest rate rise under the Albanese Labor government. We know that inflation is being grown at home. Yes, there are concerns about what is happening currently in the Middle East, and that will undoubtedly have an inflationary impact on our economy as we see petrol prices go through the roof. But the reality is that this government was overspending long before then, that overspending was contributing to inflation. The RBA has said that themselves, and that is why it is time for this government to take responsibility and admit that it has a spending problem, because these bills that we are debating here today do not show a government in control of spending. They do not show a government that can exercise fiscal discipline and make the hard decisions around the cabinet table. These bills show a government that is lifting its spending limits first and confronting the fiscal impact later. Despite collecting record levels of revenue from Australian taxpayers, the government is delivering record spending and continuing to run large deficits. That places the budget in a vulnerable position when productivity growth remains weak and revenue gains are not being driven by stronger underlying economic performance. And it particularly places the budget in a vulnerable position when we are dealing with external factors beyond our control, as we currently are with the national fuel crisis as a result of the conflict in the Middle East. And that reality completely shatters this government's carefully crafted narrative. I note the Treasurer, Dr Chalmers, talks about restraint. He's talked, or at least backgrounded publicly, Mr Acting Deputy President, that the upcoming budget in May will be one where government spending gets under control. But as I've said previously, I have serious doubts about this government's ability to do that. You only need to look at their track record to know that they can't exercise fiscal discipline. And nothing in these bills or in the broader budget resembles restraint in practice. The Treasurer has been telling Australians that the government has found savings and is exercising restraint. But if that were true in any meaningful sense, the government wouldn't be here today asking Parliament to authorise more than $22 billion in additional spending. You cannot credibly claim restraint while simultaneously lifting your own spending limits halfway through the year. Any savings that the Treasurer talks about have clearly been more than swallowed up by new and higher spending, because otherwise these bills simply wouldn't be necessary. The government isn't just asking for more money, it is conceding that its original deficit and spending projections were not credible. And the consequences of that disconnect are now being felt across the entire economy. Inflation in Australia is not a mystery, Mr Acting Deputy President. It's not an accident. It is a direct result of deliberate government spending choices. Australians are experiencing inflation in their daily lives because of this government's budget decisions and this government's inability to get its own spending under control. Australians pay for it when they fill their trolley at the supermarket, when they open their power bill, and when they try to make the mortgage payment each month. And these inflationary pressures flow directly through to higher interest rates, leaving families paying more not just today, but for years to come. This is the true cost of the Albanese Labor government's spending addiction. Australians are paying more today through higher prices and high mortgages, and future generations, Australians my age and younger, will be left to shoulder higher debt because this government refuses to live within its means. It seems abundantly unfair, Mr Acting Deputy President, that at a time when all Australians are tightening their own budgetary belts, that this government seems incapable of doing the same. So in conclusion, Mr Acting Deputy President, again, these additional appropriation bills aren't a technical adjustment. They are a clear admission that the government's spending has once again exceeded its own promises. And while the opposition is not going to stand in the way of funding government services, we are not going to simply pass these bills through this place today without calling out the consequences of the choices of this government and the consequences within these bills. Thank you.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Australians want a government that works for them. When the budget is predicated on poorer productivity forecasts, Australians know that means living standards will stay lower for longer. Combined with low growth, rising inflation, rising interest rates, the recent fuel crisis, and the general cost of living crisis, Australians are not optimistic about the future. Polling from Ipsos in February found that 56% of Australians think the country is on the wrong track. The budget in May must turn that around. It must address inequality in as many ways as possible. It must change capital gains tax and negative gearing and work towards changing housing from an investment back into a place to live. It needs to look at spending and say, is this value for money? If it isn't, that money needs to be deployed where it can do the most good. Now, here's one example. Last year, wage theft became a criminal offence, and I'm proud to say that I supported this reform. Wage theft has been a big problem in Australia, at the Commonwealth Bank, in the university sector and many other sectors. In fact, it still is. $49.5 million over 4 years was allocated to empower the Fair Work Ombudsman to investigate wage theft cases and where they meet the threshold, refer them to police. For over a year, an office of 16 full-time equivalent workers have been investigating criminal wage theft cases. Over $10 million has already been spent funding this office. Now that's over $10 million. But not a single case of wage theft has been referred to police. Now, is that value for money? It's really disappointing given how prolific wage theft has been and still is in Australia. Thankfully, the Senate yesterday supported my referral of this matter to an inquiry, which is due to report in June. Then yesterday, we learned that the contractor that turned the Bureau of Meteorology's $4 million website redesign into a $96 million downgrade is back for more. A $16 million contract was awarded to Accenture to build a platform for the Australian Climate Service. How is that a company which went 2,400% over budget even allowed to bid for Commonwealth contracts, let alone win one so soon after such a massive blowout? if the budget for the contract is blown out by as much as the last one, it's the taxpayers will be on the hook for $384 million. Anything less than that is a huge improvement. Now, the government is very reluctant to give up on the contractors. Last year, Deloitte produced a $400,000 report that was littered with AI-generated mistakes. When this was revealed, Deloitte only paid part of the fee back and then released a new report, which continued to have more AI-generated errors. The bar is on the floor, but I'm confident that Essentia will somehow be able to squeeze under it. Now, speaking of AI, I'd like to turn to the government's AI policy. The public service-wide policy is administered by the Digital Transformation Agency, which sits in the finance portfolio. The policy for the responsible use of AI in government requires more agencies and departments to publish statements about how they use AI and how they manage the inherent risks of AI, as well as appointing a high-ranking officer to serve as the accountable official for AI. Now, dozens of agencies have failed to publish AI transparency statements and appoint officials responsible for AI by the deadline. According to DTA correspondence released under OPD, bodies that failed to meet the deadline include the Future Fund Management Agency, the Federal Police, the Federal Court, the Australian Research Council, the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency, and the Australian Law Reform Commission. There is such little interest in this policy that some organisations have given evidence in estimates that conflicts with DTA records. The Organ and Tissue Authority, the Australian Transport Safety Bureau, the Commonwealth Grants Commission, and the Office of the Inspector General of Aged Care have all claimed to have appointed an accountable official within the deadline. But DTA's records list them as having been non-compliant sometime after that deadline. The National Health Funding Body, the Commonwealth Grants Commission again, and the Royal Australian Mint claim to have published an AI transparency statement on time, but again, DTA's records disagree. Now, conversely, the Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research openly admitted to not meeting the AI transparency statement deadline and refused to explain why. In the case of the Australian Accounting Standards Board and the Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, the Digital Transformation Agency wasn't even able to speak to either organisation about their obligations. Throughout March of 2025, DTA attempted to reach out to the two boards, but to no avail. The most extraordinary case was the National Competition Council, which did not know the policy existed until more than 6 months after the deadline passed. Version 2.0 of the policy came into force in December, requiring agencies and departments to develop a strategic position on AI adoption by June. I'll be keeping an eye on this during estimates later in the year because it is really important for us to see what takes place. We've seen artificial intelligence technology advance at a very terrifying pace. When the government makes the rules around artificial intelligence optional, there are serious consequences. We do not want another robo-debt. It was recently reported that the AI advisory body will no longer be going ahead. Now, this followed a 15-month recruitment process which cost nearly $200,000. The government is preaching fiscal responsibility in the lead up to the budget, and yet massive sums of money, of your money, taxpayer money, are being wasted. Not only has that money gone to waste, but we will no longer have an AI advisory body. As the AI revolution is going on all around us, in our workplaces, in our schools, and in our homes, the regulation is not keeping up. Now, we won't have an AI Act. We won't have specialists advising an AI policy. The government doesn't even comply with their own policy. It would be funny if it wasn't so dangerous. I'll now pivot from one cancelled agency in the industry and innovation portfolio to another. In February, it was announced that the Australian Space Agency Advisory Board, which had spent a year with no meetings and no members, would be dissolved. The board had its members removed in 2024 after a review into the Australian Space Agency's governance began. After another lengthy recruitment phase, the government gave up and got rid of the board entirely. That's more taxpayer dollars down the drain. Catherine Bennell-Pegg, the first Australian to qualify as an astronaut under Australia's space program, was Australian of the Year this year. What is the next generation of young Australian astronauts meant to think as they watch this government slowly strip away the very infrastructure of our space industry before it's even had a fair go? Now, these advisory bodies have had millions of dollars allocated to them. The money for the AI advisory body was allocated in 2024. If the government wasn't going to use the money, it should have put it somewhere else. Instead, it ummed and ahed about what it was going to do before shutting these boards. I think a lot of Australians are expecting a budget that doesn't tinker around the edges, but that engages in wholesome reforms which sets Australia on a path towards higher living standards and lower cost of living. The whispering and leaking campaign of doublespeak is all well and good within the Canberra bubble, but Australians around the country shouldn't believe it until they see it. We need more action from this government in this May budget. Thank you.
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, Australians are struggling. Young Australians don't feel confident in the future. And that makes me very sad, because they should. It is our job to ensure that we hand over to the next generation a life and a country that is better and easier than the one that we have had, and we're not doing that. Our legacy for them is for it to be harder for them, to have a greater debt burden, for them not to be able to own their own home, and for them to have to work more to be able to maintain their standards of living. And that's not okay. This Labor government hasn't been upfront with Australians. Our economy is weak. We've seen every single day further confirmed that fuel supply in our country is not guaranteed. In my home state of New South Wales, we're hearing different reports today from the Premier of between 500 and 600 petrol stations without fuel. That's from the New South Wales Labor Premier. That's not from the Liberal Party, it's not from the opposition, it's from the New South Wales Labor Premier. And Australians are hurting because of the actions and the inactions of this Albanese Labor government, and enough is enough. Australians are working harder but falling behind. We have had the largest collapse in living standards in the developed world. That should be something that is front and centre of this government in terms of its actions with the upcoming budget. So think about that. We have had the largest collapse in living standards. We have fuel instability. We have a weak economy. We have interest rates that went up a couple of weeks ago because our inflation is higher than our contemporaries. And what is this government focused on? Are they focused on solving these problems? I don't think so. My understanding is at the moment they're working very hard on plans to expand our parliament, to put more politicians into this building, both in the Senate and in the House. My view is, the view of the coalition is, they should be working to bring down inflation. They should be working to bring down interest rates, and they should be working to ensure productivity increases and that living standards of Australians increase. Australians have now endured 14 rate rises under this Albanese Labor government in some 4 years. 14 rate rises. Now, as will often happen, there will be the pushback from the other side that will talk about interest rates that they inherited, every story you can imagine. However, let's be clear, these 14 rate rises from this government are completely out of line with our global contemporaries. So this is the legacy of this government. But there's another side to this. There have also been 3 rate reductions under the Albanese Labor government. 14 rate rises, 3 rate reductions. But guess what? The Prime Minister and his Treasurer are more than happy to take credit for the rate reductions, but they don't want to be held responsible or accountable for the rate rises. Can somebody explain that to me? I'd really like to understand that. Families are paying around $27,000 a year more on a typical mortgage. Despite working harder and harder, they just keep going backwards. That's not rhetoric, that is a fact. $27,000 a year on an average mortgage that Australians have to pay because of the decisions of this Albanese Labor government. Our inflation here is higher than every single major advanced economy, and it is being driven by the decisions made by this government in this place, not just by global events. And because of this, our consumer confidence has fallen to its lowest levels since records began, stretching back over 50 years since 1972. I was 2 years old in 1972, so that was a really long time ago. Even below the COVID-19 pandemic low of 2020. That is the legacy of this Albanese Labor government. Our country is heading for a lost decade of productivity, leaving every Australian around $35,000 a year worse off. Productivity has declined under this government by about 5%. And who is going to pay for that? Young Australians, young people who will likely never be able to afford their own home. So they have the legacy of declining living standards. They have the legacy of declining productivity. They have the legacy from this government that they can't own their own home. They have the legacy of an increased debt burden into the future. No wonder young Australians are fed up and sick and tired of the people in this place. We are focused on 3 imperatives: cutting unnecessary regulation, beating inflation, and getting energy prices down. That is our job. And that is what we have to do in order to improve the lives of Australians. This government is running deficits because record levels of revenue are being outstripped by record levels of spending. And that leads to the concerns I raised before. We have higher inflation and higher interest rates because, in part, in significant part, of the spending of this government. The Treasurer talks about restraint regularly, but he doesn't demonstrate restraint. We don't need words, we need action. And this is setting up the next generation to have to pay off the debt of this Albanese Labor government. I spoke about increasing interest rates. The RBA has had to raise rates in part because of this government's high spending. That's a reality. The inflation in Australia in the 12 months to January 2026 was 3.8%. In the UK, 3%. In the US, 2.4%. Canada, 1.8%. Japan, 1.5%. Germany, 1.9%. So the government cannot point to global factors because global factors do not impact Australia in isolation. But what does impact Australia in isolation are the decisions and the poor decisions of the Albanese Labor government. That is what impacts Australians primarily. That does not have an impact on those other economies. Senator Chandler made an important point that this was the highest spending government in this country in 40 years outside a pandemic. Well, we may laugh, but it is a reality, and it is a sad reality.
Order. Order.
Well, I'll reference...
Order. No. Senator Kovacic, please sit down. Senator Farrell, you're experienced enough to know that that is not an acceptable interjection. Please withdraw. Senator Farrell, could you please withdraw on your feet?
Sure. I'll withdraw on my feet.
Thank you. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'll quote then from some of Australia's most eminent economists. AMP's chief economist, Shane Oliver, said, "A lot of the factors driving inflation relate to government spending." So that's not me making it up. That's not the opposition making it up. That's one of Australia's top economists. I have another one for you. IFM Investors chief economist Alex Joyner said, "We already have fiscal policy getting looser, but it could be even looser than we expect. The fiscal guardrails have come off." So the government has even lost support from its friend in the industry super sector. But I have more. HSBC chief economist Paul Bloxham said yesterday, "The primary driver of the pickup in inflation is not strong demand. To the extent that demand is playing much of a role, it is that public demand growth has been strong due to government spending." Again, that's not me, that's yet another economist. So that is the legacy of the Albanese Labor government. Spending growth running at 4 times the rate of the growth of this economy. And debt is set to reach $1 trillion. Since coming into office, this government has added $100 billion to the national debt. So despite what those on the other side think, this government cannot escape the laws of economics. High government spending always results in higher inflation, and higher inflation demands higher interest rates. So Australians are paying more when they have to pay their mortgage and when they have to pay their rent because this government is spending much more money than they have, and the impacts to Australians is such that their standards of living have crashed to amongst the lowest in the developed world. The Prime Minister and his Treasurer have a lot to answer for, but ultimately what we need them to do is to start doing their job, to start protecting Australians' way of life, because Australians cannot take any more of this. Australians are struggling. Our economy is weak, our fuel supply isn't guaranteed, and Australians absolutely are hurting.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Deputy President. The government has advanced a suite of appropriation bills covering an additional $9 billion of spending for this financial year. These bills provide allocations of taxpayers' money to maintain the government's recurring expenditure on operational matters, and on the many, many, many schemes the government is using to funnel taxpayers' money into the pockets of their donors and friends in the net zero scam, the parasitic net zero scam. Of the approximately $9.2 billion in spending in these bills, $2.9 billion is for net zero measures, 1/3. Of those, $130 million is for additional departmental expenses, and the rest is funding projects. This is on top of the $1 billion, on top of the $1 billion allocated in the previous appropriation bills for departmental expenses, and on top of $5 billion for funding projects this financial year. And this is on top of the $24 billion that has been spent so far in off-the-books expenditure for net zero measures, and the additional $9 billion which has been allocated to fund projects in the near future, for a total off-the-books spending of $33 billion. $33 billion. For clarity, these figures are to date, not just this financial year. Now, off the books. Off the books is an accounting trick the Uni Party has come to rely on. It's based on the premise that if the government borrows money and then on-lends that money to other people, that's not a budget expenditure, and as such does not form part of the budget spending or contribute to the deficit. Now, $33 billion is a huge amount of money to have sitting off the books, much of which will result in financial loss to taxpayers when these projects fail. When their mates' projects fail. If these projects were any good, private enterprise would be building them. The fact the government has had to stump up $24 billion so far, with another $9 billion expected over forward estimates, suggests the private sector knows something the government doesn't know, which is that these projects are boondoggles which will never recover their full or lifetime cost. Never recover their full or lifetime cost. This includes not only the cost of the solar panel, the wind turbine, the battery transmission line, and such like. It includes the installation cost, maintenance cost, and replacement cost. Batteries last 10 years, solar panels last 15 years, being generous, and wind turbines last 15 years. This means every piece of net zero generation and storage we have in Australia right now will have to be replaced before 2050, some twice, and replaced 3 times before 2060. 3 times before 2060. The cost won't end in 2050. It keeps going forever and ever and ever because these things have to be replaced. They have short, limited lifespans. Plus, lifetime costs includes the thing net zero ideologues never talk about, the disposal and remediation cost. New wind turbines are massive to tear down. Up to 250 metre tall, installation cost per turbine is over $1 million. Plus, removing them when they're damaged, catch fire, or reach the end of their life costs $1 million each. If a company wants to open a new mine in Australia, they must put money or a surety to cover the cost of remediation, a bond. This bond payment has been law in mining for years, and it should be there. No such law, though, exists for wind and solar installations. I can understand why. Blowing the top off a mountain to create the flat area necessary for the massive footprints these things require is permanent environmental damage. No remediation can fix it. One can't come along after the project has been shuttered and glue the mountain back together again. The damage, the vandalism is permanent. Permanent. In these appropriation bills, the government has made provision for building or subsidising the build of these things, though not removing and remediating afterwards. Nobody has added all these expenditures together to compile a whole-of-government cost of net zero. One Nation has asked the Parliamentary Budget Office for that figure, so stay tuned. The total economic cost of the transition out to 2060, government and private sector, has been estimated at between $7 trillion and $9 trillion. $7 to $9 trillion. and these people in the government do not even know. And these people in the opposition did not even have a clue when they started this transition. This information is from the independent Net Zero Australia, a project of the universities of Melbourne, Queensland and Princeton. Bloomberg puts the figure at $2.4 trillion out to 2050. Net zero spend is up 400% under this government between 2022 and 2026. 400%. The expectation is this government will keep throwing money at an imaginary problem for as long, a confected problem, for as long as the public think humans can change the weather on a global scale. This is insane. Decarbonisation now extends right through the bureaucracy and agencies. There are decarbonisation officers in every government department, plus the net zero reporting, plus
Senator
government grants to industry and academia.
I would ask you to resume your seat. You will be in continuation. It being 12:15, we will move to Senator statements. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements for speaking times as agreed by the whips. And I call Senator Mulholland.
Deputy President, by now we've all seen the latest bizarro thought bubble to come out of the coalition, that we should have more babies. To quote, "We need more Australian babies," whatever that means. On becoming the new leader of the Nationals, Senator Canavan was immediately out of the gates with some fertility advice for women, like it's some sort of group project. But like any group project that I've been involved in, there's always one person that thinks they don't have to do any of the work, and that's the coalition. So give us a break, guys, because we know where the coalition stands on economic reforms that actually support Australian families. They have never seen an economic policy that supports working families that they don't want to drive a sledgehammer through. The expansion of paid parental leave to 26 weeks, they don't support it. Funding cheaper childcare, they don't support it. The 3-day guarantee for childcare, they opposed it. Pay rises for childcare educators, they said was a waste of money. Putting superannuation on paid parental leave for women, they voted against it. Flexible work for working families, they tried to abolish it during the last election. So let this working mother tell you this: you cannot call for more babies while opposing cheaper childcare for 3 million families in this country who rely on it. You cannot champion families while undermining flexible work. You cannot value motherhood while undervaluing working motherhood. You don't get to lecture women about having more children while voting against every single measure that makes it even more remotely possible for families to have more children. The average cost of raising a child in Australia has gone up from $250,000 to $300,000. Every time you vote against paid parental leave and cheaper childcare, you're voting against those families. So on behalf of the working families of Australia, I ask, make it sense. Make it make sense. If you want to tell the 1.4 million children in early education and their families that they don't deserve that extra support, good luck, but you're on your own there. Deputy President, now let's compare the Coalition's attacks on working families and women's with Labor's positive plan. Because Labor's commitment to fight against inequality means that we are always fighting for working women. And there is a structural inequality in this country that follows women from their very first pay slip all the way through to retirement, and that is the gender superannuation gap. Right now, women retire with around 75% of what men have in their superannuation accounts. There is a 25% superannuation gap in retirement savings between men and women in this country. And if you want to understand how unfair it is, think about it this way. If we were at a bar at a retirement party and all the blokes were able to get their schooners filled up to the top, while me and the other women in this place, we would get a glass that was only 3/4 full. And let me tell you, in Queensland, that's a fast way to start a pub fight. So Labor is taking up the fight for women because we believe in a fair go. And our industry super funds get this. I'm proud that Queensland is home to Australia's second largest superannuation fund, Australian Retirement Trust. And I thank Australian Retirement Trust for the opportunity to visit their Brisbane office last week. It was a great opportunity to talk with the industry about how we can continue to address the super gender pay gap. It's because women are more likely to take time out of the workforce to care for children and loved ones. They are more likely to work part-time while balancing those caring responsibilities. And too often they miss out on the super contributions that make all the difference over time, resulting from those years spent out of the paid workforce. So to Senator Canavan, you might want to have a think about when you tell Australian women to go and have more babies.
Order. Remarks should be through the chair, and interjections
usually
are
a much shorter.
disorderly.
We don't need a diagram. But that is why the Albanese government is taking real and practical steps to close this gap. There are three major reforms that we know will make a difference to millions of Australians. From the 1st of July this year, super will be paid on government-funded paid parental leave. That means if you're receiving government-funded paid parental leave, you will also receive a 12% super contribution. Because taking time out of the workforce to raise a child should not mean falling behind in your retirement. Second, we are introducing payday super, which means you will be paid superannuation at the same time as your wages. For far too long, employers have only been required to pay super quarterly. That meant delays. It meant lost compounding interest in workers' bank accounts. And it makes it harder for workers to track whether they're being paid what they are owed. And we know that there is around $3.6 billion in superannuation that isn't being paid to workers at all. So this is a critical reform. And thirdly, we are strengthening support for low-income Australians through the low-income super tax offset. From next year, the maximum annual payment will increase to $810 and the income threshold will rise to $45,000. This means around 1.3 million Australians, many of them women and young people, will receive a direct boost to their retirement savings. These are not small tweaks. They are meaningful reforms that go to the heart of fairness in our superannuation system. Because closing the gender pay gap and the super gap isn't just about retirement, it's about economic security, independence and dignity. Finally, March is Endometriosis Awareness Month. This campaign is trying to increase awareness, research, funding and support for those living with this chronic disease. And we really do need to destigmatise talking about women's health issues. Endometriosis is a condition where tissue, similar to the lining of the womb, grows in other parts of the body. And while that clinical definition may not sound straightforward, the lived experience is anything but. For many women, it means extreme pain in their everyday life. It can mean persistent pelvic pain, abdominal bloating, nausea, and overwhelming fatigue. And yet, despite how serious this condition is, there is still no known cause and there is no cure. At the start of this month, I had the privilege of meeting with Bindi Irwin at Australia Zoo, who bravely spoke to me about her own endometriosis battles. We all know her as the warm and opportunistic and optimistic young woman from TV, but what struck me about our conversation was her strength and honesty. She said she was made to feel utterly ashamed when she told her doctor about the pain that she was experiencing. And she's right to call that out, because no one should be made to feel ashamed of their pain. I also want to acknowledge former Yellow Wiggle Emma for publicly sharing her own severe endometriosis journey. She has called for better understanding and encouraged others to seek prompt diagnosis and prioritise their own health. And of course, my good friend, former Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk. I thank her for her courage in speaking out about her own endometriosis battles, because we know that speaking out is powerful. It does help other women realise they are not alone, and it helps to shift the conversation, which is so critical. Because right now, it takes more than 7 years on average for women to receive an endometriosis diagnosis. 7 years of being told it's just a bad period pain. 7 years of being patted on the head and dismissed. 7 years of suffering in silence. No one should have to fight to be believed, and no one should have to wait years for answers about their own body. This Endometriosis Awareness Month let us commit to doing better by listening, by investing in research and by standing with those affected. Because for far too long, this condition has been hidden in the shadows, and it's time we brought it into the light. And proudly, Labor is investing in 11 new Medicare-funded endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, which will bring the total to 33 nationwide. As a working mum from the burbs, I can hold my head up high working for a party that's putting women at the centre of our decision-making. We are the first government in Australian history with more than 50% female representation in this parliament. And it's hard to fathom that the Liberals need an election review to tell them that they clearly have a problem with women. The problem is sitting right in front of my eyes. I'm looking at it. Not only do you have a lack of female representation in your party, you are actively voting against legislation that is beneficial to women. And now you're committed to telling them to have more babies with zero support. But on our side of politics, we will always stand up for Australian women, and we put our money where our mouth is, whether it be 26 weeks of paid parental leave, super unpaid parental leave, ending the gender pay gap, targeting representation.
Senator Mulholland, your time has expired. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. I should say at the outset, in terms of the coalition and women representing the coalition in this place, one of the reasons that Senator Mulholland was able to make the cheap crack she just made was so many of the women in this place serving the coalition in the Senate are on the front bench. So Senator Cash, our leader, Senator Ruston, the deputy leader, Senator Bridget McKenzie, Senator McDonald, Senator Chandler, Senator Hume, Senator Henderson, Senator Nampijinpa Price. So the coalition has outstanding women on the front bench in this place in the Senate, and as a backbencher, I'm proud to serve behind them. Senator Farrell, I'm proud to serve behind them on the backbench. Outstanding female representation on behalf of the coalition in this place. Having said that, I would like to commend Senator Mulholland on her comments in relation to endometriosis, and I would like to commend one of those women on the coalition side, Senator Anne Ruston, for her advocacy in relation to endometriosis. I have some people very close and dear to me who've suffered from endometriosis, and their voices need to be heard. And I think it's something all senators in this place will be acutely interested in terms of progressing an appropriate response to endometriosis in this country. Deputy President, I have the opportunity to give this statement because Senator Jackie Lambie ceded her position on this statement speaking list to me because she was unable to attend proceedings today, and I wish Senator Lambie all the best. So it is appropriate for me to use this opportunity to talk about some of the evidence that was received in the additional estimates hearing from the Department of Veterans Affairs in relation to its engagement with the medical profession, in particular those members of the medical profession providing health services to our veterans. And this is something which Senator Lambie is passionate about and something which I have previously spoken about in this place. And I must say that the evidence we received in additional estimates on Tuesday, 10 March 2026 underlined the concerns that have been reported to me by members of the profession, the health profession, who are seeking to provide health services to our veterans. And I just want to quickly walk through some of the issues which were covered in Senate estimates, and this transcript is now online for anyone who wants to read it in its totality. The first issue I raised, which had been raised with me by the Australian Medical Association AMA Queensland branch, was that a number of medical practitioners had received letters from the department which they felt were treating them as criminals, that they were raising legitimate questions with respect to what invoicing amounts they should make, and instead of having an opportunity to engage with the Department of Veterans Affairs and alleviate those concerns, they were receiving letters which had a paragraph in them talking about potential references to the Australian Federal Police. Totally inappropriate, totally inappropriate. And I raised those questions during estimates with the Secretary and Deputy Secretary. I'm looking forward to their further responses because similar concerns were raised by Senator Shoebridge from the Greens Party and also Senator Pocock from the crossbench. So this is a real concern with respect to the Department of Veterans Affairs conducting itself in a way where medical practitioners who are doing their best to support our veterans feel as if they're being communicated with, as if they're doing the wrong thing and potentially should be referred to the Australian Federal Police. That's the first point we discussed. Next point we discussed during this estimates hearing was whether or not the Department of Veterans Affairs pays the same fee to all providers for compensation medical assessments. So the concerns that have been raised with me is that there are small practices which seek to charge a fee, get those fees questioned, etc. And then we find out that there are larger practices, in particular Milcoa, who are charging fees at differential rates and getting paid for those higher fees. And this raises the question as to whether or not we're operating in a two-fee system. And I raised these questions with the department, and I've got to say the answers that were given on the evening of the additional estimates were unsatisfactory. Unsatisfactory. I was referred to a schedule. Sure, the schedule's been published, but the question is whether or not there is differential fees being paid, different fees being paid to different providers providing the same service. And those questions linger. So I'm looking very much forward to the Department of Veterans Affairs' further explanation with respect to those matters. Another element that was raised, another issue that was raised, was with respect to the differential fees which are paid by, for example, WorkCover Queensland for medical assessments, as opposed to the fees paid by the Department of Veterans Affairs. Why is it that a medical assessment performed by someone on behalf of a veteran, why is it that someone is paid less, a medical professional is paid less than what WorkCover is paying for a similar sort of medical assessment? And in many cases, the veteran's medical health assessment is far more complicated because you're dealing with a longer history and you're dealing with multiple conditions. And again, we haven't received a satisfactory answer to that question up to today's date. So again, I encourage the department, give us the data, provide us the further information, the further explanations, because these issues are being raised with us. Senator David Pocock raised a concern in terms of what's referred to as the treating doctor issue, and the department wanting to make sure that whoever is providing a medical assessment is the treating doctor. Senator David Pocock raised an issue of a contact with a medical practitioner just during the course of this month, which asked for all clinical notes in relation to a patient from April 2023 all the way up to 2026. What an administrative nightmare. Why are we imposing this administrative nightmare upon our health practitioners who are trying to provide a service to our veterans? Again, this is something which needs to be further prosecuted. So I've raised these questions. I've put additional questions on notice. I also note the comments that the Department of Veterans Affairs made, that they benchmark the rates that they permit to be charged in relation to this work for our veterans to national AMA rates. Well, can I tell you that at no time was AMA Queensland or the members of AMA Queensland consulted? And the Australian Medical Association of Queensland has confirmed that with me. So I'll be pursuing that issue as well, and I'll be pursuing the multiple issues that have been raised by medical practitioners, veterans, with me directly since I asked these questions in estimates. And that's given me every confidence, not in the system as it's currently working, it's given me every confidence in the concerns, it's given me every confidence that there's substance in the concerns that have been raised with me. And I'll continue to pursue these issues, as I'm sure Senator Lambie will. Deputy President, on Saturday night I had the opportunity to celebrate Nowruz with our wonderful Iranian Queensland community. And Nowruz is the celebration of the new year, which occurs in Iran. It's thousands of years old, and there is no place I would have rather be on Saturday night than with our Iranian Queensland community celebrating Nowruz. And I'm inspired by that community. I'm inspired by the way our Iranian Queensland community has weekend after weekend protested in favour of human rights, spoken up for freedom and democracy in Iran. I'm inspired that they've had the courage to do that, notwithstanding that the long arm of the existing evil regime in Iran extends its way into Australia through foreign infiltration and seeks to intimidate, seeks to instill fear in members of the Iranian Australian diaspora. I'm inspired that our Iranian Australian community is still advocating for freedom, for democracy and peace in Iran. And I was left to reflect on the fact that since we'd gathered for the previous year's New Year's celebration, the tens of thousands of Iranians have perished, have been murdered by the evil regime in Iran over the course of the last 12 months. And I reflect on the sacrifices they've made for freedom and democracy in their homeland. And I'm sure all senators would agree with me that we stand shoulder to shoulder with our Iranian Australian community as they advocate for peace and democracy in Iran.
Senator Scarr, your time has expired. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, the war is just getting started and it is already wreaking havoc right across the world, including here in Australia. And before I go much further, Mr Deputy President, let's point out the Greens are the only political party in this country that opposed this war from the beginning and opposed Australia getting involved. And now we see the vast majority of Australians agree with us. They don't want anything to do with this bloody war of Mr Trump's. They don't want Australia to be involved, and they certainly don't want to see any more of its pain inflicted on us here. Because it is Australians who are now paying the price of Donald Trump's war and the war that has been backed by the war parties in this place, by One Nation, by the National Party, by the Liberal Party, by the Labor government. These war parties backed the war, and it is now inflicting pain and suffering, not just on the innocent people in the Middle East, but on everyday Australians going about their business. Our government was one of the first governments to back Donald Trump's war. And you cannot, in good honesty, in good conscience, look at what has happened over the last 4 weeks and say that was a good decision. It was a stupid decision. It was a dumb decision. Australia should not have swung in behind Donald Trump's attempts to bomb Iran into smithereens. Of course, this war was going to erupt. Tensions would escalate, and what has happened over the last month has now ensured. People are struggling to pay for basic costs of living. People's mortgages have gone up. People's petrol prices have gone up. We're now looking at whether people's rubbish is even going to be collected because of the cost of diesel for the trucks. And as this crisis deepens, it won't just be the cost of energy that pushes households to the brink. Our food supply may very well soon be impacted too. And who urged Mr Donald Trump to take this irresponsible action? Well, none other than Mr Rupert Murdoch. That's what reports out this week are showing. That the media mogul, once an Australian, now an American, urged the President of the United States to bomb Iran. I mean, this sickening attitude and entitlement of men like Rupert Murdoch and Donald Trump to think their war games should just go ahead without any thought of consequence for what that means for the real people on the ground and around the world. Innocent civilians in the Middle East, the school children, the schoolgirls who were the first who died and were bombed by the United States. The tens of thousands of families in Lebanon who are now displaced, frightened and hungry. The thousands of innocent civilians who have already been killed. And then you don't have to go much beyond the borders of the Middle East to see this devastating war and its effects rippling across the globe. War sells newspapers. Bad news sells newspapers. Wars sell newspapers. It sells media subscriptions. And of course, whipping up fear, division, hate boosts the profits of people like Mr. Murdoch. And of course, not just the old school media moguls, but the social media moguls as well. So while Mr. Murdoch and Mr. Zuckerberg sit back making massive profits, the big fossil fuel companies making huge profits off blood money created from this war, it's regular people who are paying the price. And no wonder Australians are so opposed. Polling out today shows that 3/4 of Australians strongly oppose this war. They don't want it. They don't like it. They don't want anything to do with it. 2/3 of Australians think the Albanese government should never have sent the warplanes to the Middle East. And of course, in America, the people of the United States disapprove with this war as well. New polling out today shows 61% of Americans disapprove of Donald Trump's actions in Iran and in the Middle East. In fact, almost half of Americans are worried that this war is going to make the world and them less safe. And they're right. They are less safe because of what Donald Trump has done. And Mr. Trump, after blowing up the international rules-based order, is now digging in his heels, refusing to see the pain and suffering that his bloody actions are having on everybody else. He is behaving like a spoilt brat. A spoilt brat who's just trashed his room, thrown his dinner on the floor, and then is still demanding dessert. He's behaving like a man-child. But it's serious because this is having real-life impacts on everybody. The international and the domestic crisis runs deep. This war has caused the worst disruption of travel since COVID. Jetstar's just announced they're cutting flights to New Zealand because of the fuel shortage created from Donald Trump's war. Countries across Asia have announced they've had to cut the amount of days people can go to work because of the crisis. The Philippines have declared a national emergency because of the pain that Donald Trump's war is having on them. Australia Post here in our country contacted their customers yesterday saying that they are having to triple the fees for postage and delivery services. That means a huge impact on businesses right across our country. Small businesses, middle-sized businesses, big businesses. Everyone else is paying the price of Donald Trump's war. And yet we have the parties in this place, the Labor Party, the Liberal Party, the National Party, Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party, all backing this war and saying the pain is okay. Well, it's not okay. And you can't complain about the cost of living crisis that this war has plunged Australians in while you still back Donald Trump's actions. You've got to pick a side. And if 4 weeks on, if you can't see how devastating, how stupid, how dumb-minded this decision to start this war, to back this war was, then you don't deserve the respect of the Australian people, because you're not being honest with them. And I say this particularly about One Nation. One Nation is clearly very friendly with Mr. Trump. Their leader, Pauline Hanson, hangs out at his place in Miami. They're friends. They hang out together, they support each other. They've got a mutual friend, of course, in Gina Rinehart. And they all back this war, which is causing pain and suffering to everybody else.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise today to join you, Mr Acting Deputy President, in giving my support to the Iranian Australian community. The Iranian Australian diaspora is such an amazing addition to our broader Australian community, and they show in their actions and in their beliefs that they care absolutely about freedom and that they care so much about what is happening back in their country of origin in Iran, where so many people are suffering at the hands of a despotic regime. We all wish for peace and a better future for Iran, and I just want to give my thanks to the amazing displays of solidarity and support that the Iranian Australian community have provided to those suffering back in their home country. Well, Labor is bad for Western Australia in so many ways. We can see it in the current fuel crisis. I was speaking just this morning to an earth-moving contractor in the Great Southern of Western Australia. He uses around 5,000 litres of fuel a day when operating at full capacity, and he's got 5,000 litres of diesel left in his tanks. He's been told by his supplier that when he can get supply, which he is not guaranteed, that supply will come at over $3 a litre. Think about that, what that is doing to the cost of business in my home state of Western Australia. Think about what that is doing to so many individuals who rely on transportation to generate their income, who rely on diesel to generate their income, like earth-moving contractors do. This Labor government shut down the West Australian live sheep industry. They have just signed a deal with the European Union, a so-called free trade agreement that offers nothing to Australian agriculture, nothing to West Australian agriculture. They have let the unions bust back into the great West Australian mining industry, an industry that has seen 30 years of high productivity, of very low industrial disputation rates. Under this Labor government, following the instructions of their union masters, we've seen 900 right of entry requests in 2025 alone and 164 to March 10th this year, an average of 2.4 every day in one company alone. Now remember, I have every respect for FIFO workers. I have every respect for mining workers. These are not low-paid workers. In fact, the average rate of a FIFO worker in Western Australia, the average pay rate, is around double that of average incomes in Australia. The union movement will only reduce productivity, damage the great West Australian mining sector and thereby damage the whole of Australia. We've seen this government in its lukewarm support for our wonderful gas industry in Western Australia. At the state level, the Labor Party has attacked the commercial fishing industry in Western Australia. Its failed and disastrous cultural heritage legislation is still causing pain, with Mr Maddox still tied up in court for putting a culvert over a drain, a non-permanent water flow through his property so he could get access in the winter. That's what Labor's Cultural Heritage Act, the pain that is still causing in Western Australia. And we have a federal Labor government that has promised its own version of the Cultural Heritage Act, which a minister said was going to look very like the West Australian Act. So goodness help us all. Western Australia is suffering under a bad state Labor government and suffering even more under a bad federal Labor government. Well, the great gas industry from my home state of WA just keeps being attacked in this place. There are those at the end of the chamber who want to see a new tax put on that industry. And what's that going to do? Is it going to encourage new investment? Is it going to encourage the new supplies of gas that we will need in the decades to come? Of course it won't. And in the middle of this current energy crisis, which the Labor government has completely failed to address in any meaningful way, we see the importance of that gas industry in another way. So I've talked in this place before about its economic importance, not just to Western Australia, but to the whole of Australia. The billions of dollars of tax revenue it flows into our coffers and into the state government's coffers, the thousands of people it employs in very high-paying jobs. But we see now another benefit of that industry, and that is in the geopolitical trade links it provides us with, in our exports to Southeast Asia in particular, and our good friends, trading partners and geopolitical allies like Japan, who see the benefit of the supplies of gas and in return provide us with the diesel that we need to keep our industries going. These two-way trade flows strengthen our economy, strengthen our resilience. We see it in our relationship with Singapore. We see it in our relationship with Taiwan. We see it in our relationship with South Korea. So this gas industry is not just good for the economy, it's not just good for manufacturing in Western Australia, it's also so good for our place in Southeast Asia. Now, what is this government doing when we face a fuel crisis, the likes of which this country has never seen before? They're spending their time talking about putting more politicians into Canberra. More politicians into Canberra. Can you think of anything less likely to provide benefit to the people of Australia when they're suffering a fuel crisis, a cost of living crisis, an inflation crisis, an interest rate crisis, than putting more politicians into Canberra? That's just going to cost taxpayers more, and will it improve the efficiency of this place? Well, I don't think you can really make a case for that. We do not need more politicians in Canberra. We need better government that is delivering for the people of Australia. It is extraordinary, as I stand here today, that back in my home state of Western Australia, we have farmers who are uncertain about the future of their crop planting. The Western Australian wheat industry, the West Australian grains industry, has performed magnificently over the past 4 or 5 years, in fact over the last decades. But over the past 4 years, they have delivered record crops to the West Australian bins 3 of those 4 years. Quite extraordinary. 20 million tonne plus crops. Now that grain doesn't go to feed Australia, it goes to feed the world. 95% of the Australian grain crop is exported. West Australian grain crop is exported. That is in turn feeding 50 million plus individuals on this planet who don't live in Australia. That is an extraordinary contribution from the West Australian grains industry to the world. And yet, we have those extraordinarily efficient West Australian grain farmers today wondering what the future of this season holds because of a lack of certainty over diesel supplies and a very high lack of certainty over fertiliser supplies throughout the season. West Australian grain growers, who, as I've said, feed the world, deserve more certainty from this government. It was caught asleep at the wheel when it was very clear the likelihood of disruption in the Middle East was extraordinarily high, and yet they were asleep at the wheel. 4 weeks we heard in this place that there was no problems with our fuel supply, there was no problem with fertiliser supply, and yet now we see it on the ground hurting real Australians.
Thank you very much, Senator Brockman. Senator Brown.
Thank you. I rise to speak about a recent event that I had the opportunity to host here at Parliament House as co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of St John's Ambulance Australia. It brought together colleagues, volunteers and frontline leaders to hear directly about St John's work across the country. I want to acknowledge Brendan Maher, the CEO of St John's Ambulance Australia, General David Hurley, who chairs the organisation's Disaster Response, Resilience and Recovery Advisory Group, the Minister for Emergency Management, Minister McBain, for attending and for giving so much of her time to this event, and of course my co-chair, Senator Andrew McLaughlin. St John's is an organisation that most Australians recognise. For many it is the volunteers at community events, the first aid courses we take at school or work, or the quiet presence of the trained responders ready to step in when something goes wrong. But what became very clear through this event is that St John's role goes far beyond what many people see day to day. It is in many ways part of Australia's national safety net. Across the country, St John's supports millions of Australians each year through first aid training, event health services and community programs, alongside a skilled volunteer workbase that plays a critical role during emergencies. As disasters become more frequent and complex, that role is only growing. Organisations like St John's are essential to how we prepare for and respond to and recover from those events. One of the things that stood out to me during the event was just how practical and grounded this work is. We saw first aid demonstrations, we spoke with volunteers who had been deployed into disaster zones, we'd heard about the simple interventions that can stabilise somebody in a critical moment and in many cases save a life. That is the power of first aid, the aid given first. It does save lives. Disaster preparedness is not only about systems, it's about whether someone nearby knows what to do in those first few minutes. That is where St John's training and community education is so valuable. At the same time, the event also highlighted some of the challenges the organisation is facing. St John operates across every state and territory, while disaster response systems in Australia are primarily organised at the state level. That can create practical challenges when it comes to coordinating volunteers, aligning training standards and deploying some people quickly across borders when they need it most. We also heard about the increasing demand on volunteers and the need to ensure that this workforce is supported, trained and equipped to respond safely and effectively. These are not small issues. They go to the heart of how Australia manages risk in a more uncertain climate. I welcome St John's practical proposal to address some of these challenges. They have focused on stronger coordination, better cross-border deployment, increased training and upgraded system. This is their proposal, at the heart of their proposal in their pre-budget submission to government. It's a modest proposal with the potential to deliver real improvements in how we manage disasters. Importantly, this will complement the work the states and territories already do. It recognises in large-scale events no single agency or jurisdiction can do everything alone. We need systems that work together, and we need organisations that can operate effectively across those boundaries. Another point that came through strongly is the value of volunteers. St John has one of the largest volunteer networks in the country. These are people who give their time, their skills, their energy to help others, often in very challenging circumstances. They are a critical part of our disaster response capability, but they are also part of the social fabric of our communities. Events like this one held yesterday matter because they give us a clearer picture of what is working, where the gaps are, and what practical steps we can take. I want to thank St John's Ambulance Australia for the work they do every day to keep Australians safe. I also want to acknowledge the volunteers and staff who continue to step up, often without recognition, to support others in times of need. Their work saves lives, it supports community, and it strengthens our country. And organisations like St John's are a key part of that effort when it comes to disaster preparedness, and getting it right matters.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I want to draw attention to the sudden closure of the AEIOU Foundation, including its centre here in the ACT, and the impact that this has had and will have on children in our community and in communities across Australia. This is, or was, a specialised centre for children with autism. Gone overnight because the NDIS has refused to provide the funding children with autism need to access the centre. These are young children at a critical stage of development. When those supports are disrupted, the consequences are immediate, and in some cases, they will be long-lasting. For parents, this has meant scrambling to find alternatives in a system that is already stretched. Specialist services are limited, particularly here in the ACT. Parents are waiting 18 months to get an appointment with the Childhood Development Service, and there are almost no mainstream services that provide the level of specialised support many families need. Let me read an email I received from Henry. My son is now without care, without therapy, and worst of all, has no hope of accessing the one service that had the best potential for improving his life. He can't access the special needs school in Canberra for at least another year, and this is only if there is sufficient space available. The local special needs school, Cranley, had no preschool program this year, for example, and no spaces in year one. So we're left trying to access mainstream childcare where they either can't accept him, or if they can, it's without the appropriate accommodation for his needs. If this is an intended outcome of the NDIS reforms currently underway, then it's the wrong outcome. This will have an impact on the development and well-being of these children, and this is something we urgently need to grapple with. And if this sort of cut is due to wanting to spend less money, then we've got it all wrong. Because we know that early intervention, these sort of supports for young Australians and their families actually save us money in the long term. The conflict in the Middle East has again shown us how quickly our conflicts overseas can drive up energy prices here in Australia. Australians are now paying $2.50 or more for petrol and diesel, and much more in some regional areas. Businesses are facing higher transport costs, and many farmers are grappling with both a supply and cost challenge. Not long ago, we saw gas and electricity prices soar following Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And what sits behind this is a truth that we must confront. Fossil fuel prices are incredibly volatile, and they're also inflationary. Despite being a major exporter of energy, Australia is still heavily reliant on imported petrol and diesel. We know that the most effective way to reduce our reliance on global energy markets is to electrify our homes, businesses, and our transport sector. Every time a household switches to electric appliances, installs solar and batteries, or drives an electric vehicle, they reduce our exposure to volatile and unpredictable global fossil fuel markets. And the benefits are substantial. In the ACT, modelling shows that full electrification could save households around $5,000 each year. $5,000 a year. That's a lot more than the promised $275 reduction in electricity bills. Renewable energy can't be blockaded. We haven't seen conflict in the Middle East over an abundance of sunshine. It's not controlled by other countries. And so we need to both crack on with the transition and be very clear-eyed about it. In regional and rural areas, liquid fuels, particularly diesel, will be needed in significant amounts for many years to come. But in our cities, we can and must electrify now. This is the opportunity for Australia to unlock cost savings for households, and particularly low-income households, people on fixed incomes. What we need is the political will from the government and the coalition to get past.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is a very difficult time for our community. My office, I'm sure offices of MPs across the country, are hearing directly from people who, for the last 6 months, 12 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, have been battling against the day-to-day reality of a cost of living crisis, of not being able to afford your rent, not knowing where you're going to get your money for your weekly shop from, not knowing how you're going to pay for your healthcare bills. These struggles are so much more than sound bites for politicians to wheel out or headlines for the media to repeat. These are daily struggles. And now, those same people who have already been stressed and struggling for so long are being confronted by massive increases in the cost of fuel and in the cost of everything affected by those increasing prices of petrol and of diesel. And why? Because of a war started by Donald Trump, a war supported by the Albanese government. That is why they are facing these costs. And at the same time, they are witnessing the corporations who for decades have utilised their influence in this space not only to dodge their taxes, but to write the rules across the board in their favour. Those corporate giants are once again looking at this crisis, looking at people who are struggling and thinking, how can we make money? How can we get a buck out of this? And they are sickened. Now, the Greens put forward anti-price gouging legislation more than 3 or 4 sittings of Parliament ago. Earlier this year, we put forward that legislation. The government didn't back it. They've coughed up some kind of bill today. Does it have teeth? I've seen more teeth in a gummy shark. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We cannot continue to allow big corporate Australia to rip off the community in this moment of crisis. We have to make these corporations, these gas exporters, pay their fair share of tax. It is possible. We could put in place right now a 25% levy on gas exports. And we could, with the billions that would raise, provide direct support to the members of our community who right now are doing it tougher than ever. This is not a radical idea. Other countries have done this. Norway did this in the 90s. They placed a 56% tax on oil and gas companies and now have one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world. And what does that enable? That enables universal healthcare and universal education systems that are so much more comprehensive than the systems people have to navigate here in Australia. If we had put this tax in place, if we had made these corporations pay their fair share 4 years ago, already we would have raised $63 billion claimed back for the community and able to be used to support our teachers, to support our nurses, to support those people supporting the community right now. We need to make these companies pay their fair share. They cannot be allowed to continue to rip people off.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The current fuel crisis has once again shone a light on this Labor government's inaction on national resilience and our exposure to global emergencies. The lack of effective sovereign supply chains of our most basic needs is laying bare this government's policy on the run, not policy to prepare. The energy system, from liquid fuels for our transport, fertiliser for our crops, and cheap, reliable coal and gas, is in abundance in Australia. And yet we face shortages and spiralling costs. The reasons for this are clear, Acting Deputy President. The Albanese government has put ideology before practicality. In appealing to a net zero mandate set by overseas vested interests, the government is trying to live in the world they want, not the world as it is. The Peace Research Institute Oslo reports the world has undertaken a structural shift with inter- and intrastate violence at a level not seen since World War II. This is the world we find ourselves in, and the one that we must prepare to face. And yet the most serious and increasingly likely disruption to Australia's way of life will make the current Middle East fuel crisis seem inconsequential. A disruption to maritime trade in the South China Sea due to the People's Republic of China assaulting Taiwan will be felt across the full breadth of Australian society, not just at the petrol bowser. And let's be very clear here. The timeline for preparation for this is shrinking rapidly. Xi's ambition to retake Taiwan has meant his forces have had to prepare for 2027. That's just next year. China is Australia's largest trading partner, and that partnership is growing. Even without military intervention by Australia, the Malacca Strait and Chinese ports will be effectively inoperable in such a conflict. That means even less fuel making it to Australia than in the current crisis. It means less advanced economy end products, a drastic reduction in pharmaceuticals, vital chemicals for water and industry, and the potential to cut our communications with the outside world completely, with undersea cable degradation. And in the face of this, the Albanese government, in real terms, has cut the defence budget.
And our national security strategy is years out of date. It's basically unusable now. Only the coalition will properly plan to protect Australians' way of life. Manufacturing is the bedrock of self-reliance, and without a sophisticated manufacturing base, Australia remains at the mercy of international logistics, which can be severed by conflict or pandemics, as we have seen over the past few years and today. We must rapidly rearm our Defence Force with weapons built in Australia from Australian steel and plastics, and hard work. We must ensure our domestic industries have the tools for success, such as low-cost power, highly skilled Australians, and reliable sovereign supply chains. We must harness the abundant energy resources of this great country of ours: coal, gas, uranium. Enough of the excuses. It is time to deliver results. Australians are facing the greatest geostrategic challenge of our time, and yet we are also facing a reduction in real terms of our defence budget, a fragmented foreign policy, a society with frayed cohesion, a government out of step with its allies, and our domestic industrial resilience under extreme stress. The Prime Minister is walking us towards failure as a nation, and he needs to do his job, or we should find someone who will.
Senator Anand-Rajah.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, 2/3 of Australian women of childbearing age are on some type of contraception. Now, it took this Labor government 30 years to list new contraceptive pills on the PBS. Yasmin, Slinda are just some examples. So is that job done? Can we all, say job done? Women are getting what they need. The problem with the pill is that the pill is kind of like old tech. It's only about 92% effective. And the reason for that is simple. People forget. They may have problems with absorption due to vomiting or diarrhea, or they may be taking other drugs like antibiotics that interact with the pill and thereby make it less effective than what it says on the label. So in the real world, the effectiveness of the pill is 92% or probably a bit less than that. But there is an alternative, and the alternative has been backed in by this Albanese Labor government. Long-acting reversible contraceptives, also known as implants or IUDs, are far more effective than the pill. In fact, 99% effective. They are so effective that they are regarded as set and forget contraception. And with the work that we have done, these will now be heavily subsidised, saving women around $400 per year. Significant. But I have other concerns. State governments around the country, including in Victoria, are moving to allow pharmacists to prescribe or initiate the pill. Now, there are clear health risks associated with the pill. They are well recognised. Thrombosis is the principal one, so is stroke. Putting aside that, the concern I have with the pharmacy-driven model is that it will skew contraception even further towards the pill, rather than long-acting reversible contraceptives. And the issue here is that unintended pregnancies are a huge issue in Australia. About 40% of pregnancies are unintended. That equates to about 200,000 pregnancies a year are unintended, meaning unplanned or mistimed. Women in regional Australia are nearly 1.5 times more likely to have an unintended pregnancy. Half of those pregnancies end up in a live birth, about a third end up with an abortion. And we know that surgical abortion in particular is not easy in this country. Having an unplanned or unintended pregnancy is not without cost. There are direct healthcare costs, and then there are indirect costs of lost wages, of needing government support, of employer benefits, of sometimes marital conflict and mental health impacts. And when you quantify it, the number is in the order of around $7.2 billion, adding health costs and non-healthcare costs together. So I am concerned that state governments are giving the green light to allow pharmacists to initiate the pill. It will skew contraception towards the pill when we know that there are more effective types of contraception that women can access. And I would urge all women to do your research. Go to credible, reputable websites like the Jean Hales Foundation or MSI Australia, and certainly go and see your GP and have a more fulsome discussion about the variety of contraception that is now available and much more affordable to you. That is best done with your GP one-on-one. And my personal view as a former practicing doctor is that the pill should be initiated, or any type of contraception should be initiated by a doctor, and then once you're stable, it can be continued with, particularly the pill, can be continued with a pharmacy. Let's not get this model wrong from the very beginning.
Senator Bell.
Today, Australia is dealing with a fuel crisis of Labor's making. Let us be clear about that from the start. This is a crisis, and it is caused by the Albanese Labor government, because this is a crisis that has not come out of nowhere. This is not a crisis Labor can wave away with excuses or spin or blame shifting or say that anyone who rightfully points out that this is their fault is unpatriotic, because this is the result of years of failure. First, Labor failed to prepare, and they were warned about the vulnerability. They were warned by Senator Hanson. They were warned by Barnaby Joyce. And then they failed to act, because when very predictable conflicts, which we are exposed to through our supply chains, occurred overseas, they failed to act then as well, and we warned them. We warned them. Barnaby Joyce warned them. Senator Hanson warned them. And for weeks, they pretended there was no crisis. They relied on insults and spin, and they relied on, criticism is not patriotic. Well, that is a joke, and now Australians are paying the price. Australian families are paying the price. Homeowners are paying the price. Australia's farmers are paying the price, because people depend on affordable and reliable fuel to get to work, to run their farms, to move freight and keep family budgets afloat. And now those people are suffering very real pain. That is the truth of this crisis. Labor failed to prepare this country for a risk that they were warned about, that they knew was real. They failed to ensure that Australia had the resilience to stand on its own 2 feet. And they cannot pass the buck or point to others, because those others were warned too. These warnings, and Senator Hanson and others, for decades, for years, have warned that this was a very real problem, and Labor failed to act when they had the chance. They have failed to make sure that Australia has the resilience to stand on its own feet. They failed to protect domestic refining capacity. They failed to strengthen reserves to where we knew they needed to be. They failed to ensure this country can supply itself and support its own people when the pressures came on. These failures, again, they did not happen overnight. They were years and years in the making. And again, we warned them. Senator Hanson warned them. Barnaby Joyce warned them. They were warned that Australia was becoming too dependent on imports. They were warned our refining capacity had been allowed to wither. They've been warned that our national resilience had been weakened. And they were warned that when a crisis hit, ordinary Australians would carry the burden. Labor ignored those warnings. That is why this crisis belongs to Labor, because they have had all the time in the world to prepare, and they did not. And when they needed to act, they did not. And now, what are Australians going to get from Labor? Half-baked, rushed solutions, temporary fixes, more talking points, more insults, blaming Australians for purchasing too much fuel. Oh, this is a crisis of Australians, not a crisis caused by the Labor government. That is the pattern with Labor. They ignore the root causes, they ignore their failures, they neglect the long-term damage that they have caused, and Australians can see through that, because the underlying causes of this crisis are much deeper, and they flow on from the obsession that this Labor government has with net zero. It is their obsession with net zero that has left Australia too dependent on imported fuel, and that has let Australia's capacity to refine its own fuel be run down. Labor's long-term net zero agenda, and this is a very long-term agenda, years, they have only made this crisis worse. through their policy, through their obsession with net zero, they have weakened the very capability of this nation to prepare and defend ourselves and be reliant. And they have pretended that this failure that has caused this dependence we now have on foreign nations is progress. Well, it is not. And now we need to have a very real discussion about whether Australia is still capable of doing the basic things a serious country should be able to do: prepare, produce, store, supply, and protect its people. Because under this Labor government and under their net zero obsession, we can't. This crisis has Labor's fingerprints all over it. They need to own this because they failed to prepare, they failed to act, and now they must accept the consequences.
Senator Poman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Over a week ago, I spent a few days in Fremantle, on the ground, listening, learning, and connecting with people, doing the real work in our community. This visit highlighted that amidst the chaos and the negativity, there are uplifting and hopeful stories in our communities that need to be shared more often in this place. I met with Serene from Global Mission United. Every week, down by Fremantle Skate Park, volunteers show up with food, kindness, and a sense of belonging for people doing it tough. No fanfare, no conditions, just people helping people. I heard about the growing demand as the housing crisis deepens and how, despite limited resources, they continue to show up, even helping young people find purpose through art and music. It was a powerful reminder that community care doesn't always come from institutions, but from people who refuse to walk past suffering. Then I met with Rachel at Spectrum Space, which is a WA-based not-for-profit organisation providing social group support, advocacy and educational initiatives for autistic and neurodiverse individuals and their families. What stood out to me was their strength-based approach, not trying to fix people, but empowering neurodiverse individuals to thrive as they are. Their programs are building confidence, creating friendships, and opening doors that too often remain closed. I heard directly about the barriers individuals and families are facing in education, in employment, and in accessing support. It was evident how organisations like Spectrum Space are stepping in to bridge those gaps. It's about dignity, inclusion, and creating spaces where people feel seen and valued. And that's the type of thinking that we need more of, both in this place, through our policies, and in our society. At Davis Park, I met Saf and the team from the Fremantle Street Doctors, and the team comprised of doctors, nurses, social workers, and volunteers, all working together to deliver health care directly to those who need it most. No appointments required, no barriers imposed, no judgment whatsoever. The focus was entirely on providing the best form of care. And what I heard clearly is this: the demand is growing, but funding isn't keeping up. If we're serious about reducing pressure on our hospitals, preventing avoidable emergencies, and supporting people earlier, then services like this must be properly funded on a long-term basis and recognised for the vital role they play. I also had the pleasure of meeting the newly elected Mayor, Ben Lorver, along with Deputy Mayor Fidel Kamada and CEO Glenn Dougal. It was great to hear their vision for Fremantle, a city that continues to balance its unique character with the challenges of growth, housing pressures, and community safety. I want to congratulate them on their election and wish them well in the work ahead. Then the following morning, I hosted my first People's Bench for 2026 near the iconic Fremantle markets, and as always, the community didn't hold back. Housing continues to dominate conversations. People are worried, frustrated, and feeling completely locked out. Cost of living pressures are biting hard. Fuel security came up repeatedly, along with AUKUS and what it means for Australia's priorities. I also heard strong views about the rise of illegal tobacco and vaping, particularly from parents who are worried about their kids. Now, these conversations matter. They ground us, they cut through the noise and remind us what people are actually dealing with day to day. And this visit reminded me why I do my job. It's for the people, for the volunteers showing up every week, for the organisations filling the gaps, and for everyday Australians who just want to be heard. And in true Fremantle spirit, I'd be remiss not to acknowledge the Dockers' first home game of the season. A brilliant 118-70 win over Melbourne, led strongly by captain Alex Pearce, a fantastic start and hopefully a sign of what's to come. Thank you.
What about the Eagles, Senator Payman? You should have mentioned them. It being almost 1:30, we will move to 2-minute statements. I call Senator Antic.
Yes, and thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak about recent data which shows that approximately 1 in 27 Australian children are now diagnosed with autism. Now, even more alarmingly, if this trend continues, by some estimates there may be as many as 1.2 to 1.3 million autistic Australians in the next decade. So what's driving it? Well, our experts can't exactly tell us what is driving it, but they can certainly tell us what is definitely not causing it, and that's the childhood vaccination schedule. And I look at that and I say, really? Well, let's look at some statistics here. In the 1980s, autism was considered a rare condition with a prevalence of around 1 in 2,500 children. In the 90s, it was about 1 in 500, and currently, as I said, 1 in 27 Australian children. Now, coincidentally, over the same period, the Australian immunisation program has ballooned dramatically. In the 80s and 90s, there were relatively few on the schedule, and now, between the 2000s and 2010s, additions included Hep B at birth, haemophilus influenza type B, pneumococcal, rotavirus, varicella, meningococcal strains and boosters crammed into every one of the first few years of life. As the schedule grew, coincidentally, so did the rates of autism, but that's probably just a coincidence, isn't it? And it certainly doesn't require any further investigation, does it? In the meantime, across the Pacific, late last year, in the United States, their Centre for Disease Control updated its autism and vaccines page to say, quote, "The claim vaccines do not cause autism is not an evidence-based claim because studies have not ruled out the possibility that infant vaccines cause autism." So the US CDC hasn't ruled it out, but rest assured the Australian TGA has, saying their systems have not identified any safety signals suggesting a link between autism and vaccine. Oh well, that's it then. No need to do any further studies. Do the studies protect our kids?
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Deputy President. The Australia-EU Security and Defence Partnership announced earlier this week is a landmark step to advance and protect Australia's national interests. We meet this moment against a backdrop of growing global instability. The people of Ukraine, for instance, continue their courageous resistance against Russia's illegal invasion. The people of Iran persist in their struggle against oppression. And across the world, communities are facing the pressures of an uncertain and volatile economic environment. And that is why this partnership matters. The strategic environment that we face is more complex than at any time in recent memory. Cyber threats move at speed across borders, terrorism adapts and endures, and space is rapidly emerging as a contested domain. No nation, regardless of size or capability, can meet these challenges alone. And that is why this agreement brings Australia one step closer to one of our most important economic and strategic partners. It strengthens intelligence sharing, deepens cooperation against terrorism and online radicalisation, and establishes new dialogue on space security. Importantly, it also supports Australian jobs and innovation by creating opportunities for our defence industry. Alongside progress on the EU and Australia Free Trade Agreement, this partnership reflects a broader deepening of ties. As Chair of the Parliamentary Friends of the European Parliament, I acknowledge the hard work of our wonderful Minister for Trade, Senator Don Farrell, and members of the Albanese government. By working more closely with the European Union, Australia demonstrates that distance is no barrier to shared values or strategic alignment, because Australia is stronger when we work together with trusted partners, and this partnership ensures that we do exactly that, Deputy President.
Senator Faruqi.
Right now, across this country, speaking the truth is becoming a crime. Earlier this month, 2 young people were arrested in Brisbane for standing against Israel's genocide. One wore a singlet that said, "From the river to the sea." The other, Liam Parry, explained that those words are a call for freedom for the Palestinian people. Another two have been charged since for displaying a banner. Governments are silencing calls to end apartheid. Governments are silencing those exposing their complicity in genocide. First, they tried to smear and demonize a peaceful movement protesting against the slaughter and starvation of Palestinians. That did not stop us, so now they've unleashed the full force of the state to crush dissent and to prop up their crumbling narrative. George Orwell once said, "In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act." In this time of lies, students and young people are turning up week after week, rally after rally to tell the truth, no matter the consequences. And governments are trading away their safety, their freedom, and their futures to protect a genocidal state. People are choosing courage, governments are choosing cowardice. And we will keep choosing courage. We will not be silenced. No law, no arrest, no threat of prison will change this. The truth does not disappear just because those in power are afraid of it. The charges against Liam Parry and others should be immediately dropped and these draconian laws overturned. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Deputy President. We must defend Australian values and restore our way of life. We want our country to be once again one of opportunity and aspiration, a nation of freedom and safety, strength and unity, where hard work is rewarded and the future is something you can plan for, not fear. Australians deserve a country where life is affordable again, where young people can buy a home, where families can raise their kids with confidence, where fair go isn't a slogan, it's reality. That's why we will re-establish home ownership as the centrepiece of the Australian dream, because stability, security and aspiration matter. We stand for an immigration policy that is in Australia's interest, that is orderly, sustainable and grounded in Australian values. The numbers have been too high and the standards too low. We stand for lower inflation, lower interest rates and lower taxes. For an energy policy built on common sense, not Labor's flawed ideological experiments that drive up prices and threaten reliability. We will reduce financial pressures on families, expand childcare choice and give children the best possible start in life and respect that families know what works best for them. And we will properly fund our Defence Force to deter aggression in an increasingly uncertain world. After 4 years in office, Labor has ruined the economy and the record is clear. The biggest fall in living standards in the developed world. Inflation higher than every major advanced economy. 14 interest rate rises. Debt racing towards $1 trillion and Australians are paying more and getting less. This is what happens when a government loses control of the basics and Australians pay the price. We believe Australia can do better and we are ready to deliver it.
Senator DeLega.
I stand in solidarity with every worker who has exercised their right to walk off the job, because they're not just fighting for themselves, they're fighting for a fair go in their workplace. In my home state of Tassie, state public sector workers continue their industrial action this week against the minority Liberal governments supported by Greens and Teals, who have failed to present a decent offer, leaving workers no choice but to escalate their action. Already, hundreds of workers, teachers, public servants, health workers backed by the AEU, the CPSU and HACSU have walked off the job. They've been rallying in Devonport, in Burnie and now in Lonnie and in Hobart. Tasmanian Education Minister Joe Palmer called the school strikes really disappointing. But you know what's disappointing? Not paying your workers fairly and not recognising their contribution. Today, ABC workers, members of the CPSU and the MEAA, are striking for the first time in 20 years. Journos, techos, production workers, they're fighting for a fair enterprise agreement that delivers real wage growth and secure jobs. And I support ABC workers. I support members and their right to bargain for fair pay and fair conditions. Now, this is in stark contrast to the Shadow Communications Minister, who today went onto TV and called ABC staff a disgrace and told them, just take what's offered. Shame. I say the Shadow Communications Minister is a disgrace for attacking workers. I will always stand with workers who are prepared to strike, who are prepared to fight for a fair deal. I encourage all workers, join your union, stand up, fight back.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Deputy President. I, like many in this room, lived through the 1990s recession. I remember the toll it took on my parents. They lost everything. The recession we had to have. So when I look around today at the state of the Labor government has put this country in, with massive debts, falling productivity, no fuel security, spiralling cost of living and interest rates heading up, it makes my blood boil. I feel for the young people that haven't seen this before. Reports today say that the Treasurer admits he has understated how bad the economy is going to be damaged. He says it could be worse than COVID or the GFC. Could it be worse than Keating's disaster? And you know, if Labor admits something, the truth is so much worse. Labor is pointing to the Iran war and wants us to believe that if it wasn't for that, everything would be peachy. What an absolute load. Australians were hurting a long time before this started. The RBA said the interest rate rises were not a result of the fuel shock, but a reaction to already high inflation. High inflation caused directly by Labor's spending obsession. This war has brutally exposed Labor's complete lack of planning on Australia's fuel security. The gaslighting by the Labor government is sickening. Ministers rise in here every day to repeat the line that Australia has no oil. This is a classic Labor tactic. Spin, baby, spin. Make exploration and development of anything that doesn't fit their net zero agenda impossible, and then claim the market has decided it doesn't work. Not economically viable is Labor code for we're going to bury you in red and green tape. It is this incompetent government stacking the deck against and gaslighting Australians. We have the resources. One nation will drill, baby, drill. Labor is walking this country into recession, refusing to abandon their green fantasy, fueling inflation and running a mass immigration Ponzi scheme. One nation will put an end to the rorts, slash spending, bring immigration under control.
Senator Whitten, your time has expired. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Acting President. Severe flooding has hit large parts of the Northern Territory in recent weeks. In Central Australia, heavy rain cut roads, isolated communities and caused significant damage. Recovery is underway, but it will take time. Now the top end is experiencing some of the most significant flooding in decades. Homes damaged, roads washed out, essential services disrupted, residents evacuated to emergency shelters. In Katherine, I've seen this firsthand. The damage is real, but so is the response. People getting on with it, doing what needs to be done. And now, communities are bracing again, still cleaning up while preparing for another flood. Territorians are stepping up though, but they shouldn't have to do it alone. Local businesses are the backbone of these communities, and many are still carrying the cost of recovery themselves. Some have lost weeks of trade. Some are facing rising insurance costs or no cover at all, at a time when small businesses across the country are already under pressure. They cannot be left behind in recovery. That means targeted assistance, not just for households, but for the small businesses, keeping these communities going. Because recovery doesn't happen unless local businesses can reopen and stay viable. I want to acknowledge our emergency services, SES volunteers and ADF personnel working around the clock to keep people safe. Locals backing locals. Businesses reopening, people getting back to work. Tough town, tough territory, tough people. They will rebuild, but local businesses shouldn't have to do it alone.
Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I wanted to speak today to congratulate the Coalition on their anniversary. Today marks 1 year since the Leader of the Opposition, Angus Taylor, decided that everyday Australians should pay higher taxes. 1 year ago, Angus Taylor went on national TV and called tax cuts for working Australians a cruel hoax. That Labor increasing your take-home pay was fake news, apparently. Well, it didn't age well. Labor delivered those tax cuts for working Australians and increased workers' take-home pay. And Angus Taylor wasn't misquoted or taken out of context. He didn't slip up, he said it with his full chest. And then, just to really commit to the bit, he doubled down on radio shortly afterwards and said the opposition would repeal the tax cuts if elected. Not tweak them, not improve them, just scrap them fully. So when Australians were getting cost of living relief, his big idea was to reverse it. Genius insight, some real smooth brain economics happening at Liberal HQ, I see. And now we're meant to believe that he's fighting for households doing it that tough. Sure. You can reshuffle the front bench every fortnight, give it a new coat of paint, rebrand it. Not that they're having much success at that though. But you can't rebrand a voting record, and this one is flashing like a neon sign, higher taxes for everyday Australians. And listen, we love a bold strategy. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, when people were trying to afford groceries, rent, literally just existing, the opposition's pitch was, what if we made that harder? Very chill. Unfortunately for Angus, people tend to remember this stuff because it isn't abstract, it's your pay slip, whether you've got that extra bit of cash at the end of the week or not. So yeah, 1 year on, this is your reminder. When it came to putting money back in your pockets, Angus didn't just hesitate, he actively tried to wipe it out.
Senator Walker, I would just remind you we do need to refer to members of the other place by their correct names. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Deputy President. I want to recognise the tireless, courageous work of my colleague, Senator Peter Whish-Wilson, who has led an inquiry into climate misinformation. The report handed down yesterday confirms climate policy doesn't fail, it is defeated. This defeat is coordinated, it's deliberate, and it is deeply damaging. Multi-billion-dollar campaigns backed by fossil fuel interests want us to stall climate action. It is a denial machine of think tanks, of PR firms, of third-party campaigners like Advance and sections of the media that have spent decades distorting science, undermining trust and delaying progress. Thanks to the work of the committee, we know it's evolving. We know that influence is shifting to third-party actors and opaque digital campaigns, avoiding scrutiny while shaping outcomes. Deceptive anti-renewable campaigns are dividing communities, eroding trust and slowing the rollout of clean energy when it is needed more than ever. This is no longer just about communications. It is a national security issue. It undermines our democracy, interferes with decision-making and divides our communities over a crisis that affects lives and futures. Rachel Carson reminds us, in nature, nothing exists alone. Our environment, our democracy and our information systems are deeply, deeply connected. When one is polluted, all parts of the system are at risk. This work is only just starting. We must hold big tech accountable, get dark money out of the system, strengthen integrity and expose those groups who serve to benefit from misinformation. And this is the battle of our lives. So the question is simple. Will Labor stand with communities or will it stand with the vested interests?
Senator Babet.
The Albanese government wants Australians to believe that we have fuel security, but hey, we really do not. There is no government-owned reserve, there's no safety net, there's no plan that's really worth its salt, and there's no secret stash of fuel waiting overseas to come and save us. Now, I'm sure you've all heard of Minister Bowen talking about our strategic fuel reserve. Now, that term might lead you to believe that we have a government-backed stockpile funded, controlled and owned by us, but that is not entirely accurate. When the Minister talks about a strategic reserve, he's actually referring to Australia's minimum stockholding obligation, which is essentially the fuel reserve held in the tanks of companies like, Shell, Ampol, BHP, Mobil, that type of thing. Now, they usually hold around a month's worth of fuel stocks in their tanks, well under our international obligation of 90 days, well under. Now, when the government says that they can release fuel, all they're doing is asking these private companies to drain more of their tanks and hoping for the best. That's not a strategy. Fuel is not optional. Mums and dads need fuel to drive the kids to school. We need it to get to work. We need to put food on the table. No fuel means no transport. No fuel means no food. And yet, what are we hearing from this government? What are we hearing? Crickets, in my opinion. It's not good enough. Now, some politicians are already floating the idea of COVID-style stay-at-home orders to protect fuel supply. And I've heard plans in the media to, cap the amount of fuel that we can buy to $40. Now, think about that for a second. If the tankers stop coming, this government has no real plan, just slogans and spin, in my opinion. Fuel supply is a basic responsibility of government, and on that, they have failed all Australians.
Senator Whittaker.
President, well, I would like to wish the Liberal Party a very happy one-year anniversary today, although I think it's an unhappy anniversary for Australians, because 1 year ago today, the now opposition leader Angus Taylor said that the Liberal Party would not be supporting the tax cuts proposed by our government. And so what does that mean for Australians? Well, it means that if the Leader of the Opposition was the Prime Minister, if the Liberal Party were in government, then Australians would be $50 per week worse off. Well, isn't that disappointing? Doesn't that just tell you everything you need to know about the Liberal Party? The Leader of the Opposition said that they were a cruel hoax. Well, I'm not sure Australians, when they're looking at their pay slip again after the 1st of July, when the next round of our tax cuts come into effect, would say that it's a cruel hoax. I think they would say that it's genuine cost of living relief. At a time when Australians are looking to government to help with the cost of living, the Liberal Party want to rip it away. And it's not the only thing that they oppose. They have opposed every cost of living measure that we bring before this place, whether it's 5% home deposit saving young people on lenders' mortgage insurance, whether it's cheaper medicines, whether it's cheaper childcare, whether it's more bulk billing GPs. The Liberal Party don't want Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn, but this Labor government, the Albanese Labor government, does, and we will continue to deliver responsible cost of living relief for every Australian household when the Liberals can't be trusted to do it.
Senator Mackenzie.
This mandatory industry code was meant to protect Australians who prefer or need to use cash. It's done exactly the opposite. I call this retrograde legislation, the Albanese government's crush cash bill. On the 18th of November 2024, Treasurer Chalmers pledged that the cash mandate would cover, and I quote, essential items like petrol, groceries and at the pharmacy. That promise has been broken. We know that for retailers the mandate will only apply to supermarkets and petrol stations. And that means that people will be able to pay cash for a packet of Allen Snakes at Coles, but not for Panadol at the pharmacy. What else is missing? Clothing, water, sewerage, electricity, medical and dental services. And yes, guess who? The government has exempted itself from making it accept cash. If you don't have a digital card, you can't pay cash to enter a government museum, a government art gallery, or even this parliament. As senators know here, you cannot purchase a coffee here in Parliament House using the legal tender of Australia. It's incredible. The state protects itself but effectively says if you are not digitised, you are a second-class citizen. Supermarkets need only one cash terminal. For 10 hours every day, cash may be refused. If your town has no bank, the lived experience of so many of us in the regions, local businesses can still refuse your legal cash tender. Under law, cash transactions are capped at just $500. And this is more than $100 billion of cash circulating in the Australian economy. What's the real reason for the mandate? because this government wants to disenfranchise everyday Australians.
Senator Mackenzie, your time has expired. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Deputy President. Asthma affects nearly 11% of Australians and it hits children the hardest. Kids account for 43% of asthma-related hospitalisations, and they're not just mild episodes, not to be taken lightly. Asthma attacks can be life-threatening, with one Australian dying from asthma every single day. My kids had asthma growing up, and as a parent it can be hard and sometimes scary, but you're just expected to deal with it. But what many parents are not told is the long-term impact. Severe asthma attacks do not just pass. Repeated serious attacks can cause long-term damage to the airways, reducing function and limiting recovery over time. Asthma is too often treated casually. The reality is clear. 80% of asthma hospitalisations are preventable with effective primary care. That is an enormous number of emergencies we could avoid. The science is there, but as with many health issues, policy, education and access have not kept pace. We need targeted funding. In Tasmania, there is no asthma peak body, and we are consistently short of specialists who provide the most effective preventative care, especially in rural areas. The financial cost is just as serious. Asthma represented nearly a quarter of respiratory condition spending. There is a solution, and with hard work and appropriate funding, it is doable. Asthma Australia is working toward a clear goal: to halve preventable hospitalisations by 2030. To get there, we must act early. That means strengthening primary care, improving education for families, providing targeted training for teachers and carers, and offering free support to reduce triggers in the home. It means direct funding where it is needed most, including Tasmania and rural communities at large. Early investment reduces costs, prevents trauma, protects lung health and saves lives. If we act early, we change outcomes and we save lives.
Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Well, thank you, Deputy President. Well, I've never seen a reaction to a trade deal like it. Yesterday, the government announced that it had finalised a free trade, what it called a free trade agreement with Australia and Europe, and Australian farmers and industry groups have described this deal with comments like pretty embarrassing, disappointing, pathetic, unfair, simply appalling, a kick in the guts, and a horrendous outcome. Never happened before. Never happened before. How has the government got to this point? They've got to this point because 3 years ago the government did show some guts and walked away from what was a bad EU deal, and in doing so I applauded the Trade Minister for saying that he would not sign any deal, he'd only sign a good deal. And that was his promise to Australian farmers, that he would only sign a good deal. Well, yesterday he and Anthony Albanese and the Labor government have broken that promise to Australian farmers because they ran back to the European Union and signed exactly the same deal that was on the table 3 years ago that they called a bad deal. And the NFF made that point yesterday, saying there's no meaningful change from what was there 3 years ago, and yet this deal has been signed. I just want to highlight one aspect of how bad this deal is for Australia. The European Union subsidises its cheesemakers to the tune of 17 billion Australian dollars a year. The average European cheesemaker gets 30% of its income from government support. And for that reason, Australian governments of both persuasions have put on a $1.22 per kilogram tariff on European goods to protect our cheese and our jobs. This government has removed that tariff yesterday, and of course there's nothing done to the $17 billion of subsidy that European cheesemakers get. They have thrown the Australian cheese industry to the wolves, they have deserted Australian jobs and allowed the European Union to do what they want.
Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, I was watching Seinfeld last night, and senators may recall the famous episode titled The Opposite. And George Costanza realises that every instinct he has is wrong. So he decides to do the exact opposite of whatever he thinks. And I found myself wondering, who does this remind me of? I'm thinking of somebody who does the exact opposite of what their so-called DNA was telling them to do. Then it clicked. Leader of the Opposition, Angus Taylor. I'm reminded of him deploying the Costanza approach 1 year ago today. It's exactly 1 year since Labor announced tax cuts for 14 million taxpayers. And instead of following Liberal Party doctrine, Mr Taylor decided to, just like George Costanza, to do the exact opposite. For a party that insists lower taxes are in their DNA, that was quite the genetic mutation. For decades, those opposite told Australians they stood for lower taxes. Menzies preached thrift and responsible government. Howard and Costello, cutting taxes and returning bracket creep. And yet when this government, the Labor government, delivered tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, the Coalition and Angus Taylor deployed the Costanza method. I could just picture them. They must have been sitting around and thought, what would Howard and Costello do right now? And then determined to do precisely the opposite. They voted no to tax cuts and no to 14 million Australians. And then Angus Taylor went even further. He vowed to repeal them and actually increase taxes. Increase taxes. Australians looked at that promise and delivered their verdict at the ballot box. Because when Australians needed tax relief, Labor delivered it for every taxpayer. And the self-proclaimed party of lower taxes voted no to lower taxes. So happy one-year anniversary to Angus Costanza Taylor.
Senator Dowling, I will remind you to refer to others in the other place by their correct titles. Senator Cox.
Well, 1 year ago today, Angus Taylor, the member for Hume from the other place, said the quiet part out loud, that the Coalition would oppose the tax cuts for every Australian. Not amend them, not negotiate them, oppose them and repeal them. Wow. At a time when Australians are under pressure, when families are counting every single dollar, the Liberals' answer was to take more. Well done and happy anniversary, Angus.
Thank you, Senator Cox. And Senator Cox, I remind you also to refer to those in that other place by their correct titles. We're going to move to question time, and I will draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the gallery, in both galleries, a delegation from the Parliament of Singapore led by Speaker Peng. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. And with the concurrence of honourable senators, I invite the Speaker to take a seat on the floor of the Senate. And Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. This morning on Sunrise, the Minister for Housing told Australians, and I quote, "We have more fuel in Australia circulating in the economy at the moment than we did before the conflict." Is that correct?
I'll just wait for order. Order, particularly on my right. Minister Wong.
Thank you. If I may, with the indulgence, also just add my welcome to Speaker Seah Kian Peng. Welcome to the Parliament and welcome to the Singaporean delegation. And we are very appreciative of our partnership, as was evinced by the joint statement between Prime Minister Wong and Prime Minister Albanese. So we thank you for your presence here today. I think we've been very clear, Senator Hume, that whilst we have continued to receive the shipments of fuel as anticipated, we know that what has occurred in the Middle East is an unprecedented shock to energy markets. It is an unprecedented shock. As the Minister has explained publicly and in the other place, our fuel supply is currently secure, but we are very cognizant of the ongoing disruption of global energy markets. What that requires is the government to work together with community, with business, with the states to ensure that we deliver the fuel to where it is needed.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Hume.
Relevance, President. I just want to know if the Minister's statement was correct. Is there more fuel circulating now than there was before the conflict in Iran?
You, Senator Hume. The Minister is being directly relevant to your question.
Thank you. As you might recall, and I didn't see the interview in question, but as you might recall, the Minister, Mr Bone, has also released 20% of our fuel and diesel reserves, and obviously that has...
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie.
A point of order on direct relevance, Madam President. The minister that Senator Hume was referring to was Minister O'Neill, not Minister Bowen.
Senator Mackenzie, that isn't a point of order. Minister Wong, please continue.
Well, perhaps I wasn't making myself clear. I understood it was Thank you, Senator Cash.
Well, she's the Minister for Housing.
If I may, I am actually trying to treat the question with courtesy.
1 minute 40 in.
Minister Cash, please be silent. Minister Wong, please continue.
Through you to Senator Hume, I understood the statement was made by Minister O'Neill. The point I was making was that Minister Bowen has released 20% of the MSO. Obviously, we have seen more of fuel and diesel reserves
time for
circulating
answering
in the
has
economy.
expired. Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to assume that Minister O'Neill is correct, Minister Wong, because I haven't had an answer from you. And if that is the case, and there is more fuel circulating in the economy than before the conflict, how is it that Australians right across the country are pulling up at empty bowsers and being turned away?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
We are very conscious of the experience that Australians are having, both with higher prices, but also the challenges in getting fuel in certain areas. And we see this. We are working to address it. And this is time for adult, sober, serious policy. Not what Senator McKenzie is engaging in right now.
Order on my left. Minister Wong, please continue. Minister Wong, please continue.
As I was saying, those opposite might seek to play some politics with this. We think this is very serious. Senator McKenzie, after your performance yesterday, no one here thinks you're serious. After your performance yesterday, nobody thinks you're serious. I'm responding to the Senator Cash. I'm responding to the interjection. What I would say to you, Senator, is we recognise that this is a very significant shock to energy markets, and that's why we're working to address.
Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. The messaging from the government is confusing. Clearly you have lost control of the situation. More than 660 service stations across the country have run dry of at least one type of fuel. How did the government said that there was plenty of fuel supply just a few weeks ago and mocked warnings as far-right extremists scaremongering let this spiral into a nationwide fuel crisis if there is more fuel circulating in the economy?
Thank you, Senator. Order. Come to order, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I again say this is a very serious shock to global energy markets. We are very conscious of this, which is why we have taken the action that we have taken, which including the appointment of a fuel task force coordinator, the convening of National Cabinet, beginning the release of 20% of fuel reserves, to change petrol standards to get more fuel flowing, to change diesel standards so refineries can supply more diesel, tasking the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring, engaging with international partners to ensure we can see supply continuing to flow, and engaging with the states and territories on supply and distribution, including through activating the National Coordination Mechanism, which has met twice, and the Oil Supplies Emergency Committee 6 times. Now, these are just some of the things that the government is doing, and we know more will be required.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Iran's dangerous and destabilising attacks across the Middle East, including on civilian infrastructure, are creating security threats and global economic instability. Can the Minister provide an update on the conflict and the Australian government's response?
Thank you, Senator Marielle Smith. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Smith for a perspicacious question. As she is aware, and we are all aware, this is a conflict that continues to destabilise the region and the world. Iran has attacked civil shipping in the Strait of Hormuz and has threatened to mine the waterway. And the weaponisation of the straits by Iran is impacting oil and fuel prices worldwide. And what this does demonstrate, colleagues, is the willingness of the Iranian regime to inflict economic pain on households and businesses across the world. And I'll take the interjection from the Australian Greens, who seem to forget that the consequences for global energy markets are as a consequence of Iran engaging in attacks on civilian infrastructure, civilian and commercial shipping. So you may want to minimise that, Senator. You may want to minimise that, but we do not. We do not. And we reiterate our call on Iran to cease their indiscriminate attacks on other countries in the region and on other countries in the region. I thought you cared about civilians. I thought you cared. But, you know, I don't hear from the Australian Greens the condemnation of the attacks on countries who were not taking part in the strike, on countries that were not taking part in the strikes and on civilian targets. We want to see critical energy supplies flow to partners and to our region. We join
Senator Wong. Senator McKim, I'm not quite sure which part of come to order, Senator McKim, that you failed to understand. But I am serious. I've called you to order. I expect silence. Minister Wong, please continue.
We join G7 foreign ministers in reaffirming the importance of safeguarding maritime routes, the security of supply chains and the stability of energy markets. What is occurring in the Middle East is putting pressure on supply chains, on petrol prices and on the global economy. It is a difficult time, but we will continue to do all we can to support Australians through this time.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Marielle Smith, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The conflict in the Middle East is causing major shocks to energy markets around the world. What actions is the Albanese Labor government taking to help shield Australians from the impact of this volatility? It's my question, not yours, mate.
Order. Order. Minister Wong.
The longer the conflict in the Middle East goes on, the more disruptive the impact will be on the global economy and on Australians here at home. That is why the government acted early to manage impacts on all Australians. We have introduced new laws to double penalties for petrol companies engaging in price gouging. We've convened National Cabinet and appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator to ensure that all levels of government are working together to support Australians. We have tasked the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring and issue on-the-spot fines, and we have begun the release of 20% of Australia's fuel reserves to get more fuel flowing to where it is needed. We on this side of the chamber will continue to work with industry, with states, with regulators to help ensure fuel goes to where it is needed and to ensure Australia remains resilient in the face of this global energy shock.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The conflict in the Middle East requires strong leadership and serious engagement with partners and stakeholders. Why is it important to work in the national interest to address the conflict's threat to our economic security?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
I'm just waiting.
Order.
Small section, actually.
Order. Senator McKim. Minister Wong.
The Albanese government is serious about helping Australians through this challenge, and what is needed is a sober and sensible approach to policy and to politics. What we need is adult leadership. Regrettably, that is not what we see on the other side or at that end of the chamber. We see Senator McKenzie backing, and I'm sure your colleagues would be interested in this, Senator Cash. We see Senator McKenzie backing in the Greens and Senator Pocock on public transport, only to see her colleagues sprint for the exit. And we see the party of John Howard backing One Nation on economic policy. The party of John Howard backing One Nation on economic policy, supporting One Nation's cash disallowance, increasing costs for small business, giving more opportunities to organised crime, making life harder for working people, and in your panic to back One Nation, what it makes clear is a vote for them is a vote for you, and a vote for you is a vote for them.
Minister Wong. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Aged Care, Senator McAllister. Home care workers rely on fuel every day to reach older Australians, especially in rural and regional communities. Yet providers are warning that the federal government's fuel emergency framework doesn't recognise them as essential fuel users. Can you confirm whether home care workers are excluded under the Liquid Fuel Emergency Act, and what immediate action the government will take to guarantee that vulnerable older Australians will be able to get the care they need?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President, and thank you, Senator Ruston, for the question. I can inform the chamber that this is an issue that is being monitored closely by Minister Ray. So global uncertainty is causing real anxiety at home, and Minister Ray is closely monitoring the impact on aged care providers. Providers can seek support through existing aged care business and viability supports that are offered through the department, and the government stands ready to provide that support through the market adjustment program through dedicated...
McAllister, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. On a point of relevance, I actually asked whether the aged care workers were excluded under the Liquid Fuel Emergency Act. I was wondering if the Minister could answer my question.
Thank you, Senator Ruston, and the Minister is being relevant to your question, and I'll continue to listen closely. Minister.
Thank you, President. As I was indicating, the Minister is keenly attuned to the issues that the Senator raises in her question. The Minister is monitoring the situation closely and has confirmed that there are a range of existing programs that the department offers to aged care providers to assist them. And they include, and I was running through these before Senator Ruston made her point of order, the market adjustment program, dedicated First Nations support programs, and business and workforce advisory services. It is incredibly important that all Australians understand the steps that are being taken by the government to manage what is a difficult situation internationally, and which of course is flowing through to Australians. And so the government has doubled the penalties for false or misleading conduct in the fuel market, tasked the ACCC to ramp up fuel monitoring, announced a temporary reduction of the minimum stockholding obligation for diesel and petrol, and established the Fuel Supply Task Force to coordinate a national response to fuel security and supply chain
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. We've heard directly from Meals on Wheels Australia that the rising cost of fuel and its unavailability in some areas is already impacting services around the nation. If this continues, this could have a serious impact on older Australians who rely on Meals on Wheels for their nutrition and their safety. What is your government doing to ensure Meals on Wheels can keep feeding older Australians as the fuel crisis becomes more acute?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. And in my answer to the primary question asked by Senator Ruston, I talked a little about some of the programs that are in place to support entities that work within the sector. Those, of course, are relevant to the question that Minister Ruston is asking now. I can indicate to the chamber that the Market Adjustment Program, for example, provides funding to ensure continuity of care for recipients where critical viability risk has been identified. The Rural and Remote and First Nations Aged Care Service Development Assistance Panel offers free professional support to aged care providers in rural and remote areas, or who provide care to First Nations older people to build capability and sustainability. And the Business and Workforce Advisory Services offer free, independent and confidential advice to improve business operations, financial management and workforce strategies.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Not-for-profit home care providers who are already under pressure from your government's botched rollout of the supported home program are now being forced to consider increasing their per kilometre rate just to stay viable in this fuel crisis. This means older Australians will receive less care because their home care packages simply won't stretch as far. What is your government going to do to ensure older Australians are not priced out of the care they need because of rising fuel costs?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, the government has been incredibly clear about our concern about rising fuel costs and the steps that we are taking to manage the impacts of the crisis in the Middle East and any flow-through implications for our economy. And the Treasurer has been clear in recent days that this situation is concerning for the economy generally, and of course, we think about it in the context of the aged care sector. It is why the steps that the government is taking to deal with these issues matter for all sectors of the economy, including the aged care sector that Senator Ruston's question alludes to. It's why we are introducing new laws to double penalties for petrol companies who price gouge. It's why we've convened National Cabinet and it's why we are engaging with international...
Minister McAllister. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. On a point of order, I'm really keen if you could ask the Minister to return to the question so we can understand what the government is doing in relation to older Australians, given that she won't answer the question.
Senator Ruston, there's no need for the dialogue.
Sorry, the Liquid Fuel Emergency Act.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. I've just indicated there's no need for the dialogue. The Minister is addressing the question and I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. As I'm indicating, the government is keenly aware of the impacts, and it's why we are taking the many steps that we have, tasking the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring and issuing on-the-spot fines.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. Senator McKim.
Well, thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, Australians are being smashed at the petrol pumps while fossil fuel corporations rake in...
I'm sorry, just resume your seat. Senator McKim, order on my right. Senator McKim has the right to ask his question in silence, and I expect there to be silence. Please, no, you can just continue, Senator McKim.
Start again. I'd like the clock
Senator
reset,
McKim,
President.
I am running this chamber. Senator McKim, just continue your question.
Well, I couldn't even hear myself, President. Can I ask Senator Wong, could you hear my question?
Senator McKim, I draw your attention to Standing Order 203. Now, no, I haven't finished yet and I haven't called you. Prior to me sitting you down, I called you 2 or 3 times and you ignored me because you were interjecting as well. Now, I expect there to be silence. You're not in a debate with me, Senator McKim. You are not in that debate with me. Please continue your question.
Minister, today the Treasurer claimed Labor's bill to increase penalties in Australia's competition and consumer law will, quote, help tackle price gouging at its source. You said something similar today in the chamber and Senator Ayres said something similar yesterday. Isn't it actually the case there are no provisions in Australian law to stop fuel companies price gouging, and the bill that you have introduced will do precisely nothing to change that because it simply increases penalties on existing offences? Why are you, the Treasurer and Minister Ayres engaged in misleading and deceptive conduct against the Australian people?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Order on my right. Order on my right. Minister Wong.
What we are doing is trying to support the Australian people at a difficult time. And what we are doing is implementing a range of changes which are about trying to prevent companies from price gouging and taking advantage of the situation that we see. Now, you're entitled, Senator McKim is entitled to his political view. He's not entitled...
Order. Order. Senator Waters, come to... Senator Ayres, order on my right, both at this end of the chamber and at the bottom end. Minister Wong, please continue.
We are seeking to support Australians at a time that is very difficult and for which there is, there's not a silver bullet that can magically resolve the conflict in the Middle East, the effect on international energy markets, and the ongoing longer-term effects in terms of disrupted supply chains. One of the aspects of what we have seen is the need is excessive prices, and the advice I have is that behaviours that lead to excessive prices are already prohibited, including cartel conduct, price fixing and false and misleading information. So there are strong laws in place to tackle price gouging at its source, and the expectation is from the government, and I'm sure from the community, that the ACCC should be throwing the book at petrol retailers who engage in illegal conduct which leads to unfair higher prices, such as price fixing, acting as a cartel, or making false and misleading reasons for their price rises.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKim, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Well, none of that constitutes price gouging, but Minister, the price and availability of fuel is the #1 topic of conversation around this country and the biggest current domestic impact of the war that Labor thought was such a great idea and has joined Australia to. Why does the government think it's okay to bullshit the Australian people about what you're doing about petrol prices?
Senator McKim, I'm going to ask you to withdraw that.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Senator McKim, had you finished your question? Thank you. Minister Wong.
Well, I think that Senator McKim, if he's worried about people misleading, or I won't use his words, he probably should look in the mirror. He should probably reflect on the fact that the disruption to global energy markets is as a consequence of Iran choosing to attack countries which were not taking part in strikes on Iran.
Order.
These are facts. These are facts you just ignore.
Order. Order. I'm waiting for silence. Senator Wong, had you concluded your answer? Thank you.
If I may be permitted to finish, the Australian Greens forget and never speak about the fact that the reason we are seeing disruption in global energy markets is because Iran has chosen to attack countries that were not taking part in strikes, against them. No, I love the way you just ignore that have attacked civilian infrastructure, civilian targets.
Thank you, Minister Wong.
You
the time
ought
for
to be condemning
answering has expired. Thank you, Minister. Senator McKim, second supplementary.
Minister, you know price gouging is not illegal under Australian law because last year you finally acted to ban price gouging for supermarkets. Why does the government think it's necessary to ban price gouging for supermarkets, but is not necessary to ban price gouging for fuel companies in the middle of a petrol and diesel fuel price crisis?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister Wong.
There are multiple aspects to that question, and if I can get you something a little more detailed on the supermarket arrangements, and obviously it's a very different market structure where you have a much less competition in terms of retail than you do in the fuel sector. But I'll certainly try, and if I can provide you with certain additional information, Senator McKim, I will. But I again make this point. It is so disappointing that the Australian Greens refuse to condemn Iran's actions. Yeah, Iran's actions are causing the conflict, the disruption to global supply markets, global energy markets. And yet, just as I never have heard you bemoaning the murder of tens of thousands of Iranian civilians, I do not hear you condemning Iran when it comes to civilian targets. And that says something about your ethics as a party. It says something about your ethics.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mulholland. Senator Hanson-Young, we have moved on. Order. Senator McKim. Senator McKim. Order. Order. Order across the chamber. Senator Mulholland.
They just love yelling over women. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Innovation, there we go. For Industry and Innovation, Senator Ayres. The Albanese Labor government is making our nation more resilient by driving investment in our regions and industries. Today, the government announced that it will invest with the Queensland government in securing the future of the Boyne aluminium smelter in Gladstone. What does this investment mean for Australia's sovereign capability, international competitiveness and our energy grid?
Order on my left. Senator Ayres, I haven't called you yet. I'm waiting for order. Minister Ayres.
Thanks, President. I thank Senator Mulholland for that question. The simple answer is because it makes Australia stronger. The Albanese government and the Christodoulou government together announced a $2 billion commitment to secure the future of the Boyne aluminium smelter. And I met with workers and management this morning to make that announcement. And what that does is secures the Boyne aluminium smelter's future through until 2040 and beyond. That is a long-term commitment to central Queensland and its industrial future. It will support directly the jobs of more than 1,000 workers in the supply chain, more than 3,000. It will support engineering firms that employ many thousands of people more. And it will be powered entirely by firmed renewables. How about that? This decision will unlock $7.5 billion worth of investment in new electricity capacity and in new transmission capacity.
Senator
The CEO of Rio Tinto said
Minister Ayres, I'm sorry, resume your seat. Order! Senator Canavan, it's not a football match. Minister Ayres, please continue.
Yes, President. If Senator Canavan had his way.
Please resume your seat. Minister, while I had just called the chamber to order, that was really unhelpful to continue to interject. Minister Ayres.
Yes, President. If Senator Canavan had his way, central Queensland would be closed. That's right. If Senator Canavan had his way, Mount Isa would be closed. If Senator Canavan had his way, the Whyalla Steelworks would indeed be wiped out. The CEO of Rio Tinto said today, as fossil fuels become increasingly expensive, this investment, combined with the power purchase agreements we have already signed, positions Boyne to be among the world's first aluminium smelters underpinned by solar and wind power all the way through to 2040, thousands and thousands of good blue-collar jobs.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Canavan. Senator Henderson. I should not have to call senators individually across the chamber. You are being disrespectful to me and this chamber. Senator Mulholland, first supplementary.
The Boyne smelter will be powered by firmed renewables and, as a part of the deal with Rio Tinto, is underwriting generation, storage and transmission projects. Why are more firmed renewables needed to keep facilities like Boyne internationally competitive?
Thank you, Senator. I haven't called you Senator Ayres. I'm just waiting for Senator Colbeck to come to order. Minister Ayres.
I thank the Senator for their question. I see we've got 2010 Canavan in the chamber today. Let me quote directly from the Rio Tinto CEO. He said, as fossil fuels become increasingly expensive, this investment, combined with the power purchase agreements we have already signed, positions Boyne to be among the world's first aluminium smelters underpinned by solar and wind power. It also ensures heavy manufacturing like aluminium smelting can continue in Gladstone for the long term and preserves one of the few fully integrated aluminium value chains in the world. That if Senator Canavan had his way and Mr Hastie had his way, we know Mr Taylor told the facility to go offshore, would be closed today. Well, what we are doing is working with industry to deliver good quality blue-collar manufacturing jobs in regions like Central Queensland.
Thank you, Minister Ayres. The time for answering has expired. Senator Mulholland, second supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government is prioritising investment in Australia's regions to increase our national resilience and deliver good manufacturing jobs. What are the alternative views in the community about the need for regional investment and greater national resilience?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister Ayres.
Thanks, President. I thank Senator Mulholland for this question. I think this is unarguably the biggest investment in Queensland industrial capacity in our history. And yet Senator Canavan is opposed to it. Senator Canavan is opposed to it. Mr Hastie was bagging it. Why do we find getting in our road when we're trying to make Australia stronger, when we're working with industry to deliver new generation capacity to power new jobs, why do we find that the road bump in the way is Liberal and National politicians relying upon talking points imported from overseas, desperate to export more jobs? When they're in government, they exported jobs. When they're in government, they exported jobs. When they're in opposition now, they import ideas. And they import dumb ideas. They import ideas that undermine the national interest. They import un-Australian ideas. Well, we're going to back Australian industry.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Tyrrell.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister for Women and... I think it might be soon. Senator Gallagher. In recent weeks, there has been significant focus on the power and damage of toxic sexist influences online, thanks to the Netflix show Louis Theroux inside the Manosphere. The show captures how manfluencers target young men with content that promotes toxic masculinity and misogyny. They push far-right nonsense that normalises the hatred of women, often while scamming people out of their money through crypto schemes. How can we stop the online radicalisation of teenage boys?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell, and I really welcome the question because it's an important one, and a lot of this has been the subject of a lot of discussion at women's ministers and women's safety ministers meetings because it's something that we're seeing in every jurisdiction, and how we support young men and provide appropriate education and avenues for support, I don't think has always been front of mind when thinking about women's safety, because it's often we're thinking about it from the crisis response of responding to what's happening to women, but increasingly with the way the so-called manosphere is working and impacting on women's lives, this is something that governments are turning more attention to. I don't think that it's necessarily a problem like any violence against women and children. It's not necessarily something that a government on its own can fix. I mean, it's a whole of community effort that's required to respond to it. And I would say all of us in this chamber have a responsibility to deal with it as well. I mean, we and I'm sure every woman in this chamber knows the impact of the online abuse that we get, accepting that all politicians get online abuse, but the type of abuse that we get, primarily from men, is of a particular nature, often threatening and sexualised and demeaning. And I think there is a role for all of us in this place to make sure that when we are engaging online, that we are doing so in a way that encourages safe behaviour and also, sets the standard as community leaders, political leaders, that this is the way we should be engaging. And I think there are examples where people have fallen short of that standard.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Within the school system, there's a respectful relationship content that's been promoted, and it seems to be a great program in theory. There was $41 million put in place for that without a framework that is meant to set standards and ensure work adhere to the evidence base. The framework came out a few weeks ago, nearly 18 months overdue. In the time between the beginning of the program and the release of the framework, states and territories spent half the Commonwealth funding allocated to the initiative. Do you think this has been an effective use of taxpayer money?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I missed the first bit of your question, but it relates to the online safety framework. Yep. Okay, thanks. Well, Senator Tyrrell, I think we have to work in partnership with the states and territories on this, but not only states and territories, government. I mean, you know, we can certainly work on laws, digital duty of care, you know, the social media ban that we put in place. We can certainly work on that, but we also have to engage more broadly across the community about appropriate standards of behaviour and responses to that behaviour in the online world, which is rapidly changing all the time. And the Commonwealth Government can lead, and I think we have shown our preparedness to lead. I know the Minister for Communications, the Attorney-General, myself, Minister Plibersek have all been involved in discussions about how to make sure that we are dealing with some of, at the earliest opportunity, to deal with some of the behaviour that we've been seeing, particularly with young men.
Answering has expired. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Look, we clearly need to be stronger to stop shocking manosphere toxic influences and the harm to younger people. And as you mentioned in your first response, there are elected representatives in this chamber that spill hate and advocate for misogynistic policy. How is the government stopping toxic, outdated views pushed by parties like One Nation?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Tyrrell for that question. And look, I go back to my previous answer. I think there is a responsibility on those elected into the Parliament of Australia to conduct themselves in a way that meets community standards and sets the standards about safe ways to engage online. And I think you're right, there are examples where that standard hasn't been met. I disagree with pretty much everything that comes out of One Nation in terms of statements. There's not a lot of policy that they provide to outline. So, but I certainly do. But they are elected to this chamber, and therefore they, their capacity to contribute to democratic debate is through their election into this chamber. But I do definitely think that we should, as leaders in this place, engage at the highest standard online, and I'm not sure that's always been the case, and I think it's affected all of us in different ways, the way they conduct themselves.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Canavan.
Thank you very much, Madam President. My question is to the Minister for Trade and Tourism, Senator Farrell. Minister, the Australian-Europe Free Trade Agreement has been labelled by farmers and industry groups as, and I quote, pretty embarrassing, disappointing, pathetic, unfair, simply appalling, a kick in the guts and a horrendous outcome. The National Farmers Federation claims that the deal will allow heavily subsidised European imports to flood the local market and undercut domestic production, while not offering meaningful agricultural market access gains since Australia last walked away from negotiations. 3 years ago, when walking away, you said that no deal was better than any deal. Minister, if you could not get a better deal than the one you rejected 3 years ago, how can farmers trust you to get a better deal in 5 years?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Canavan for his question. This is a good deal. The EU Free Trade Agreement is a good deal. In fact, it's a great deal for Australia, and it's going to be a great deal for the farmers that you claim to represent.
Come to order, Senator McKenzie.
It's going to be a great deal for the farmers that you claim to represent. Now, I was disappointed at a meeting earlier today, Senator Canavan, when you decided to tear up the opportunity to work together to promote trade in this country. We had for 4 years, Senator Canavan, we had a bipartisan position on trade.
Order.
Until
Order
a couple of weeks ago.
across the chamber.
Now I know Senator Canavan. I know Senator Canavan, you took this job. I know Senator Canavan, you took this job. You took this job in order to take on one nation. Take on one nation. And in your first outing last weekend in South Australia, your party got 1%, less than 1% of the vote, whereas one nation got 22% of the vote.
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan.
Madam President, a point of order on direct relevance. I'm asking what the deal has for farmers. If it's a good deal, you should be able to listen to that, not talk about the South Australian election.
Senator Canavan, you do not need to repeat the question, and I will draw the minister back to your question. Minister Farrell.
I mean, the Liberal Party didn't even give the Nationals their preference. They didn't even give. That's how far.
Senator McDonald.
This is so not relevant. Farmers are desperate, and this is rubbish.
Senator McDonald, resume your seat. I have drawn the minister back to the question. Order. Order. Senator McKenzie and McDonald, come to order. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. And you're right, Senator McDonald's. Farmers are desperate. They're desperate to get rid of the National Party. How do I know that? How do I know that? Because of the votes in South Australia on the weekend. You no longer represent farmers in this country.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Order. 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 I have Senator Canavan on his feet. He's entitled to be heard in silence. Senator Canavan, first supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, the Australian Dairy Industry Council has said that this deal is unfair on many fronts, most notably expands access to heavily subsidised European dairy imports while failing to secure reciprocal access for Australian exports. The EU provides $17.8 billion of subsidies a year to its dairy farmers, and the average European dairy farm receives 30% of its revenue from government support. Yet the minister has removed Australian tariffs on EU cheese in this deal. Minister, why is the government sold out Australian cheesemakers in this terrible deal?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Farrell.
President, thank Senator Canavan for his first supplementary question. This deal is a great deal for the agriculture sector. This is a great deal for the agriculture sector. And every hour since this agreement has been announced, a separate group of companies in this country, organisations, come out and say what a great deal this is for the country. What a great deal this is for the country. Now,
Senator Canavan.
President, relevant again, the question was about cheesemakers, and I think they deserve an answer for why their tariff protection was removed from this unfair competition.
Is being relevant. I will remind you. Oh, are you in some kind of debate with me, Senator McKenzie? I will remind you not to interject, because as you know, the minister is entitled to take your interjections. So be silent would be my best advice and my order. Minister Farrell, please continue.
This is a great deal for Australia. It means that we have completed the circle of all of the free trade agreements which in 15 years the Nationals could not do. You could not do it, and we have done it.
Thank you, Minister.
We've finally done it.
Thank you, Minister. I'm just waiting for order. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, the government's fact sheets on this agreement say that the EU can suspend trade preferences if a dispute resolution process finds that we have made, and I quote, a serious violation of certain labour or climate obligations. Minister, why would the government trade away Australia's sovereignty and allow a foreign court to decide what our energy and climate position should be?
Minister Farrell.
Conspiracy, hey?
Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank
Minister
Senator.
Farrell, I'm sorry. Please resume your seat. Order. 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 It is not appropriate when the minister gets to his feet, the interjections start. You're to listen in silence. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Canavan for his second supplementary question. This agreement, unlike all of the agreements that the Nationals negotiated, has no investor-state dispute clause in it. We have rejected.
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't ask about the ISDS clause. I asked about the trade and sustainability chapter and the dispute resolution processes in that chapter. So, on relevance, we'd like an answer on that.
Order. I'm just about to respond. Senator Canavan, you have repeated your question. I think the minister was being relevant. I'm not an expert on the EU trade deal. My apologies for that. But you have drawn the minister back to that part of your question, and I will invite the minister to continue.
Thank you, President. So, in terms of sovereignty, it was those clauses that I just mentioned, the investor-state dispute clauses, that gave other countries the right to challenge our laws, and of course they used them. In fact, Clive Palmer recently used this clause under one of their agreements to challenge us in Singapore. Now,
Senator Colbeck.
We have protected Australian sovereignty in this agreement. We have protected Australian sovereignty, but more importantly, we've got billions,
thank you, Minister.
and billions,
the time for
and billions
answering
of dollars worth
has
of trade
expired.
for the farmers.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, Senator McCarthy. The issue of fuel security has been a hot topic in recent weeks, but a key issue that has been forgotten is the government's seemingly mothballed strategic fleet. In 2022, Labor pledged a 12-vessel strategic fleet to end Australia's decades-long over-reliance on foreign shipping. But here we are 4 years later, during escalating global conflict and supply chain disruptions, and not a single ship is sailing an Australian flag under the strategic fleet. Minister, can you provide us with a status update on the strategic fleet if it indeed is still going ahead?
Thank you, Senator Payman. And before I call the minister, I'm going to ask for silence. And Senator Henderson, speaking directly over me when I'm calling for silence. I do want to remind the chamber this is Senator Payman's question. Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Payman, for the question. Every ship that enters our ports carries something we rely on, President. Fuel, vehicles, building materials, electrical goods and furniture, and the list goes on. Around 99% of our international exports and imports move by sea, so when we invest in our maritime sector, we're really investing in Australia's economic security and resilience. The Australian Government has made this a central focus of our transport and infrastructure agenda, and we're rebuilding Australia's shipping capability, including by establishing a strategic fleet, Senator Payman. We're reforming coastal trading laws and we're modernising regulations so the sector can operate sustainably and competitively. And recent events, yes, have certainly reminded us all just how fragile and precious global supply chains can be. And from the current fuel disruptions to the COVID-19 pandemic to natural disasters and overseas conflicts, the disruptions we've witnessed have underscored how vital it is that Australia can rely on its own shipping capability. And that's why our government is establishing a strategic fleet for Australia. This initiative will provide a core group of Australian flagged and crewed vessels that will be ready to operate commercially.
Please resume your seat. Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister, for the answer. I'm specifically asking for the update
Senator
in terms of
Payman,
the 12
why are you
vessels.
On your feet?
It's a point of order on direct relevance.
Thank you. The minister is being directly relevant. Senator Payman. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Vessels that will be ready to operate commercially in normal times but available to the government when emergencies arise, whether it's a cyclone like we've had recently in the Northern Territory and now WA is experiencing, a global incident or a disruption to an international trade route. These ships will be there to move the supplies our country needs most without delay.
Order,
so our
Senator
long-term
McKenzie.
goal is a fleet of 12 Australian flagged and crewed vessels. And to begin, we've funded a 5-year strategic fleet pilot program and starting with 3 ships.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman, first supplementary.
Minister, in 2024, Minister King announced a 5-year $21.7 million program to create this fleet, citing the need for a resilient domestic maritime sector. How much of this $21.7 million has been released to bolster Australia's supply chain sovereignty?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, in late 2024, Senator Payman, Minister King commissioned a review of coastal trading and shipping registration laws so we can modernise the system and better support Australian flagged vessels. And while the strategic fleet will provide invaluable training opportunities and employment pathways, it's just one part of the Albanese government's plan to build a very strong, fairer and more modern maritime sector. We know that this is exactly what Minister King is working on, Senator. We've seen that in the last few years our support for the maritime sector has also included $10 million in the $30 million Australian-Singapore Low Emissions Technology Program to drive deployment in low emissions fuels and clean hydrogen. The Hydrogen Head Start program and additional support for investment in renewable hydrogen through the Hydrogen Productive Tax Incentive, which is worth an estimated $6.7 billion over 10 years.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman, second supplementary.
Minister, you haven't answered the question of when we will see ships on our coast. And this leads me to my next question of, has the Labor government broken its contracts with unions and workers like the Maritime Union of Australia when it makes promises like the strategic fleet in the lead up to an election but fails to deliver upon them?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. In fact, obviously the Senator hasn't been listening. I actually answered your questions, Senator Payman, so it makes your final question actually irrelevant.
Senator Brown.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Trade and Tourism, Senator Farrell. Yesterday, Prime Minister Albanese announced a landmark trade deal with the European Union, the world's second-largest economy. The Australian-European Union Free Trade Agreement will strengthen our economic and strategic partnership with the EU, a global power that shares our values and support for open and rules-based trade. The once-in-a-generation deal opens a market that has been effectively closed for decades. What does this deal deliver for Australia's farmers, producers and exporters?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Brown for her question. I know she knows just how important this free trade agreement is for the people of her home state of Tasmania, and indeed it is a landmark agreement. The agreement delivers in a big way on the Albanese Labor government's trade diversification agenda. At a time of increasing trade headwinds, Australia and the European Union have sent a strong signal to the world that open, rules-based trade is the pathway to greater prosperity. Australian farmers and agricultural producers will benefit significantly from new opportunities to access a market that was, until now, effectively closed for many products for decades. The agreement will eliminate the vast majority of EU tariffs on our agricultural products, including wine, horticulture, honey, olive oil, processed food, wheat, barley, as well as most dairy and rice products. For a small number of products, the deal creates commercially meaningful opportunities under tariff rate quotas, including beef and sheep meat. The tariff quota agreement for Australian beef will provide access to 35,000 tonnes per year, a 700% increase in market access worth $661 million per year. The sheep meat tariff quotas delivers access to 30,851 tonnes per year, a 430% increase in market access worth about $269 million per year. Importantly, there are review clauses for beef and sheep meat, which means we can return to the negotiating table and press for an increase in tariff quotas.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Brown, first supplementary.
Yes, thank you, President. I have a sup. A broad range of Australian industry has welcomed this once-in-a-generation trade deal with the European Union. They have, yes, that's correct.
Order.
This includes Australia's biggest exporters, the mineral sector.
Senator
What
Brown,
does this deal deliver for Australian
Senator Brown,
miners?
please resume your seat. Order. Order. Minister Wong.
I couldn't. Point of order. Disorderly behaviour. Interjections are disorderly. I could not hear the senator's question.
Thank you, Senator Wong. I'm sure that the chamber is aware that I am trying my very best. I do expect senators to be respectful when questions are being asked. I've said that I don't know how many times this afternoon. Senator Brown, please continue.
Thank you. What does this deal deliver for Australian miners and, in particular, our critical minerals sector?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Brown for her first supplementary question. The free trade agreement with the European Union will deliver strong outcomes for Australia's energy and resources sector. All tariffs on Australian energy and resources exports to the EU will be eliminated. This includes tariffs on critical minerals, lithium hydroxide and hydrogen. European companies, including battery manufacturers, have said that the removal of these tariffs will make Australia a more attractive source of supply. This trade agreement complements the Critical Minerals Memorandum of Understanding signed 2 years ago, which is strengthening cooperation between Australia and the European Union on critical mineral supply chains. The trade agreement and the memorandum will support our combined efforts to reach net zero.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Brown, second supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister, for that response. Investment is crucial to Australia's prosperity and a core part of the Albanese Labor government's economic strategy. Investment drives economic growth, creates secure, well-paying local jobs and improves productivity, competition and innovation. How will the Australian-European Union Free Trade Agreement secure investment into Australia?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Brown for her second supplementary question. The European Union is Australia's fourth largest investment source, with total direct investment from the EU valued at $132.1 billion in 2024. The trade deal includes investment rules which will provide greater certainty and stability for investment in both directions. Also, the Australian government has raised its foreign investment screening thresholds for private EU investors, helping cement Australia as an investment destination of choice. This means the EU investors will receive the same treatment provided to other trade partners, including the United States, the United Kingdom and Japan. And true to our word, there is no investor-state dispute settlement mechanism in the agreement.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Wong.
That I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
That's deprived you.
Yep.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clocks in line with informal arrangements made by the whip. Senator Kovacic.
I was really interested to hear the responses from Senator McAllister, the Minister representing the Minister for Aged Care, to Senator Ruston in relation to the impacts of older Australians with fuel shortages. And I was really disturbed to not actually hear any particular answer at all. This is an absolute and significant problem, that fuel shortages in regional areas will mean that services like Meals on Wheels can't reach the people that it needs to reach. And we didn't get a single answer from Minister McAllister as to what the government is doing to facilitate those services to ensure that they're ongoing. What we did get was an answer that included listing different agencies that offer free, independent and confidential advice. They're the words that the Minister used. To be frank, I don't think the services are after free, independent and confidential advice. I think they're after certainty as to how their services are going to continue to run if there are fuel shortages ongoing, and if the service stations, the petrol stations, actually run out of fuel. And we have seen that. That is not something that the opposition is talking about. That is something that is actually happening out in the community. It is not something that, as has been described by those opposite, as extremist scaremongering. It is the lived reality of Australians across our country. We had the New South Wales Premier come out today, the New South Wales Labor Premier come out and provide information about how many service stations across New South Wales have already run out of diesel. So not, and I'll read it, far-right extremist scaremongering, I'll repeat that, not far-right extremist scaremongering as those opposite would suggest, but facts provided by a New South Wales Labor Premier that some 1 in 13 New South Wales petrol stations have run out of diesel. And when Senator Ruston has asked these questions, we have had nothing but prevarication from those opposite. And right now, what Australians need is certainty and trust from their government. They need to know what is actually going on, and they are not getting that, and that is not good enough. We had answers around disruption of global supply. We've had talks about unprecedented stock impacts in the Middle East, but nothing around what was actually going to happen here in Australia. What plans this government actually has to stem the issues that we are seeing here. I think we can talk about how everyday Australians can manage their fuel purchasing, but what we haven't had in an answer from those opposite is how are we going to protect our most vulnerable Australians who rely on these services when the fuel supplies that the service providers need are not there. And to be frank, I think it's somewhat shameful that those questions were not answered in the direct manner in which they should have been.
Senator Kovacic, your time has expired. Senator Dowling.
Deputy President, I rise also to take note of answers to coalition questions. And I think regarding fuel security, clearly Australians are watching events in the Middle East with concern, and obviously concern for how it's going to impact them back home. And history does tell us that when instability grips that region, global energy markets are quick to react. Prices move, supply chains tighten, and the consequences are felt well beyond the conflict itself. And Australia is not immune from those pressures. I don't think anybody for a moment would pretend that's the case. But in these sort of moments, we also need to work with Australians who expect calm, competent government that coordinates across the system and acts in the national interest. That's exactly what the Albanese Labor government has done, and it's done it swiftly. We've empowered the ACCC to intensify fuel price monitoring and investigate anti-competitive conduct. This is because in an international crisis, we need to not be thinking about commercial opportunity, but the needs of Australians. We've boosted supply by releasing 20% of the minimum stock holding obligation for petrol and diesel. And we've fast-tracked fuel standard changes so additional fuel can reach the market sooner. We're also coordinating with industry and states to ensure fuel reaches regional communities and agricultural producers who depend on diesel. And we've appointed the National Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator to strengthen cross-government and industry coordination. This all stands in pretty stark contrast to those opposite who've given us a lot of talk, but when they had the opportunity, they did nothing to build fuel resilience in this country. Their newfound discovery of fuel security, now they're on the opposition benches. Refining capacity declined on their watch. They spent nearly a decade in office, leaving Australians more exposed to fuel security and not less. Strategic stockholding obligations were delayed, and long-term fuel security planning drifted somewhere between the bottom drawer and the too hard basket. So when those opposite rise now to deliver grave lectures on fuel security, Australians might be forgiven for raising an eyebrow. The reality is this: when the Coalition had the chance to strengthen Australia's fuel resilience, they managed to look the other way. This government, by contrast, has been doing the practical work required to keep Australia's fuel supply secure and our economy moving. Fuel continues to arrive in Australia, our refineries are operating, and our supply chains do remain resilient. Australians should purchase the fuel they need, no more, and while this government continues doing the practical work to make sure that fuel security is there for all Australians. I'll just conclude also that while we are focused on fuel security, we're also getting the job done in terms of economic policy and signing of the EU-Australia Free Trade Agreement. And it's disappointing to see that the Nationals revert to type, the old mercantilist, agrarian, socialist thinking that wants to put up protection barriers, raise tariffs, and of course they've come out and opposed this deal, chasing one nation on economic policy to try to lock Australia off from the world, put up tariff barriers, when actually we've come up with a huge opportunity. We've unlocked the biggest market, the EU. It will diversify our trade relationship. Countries that trade with each other don't fight with each other. It's diversifying, unlocking high-income market of 450 million people with a GDP of $30 trillion. We've eliminated EU tariffs on most Australian goods, benefiting exporters, lowering the cost of inputs sourced from the EU and benefiting Australian businesses. That is a great deal for Australia, and it's shameful those opposite oppose it.
Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much. What do Australians want? They want reliable, regular and credible information on fuel matters during this Middle East crisis. When do they want it? They want it now. So the question is, why is the Labor government denying Australian consumers access to reliable, credible and regular information about this fuel crisis? Diesel underpins everything in regional Western Australia, from the Kimberley to the Pilbara to the Midwest, from mining to pastoral operations and to tourism. But rising prices, constrained deliveries and global instability have combined to reveal how fragile that supply has become. Diesel prices are pushing $3 a litre in some West Australian towns, well above city prices, despite fuel being purchased at much lower global rates. As one operator has put it to me, fuel arrived into Port Hedland and yet we pay some of the highest prices in the state. Businesses are paying more but receiving less. Mining operations, consuming close to 10 billion litres a year, are already scaling back, with reports of workers stood down due to fuel shortages. Tourism is also being hit. In Exmouth's whale shark season, operators warn diesel is no longer guaranteed, with overseas tourists now cancelling over fears of being stranded. And this time, unlike during COVID, there is no flurry of domestic tourists. Just last night, we were met with news that the iconic Carragini Experience has been cancelled. The announcement said the Carragini Experience 2026 is cancelled as a result of the ongoing uncertainty and risk of insufficient fuel supply across regional Western Australia. The announcement went on to say the increasing pressure on supply and transport networks has created significant logistical and operational risks. But of course, the tourism experience is now being matched by the pastoralist experience. Pastoralists are also under strain, hauling as they do water and feed across vast distances. They are rationing fuel and report receiving barely half of what they need. Growers are cutting their programs by up to 40% due to increases in production costs. Confidence is collapsing, generating panic buying, which is driving up demand. As one industry voice observed to me, it is rational human behaviour to obtain supplies while they last. And it is dictating whether trucks move, generators run, and whether water flows. How can it be that fuel security in this critical part of Western Australia has been treated as a secondary consideration by this federal Labor government? Fuel security in WA's north and midwest is economic security and it's national security, and both are being put at risk under this Albanese Labor government. The demands of Australian fuel consumers are simple. They are looking for regular, reliable and credible information about access to fuel during this Middle East crisis. Why is it that the government continues to deny Australian consumers, whether they're in our cities or our regions, access to reliable, credible information that they can use to make informed decisions about how to protect themselves, how to protect their families and how to protect their businesses during this fuel security crisis?
Senator Ghosh.
Once again this week, the Coalition have come in and decided to be part of the problem, not part of the solution. And before I get to the details of that, I just want to talk about the nature and significance of the shock we're in the middle of at the moment. We've got a conflict in the Middle East that has led to a fuel supply shock and has led to increased prices in the Australian market. And that's as a result of 40 energy assets being damaged or destroyed in the region and reducing global supply. We had Dr. Fatih Birol of the International Energy Agency in Canberra this week at the Minerals Council dinner and talking at the National Press Club, and he highlighted the significance of this issue and the magnitude of the problem globally. We're now losing 11 million barrels of oil per day. And to put it in context, in the crises of 1973 and 1979, that number was around $5 million barrels per day taken out of the market. So this is a significant global supply shock. We also have a gas supply issue caused by this crisis. So when the Russians invaded Ukraine, there was some 75 billion cubic metres of gas taken out of global markets, and this crisis has resulted in about 140 billion cubic metres of gas coming out of global markets. So we've got a disruption in supply and we've got increase in prices, and the government is pulling the levers it can to try and manage this and trying to coordinate supply getting to where it's needed around the country. How have they done that? Well, we boosted fuel supply by releasing 20% of the baseline minimum stockholding obligation for petrol and diesel. That's the minimum stockholding obligation that we implemented, that Minister Bowen signed the instrument for that brought it into force. That's a minimum stockholding obligation that for 10 years of coalition government was just left. It wasn't touched. And they decided not to store fuel here but to store it in Texas. We're also allowing Australian refineries to have more flexibility in making diesel and more markets from which they can source their diesel. That's the United States, Canada and Europe. And in terms of coordination and logistics, a key element in ensuring fuel gets to where it needs to in this crisis, we are standing up the Fuel Supply Task Force. We've appointed a coordinator to that, and we are coordinating with the states and territories. And Senator Smith talks about reliable information and getting that information out in time. I mean, he must have blushed inside when he said that, because the stuff they've been running in this chamber this week has been outrageous. The way in which they have attempted to drive up concern about these issues in our society in order to score political points rather than assist with helping Australians get accurate and reliable information reflects where those on the other side of the House are. They are philosophically and temperamentally incapable of being a party of government, and that's why voters in this country are deserting them in droves. They've exacerbated concerns and contributed to panic buying in this country from what they said last week and in this week. And there's always a rush to find political attacks against the government rather than actually looking at where we get to. But in terms of reliable information for Australians, we know that people need to know what's going on and what their options are in terms of accessing fuel. And that's why a key part of the role of the Fuel Supply Task Force and standing up these infrastructure between Commonwealth and states is providing information, updates and communications to the Australian people. That's very important to where we get to next. But it would be nice if just once, and I've been in this place for 2 years, if just once, when there was a serious problem that faced this country that we needed to find a solution to, we had some cooperation rather than the rank political opportunism from those opposite. It is shameless and they deserve the political consequences of it.
Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And I will take some of what Senator Gosh has just said, that he is absolutely correct, and I agree with him, that Australians need reliable, trustworthy information. And what they've got instead from this Labor government is, just this morning, a senior minister from the Albanese Labor government has gone out on a television program and told Australians that we have more fuel circulating in the economy at the moment than we did before the conflict in the Middle East. That is the information that this government is giving to the Australian public. So I could not agree more with Senator Gosh that the Australian people deserve honesty and reliable information. Now, unfortunately, it's easy to stand there and say that we should be playing nicely, but our job in opposition is to hold government to account. And this government needs to be held to account. They need to be held to account when they are sharing misinformation with the Australian people. Now, I have sat here in this chamber, and there is a reason that it's called question time and not answer time, listening to this government constantly tell us there is no problem with fuel supply in Australia and there is nothing to see here. In reality, everyday Australians are out there going to the petrol station to fill up, faced with incredible increases in prices, but this government keeps telling us there's no issue with supply. They're now being forced to pay up to $3 a litre. We've got farmers sleeping next to their tractors and their fuel tanks because they are worried that it will be stolen. That is the reality of what is happening out there. In here, it is a very different story. If you listen to this government in here, as I have done for the last few weeks, infuriated that they are not listening or paying any attention to what everyday Australians are going through. And I am proud to be part of a coalition that will get out there and fight every single day to hold a government that is not being honest with the people to account. Now, we've been told 6 shipments of fuel have been cancelled. That is all. That is what this government have put on the public record and on the record in this chamber. Only 6. So why is it now that 1 in 8 petrol stations across the country have either no unleaded fuel or no diesel? If there is no real supply issue here, why is that happening? Why is this government modelling looking at rationing? If there is no supply issue, I would argue that that is completely redundant work that needs to be done. Now, this government has also been in government now for 4 years, and I am new to this parliament, but I will say it gets very tiring when asked what they're going to do about a problem. They're constantly pointing and saying, well, the coalition did this. They have now owned the Australian economy for 4 years. And I would say to Australians out there, How are you feeling? Are you feeling like you are better off today than you were 4 years ago? Certainly for myself and my family, the answer is resoundingly no. Life is pretty tough. We've got inflation out of control again. We've just had the 14th rise in interest rates here, and we've now got fuel security issues on our shores. Australia should never, ever be in this position, and it is a failure of the Labor government.
Time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator McKim.
Thanks, Deputy President. I move that the Senate take note of Minister Wong's response to my questions today. It doesn't matter whether you're picking the kids up from school or you're at a backyard barbecue, you could be at a place of worship, you could be down the pub, you could be having a chat with your mates over the back fence. The number one topic of conversation in this country right now is the price and availability of fuel. And of course, that is caused by the war that Labor said and still says was a good idea, and a war that is supported by Labor, the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation in this place. And when there is a crisis like that, when there's an absolute barbecue stopper of a conversation, Australians expect that government will be open and honest and transparent about what actions it is taking and how and why it is trying to address the issue. And to be fair to the government, they have done some things to address the issue. And we heard about those today from Minister Wong and others. But what the government is not doing is stopping petrol companies from price gouging. And that is because there are no provisions in Australia's consumer law or anywhere else on the statute books to prevent corporate price gouging in Australia, except for the very narrowly scoped provisions that relate specifically to supermarkets, which Labor brought in last year after sustained pressure and a campaign from the Greens on supermarket pricing. So let's be very clear about this. When the government claims, as Minister Ayres did in this place yesterday, as Minister Wong did in this place today, as Treasurer Chalmers has done in other places today, that the government is cracking down on fuel company price gouging, that is gaslighting the Australian people. That is engaging in misleading and deceptive conduct. Because at the moment, Labor's war has driven up petrol prices, the fossil fuel corporations are making off like bandits, the Australian people are getting absolutely price gouged at the petrol pump, and the government is doing nothing to stop that price gouging from occurring. And even worse, they're gaslighting people and misleading them and trying to convince them they are doing something to crack down on petrol company price gouging. That is absolutely not the case, and the government should be honest with the Australian people about what it is doing and what it is not doing. Now, we've heard a lot today from Labor about the war. The conflict apparently is now the speaking points in the Middle East. And to listen to Labor, who, remember, came out and said, one of the first global leaders, Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister Albanese, came out and said he thought the war was a great idea when it started. First out of the blocks on the global stage, cheerleading this illegal war. And to listen to Labor today, you would think that Iran just got out of bed one morning, had a bit of a stretch, and decided it'd be a good idea to bomb some petrochemical facilities. Oh, that is not what happened. What actually happened is that the US and Israel started bombing Iran. That's what started this war. Iran's actions are a retaliation not a provocation. The provocation was from the US and Israel, and it was cheerled by Labor here in Australia when Prime Minister Albanese was one of the first global leaders to go out publicly and say he thought this war was a terrific idea. Well, how's it going now? Thousands of people dead, tens of thousands at least injured, millions displaced from their homes. People cowering in fear as the bombs rain down around them. And domestically, the economy is facing a potential black swan event. And people are getting smashed even harder than they already were.
McKim, your time
How's
has
your war
expired.
going now?
Question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? There being no further motions to take note of answers, I will proceed. Where are we up to? If there are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No. I now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Clerk.
Deputy President, postponement notifications have been lodged in respect of general business notices 451 and 452 for today, postponed to the next day of sitting. General business notice number 421 also postponed from today to the next day of sitting.
Thank you, Clerk. If there's no objection, the business is postponed. I will now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Are you happy for me to proceed, Senator Wong? We'll just wait for the President. Senator Askew is seeking the call.
Sorry,
Senator Askew.
I seek leave to move motions relating to leave of absence.
There being no objection, leave is granted.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator McGrath for the 25th and 26th of March and for Senator McDonald for the 26th of March for personal reasons.
Question is that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. And we'll just have a change in the chair.
No other absences? Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? We've done that. Okay, we're going to do placing of formal motions. I'll begin with General Business 421, standing in the name of Senator Cash. That's been postponed, thank you. We'll move to 446, standing in the name of Senator McGrath. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator McGrath, I ask that general business notice of motion number 446 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 446, standing in the name of Senator McGrath, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion 446, standing in the name of Senator McGrath, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 448, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. Senator Collins.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 448 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Collins.
I move the motion.
So the question is that
Statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. The government will be opposing this motion. In response to order number 363, the government has already sought to identify documents relevant to the new and redeveloping International Ports Framework Review. Just because the senator was dissatisfied with the response, it does not mean she can conduct a fishing expedition, diverting significant time and resources. I would also note the senator has set the time frame for the retrieval of documents to a date that has not yet passed.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that general business notice of motion 448, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie and moved by Senator Collins, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Minister Gallagher.
To just record our opposition, which I did
Sure.
in my statement to that, and cancel the
Okay,
division.
Senator Gallagher has indicated she wishes to just record the government's opposition, so we don't need a division. She needs leave. I'm assuming leave is granted. Leave is granted. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Yes. The government's just recording its opposition. Okay. Okay, so I'll now go to general business notice of motion 449, standing in the name of Senator McDonald. Senator Collins.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to change the reporting date for 449 and 450 to 10th of May.
So you're moving an amendment?
Moving an amendment, yes.
On 449. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Collins. You just need leave for the amended motion.
I seek leave to move the amended motion. Thank you.
Is there any objection to this being moved? There being none. So the question is that general business 449, standing in the name of Senator McDonald as amended, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to 450, standing in the name of Senator McDonald. Senator Collins.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move an amendment to 450 to change the reporting date to 10th of May.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Collins.
Thank you. I move the amendment.
So the question is that the motion as amended by Senator Collins, standing in the name of Senator McDonald, 450 be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to, and I understand 451, 452 have been postponed, so I'll go to 453, standing in, is someone doing Senator Thorpe's? No. Pocock, Senator Pocock. Sorry, Senator Pocock. I'm way ahead of myself.
Thanks, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 453 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 453, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to 454, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe. Is anyone moving that? No. Okay.
454, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be moved.
You need to seek formality first, Senator Waters.
I ask that it be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Waters.
I move the motion standing in Senator Thorpe's name.
So the question is that general business 454, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe and moved by Senator Waters, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion 454, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 39 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business 455, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, President. Firstly, I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 455 before it being taken as formal.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber, just for clarity for everyone playing here. It's just to change the date from this Friday, and B, from this Friday to Monday, and in C, from Monday to Tuesday on both of those points in C. So it's just pushing it back one day.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. So the question is that you need to move it that way now? So the question is that general business 455, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young as amended, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. And I'll now go back to 425, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 425 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 425, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. And yes, the government is seeking leave to record its opposition. I'm assuming leave is granted. Thank you. And the last one, I believe, is 407, standing in your name, Senator Payman.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 407 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 407, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator...
opposition recorded.
Sure.
Thank
Is
you.
leave granted? Leave is granted. The government is recording its opposition. Thank you very much. I think that concludes general business. Yes, it does. So we're moving to the MPI. So Senator Whitten has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? I believe it is. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. I call Senator Whitten.
So, fuel is spiking over $3 a litre in many towns. Hundreds of service stations have run dry, empty. The entire country might run out of fuel if the Strait of Hormuz isn't opened up soon. And what's the Albanese Labor government's priority? They're out taking a victory lap on the new free trade agreement with the European Union, a free trade agreement that we haven't seen. Australians are still in the dark as to what we've signed up for. The draft agreement is still being kept secret by Labor, the least transparent government in our history. One Nation supports fair trade that is in Australians' interest, not free trade for the sake of globalism. Australians have been sold out by the Labor government again. The EU FTA makes a binding commitment to implement obligations under the Paris Agreement, and no one has been allowed to read the fine print. The Paris Agreement was sold to Australians as a responsible step toward a cleaner future. But what is meant in practice is something very different. Higher costs, constrained industries, and a deliberate reaming of Australia's economic strengths. Australia is a resource-rich nation, yet under the obligations of the UN Paris Agreement, we've handed over our independence. Net zero has driven up electricity prices, discouraged investment in reliable baseload power, and placed enormous pressure on business, mining, manufacturing and agriculture. While other major emitters continue to expand their output, Australia has been pushed into an economic disaster. And let's be clear, the European Union is not a democratic body. What we can see from this agreement is that our farmers are getting a raw deal. They are already hurting with the cost of diesel and fertiliser tripling. And that's if they can get it. The National Farmer Federation have made it crystal clear this deal is extremely disappointing. The deal throws open the Australian market to heavily subsidised European agriculture while keeping our farmers locked behind quotas and restrictions. This is not free trade. This is global control dressed up as diplomacy. And nowhere is the betrayal clearer than in the dairy industry. Ben Bennett has warned that this deal risks unleashing a tsunami of cheese into Australia as tariffs are stripped away. Our farmers are already struggling, are now expected to compete with Europe's massive subsidised dairy industry, flooding our shelves. As Bennett has said, this kind of agreement is neither free nor fair for the Australian dairy industry. The imbalance is staggering. Europe already exports tens of thousands of tonnes of subsidised dairy into Australia every year, while we send a fraction of it back. And yet this government has agreed to further open our market with little in return. That's not negotiation, that's surrender. This deal sends a dangerous message that Australian farmers are expendable. Let's have a look at what else Labor says they've secured in the deal. Keep in mind, we don't really know what we're getting, and we don't know what Australia is giving up because the government hasn't released the text of the agreement. Australia will introduce a new luxury car tax category with an increased threshold of $120,000 for electric vehicles. That means we're going to subsidise electric vehicles over normal cars. And watch out for the road user tax. Tariffs will be eliminated on renewable energy and battery products. More net zero handouts at the taxpayer expense. The agreement reportedly makes commitments on climate change, gender equality and women's economic empowerment. I guess we won't be getting the office for men then. Media reporting says there will be major changes for Australians migrating to the European Union, but it's been kept secret what Australia will have to accept in return. Will these be reciprocal rights? Will Australia have to accept another wave of migration under the European Union's 450 million people under this deal? No one knows, and Labor won't rule it out. Any change to migration to Australia, on top of our current mass migration, would be destructive. There's no transparency, no accountability, just dictators and dodgy backroom deals. In the middle of a crisis where fuel bowsers might run dry, it speaks volumes about this Labor Party's priorities. We must take control of our country back. One Nation will keep fighting for our farmers, our families that Labor has long forgotten.
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Senator Polley.
Well, I have never heard so much rubbish from One Nation like that since probably last time one of them got up to speak in this chamber. But the reality is One Nation and the Liberals, their chummies here in the chamber, are only ever against positivity, and they say no to everything because they have been able to produce not one new market for Australian export. One Nation has not actually delivered anything to any farmer in this country. Not one thing. Not on milk, nothing to do with cheese, nothing to do with meat, beef, sheep, nothing at all. And we've just had the interjection from the National Party. Well, what a disgrace. What a disgrace to come into this chamber and then trying to rewrite history. You guys were in government for almost a decade and could not seal the deal. This is an amazing achievement, and Senator Don Farrell, Minister for Trade, and the Prime Minister should be congratulated for what they have delivered, which is going to be of such great benefit to our economy, to Australian workers, and I, as a senator representing Tasmania, am very proud of that. Very proud indeed. But we need to put on the record the real facts. You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen because you don't want to be reminded of your failings. Your failings as a member of the government.
Please assume a seat. Senator O'Sullivan, I think I am managing this chamber. I do not need your interjections. Senator Polley.
Thank you, President. The reality is the Australian people know, as they did when they voted for this government a second time, that what we say is what we're going to do and is what we deliver. It's all right for One Nation to go to an election and you're feeling so good at the moment because you've been in bed with the Liberals and you've done...
and you need to address your comments to the chair.
I am, through you, President, just wanting to remind people that might be listening to this and in the chamber that in the South Australian election, with the Liberals and now the One Nation firmly together, and now it looks like they want to do preference deals in Victoria later this year, that when you vote for the Liberals, you will get One Nation. And with One Nation, people ought to just remember what One Nation stand for. They voted against the tax cuts that this government gave to working Australians. Each and every time they voted against it. What have they done when it comes to cost of living relief? Voted against it. What did they do when it came to giving energy relief to Australians? Voted against it every single time.
Senator Polley, just resume your seat. Senator Canavan.
Just on relevance, this motion is about the Australia-EU free trade agreement.
I will draw
and
the senator back to the
yes,
question. Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Polley, you need to address
Thank
the
you,
motion.
President. This is all relevant to this free trade agreement because what we know, and this motion was put up by One Nation, what they're about is about blocking and division. That's their two priorities for our nation. That's your priorities as a One Nation, moving this resolution when in fact you should be applauding Minister Farrell for signing this agreement that has taken, since we've been in government, 4 years he's been able to do something that the former government, who had 10 years, failed to do. This is good for our economy. It's good for Australian workers. And we know you don't really support Australian workers because you've proven it in this chamber when you voted against every measure that our government has brought into this chamber and legislation to support Australians with the cost of living crisis that they've been facing. We know you voted against the Housing Future Fund because you might talk when you go out in the community and pretend that you actually care about homeless people and people having affordable housing. But in this chamber, just as you are today being negative about something that is going to be so beneficial to my home state and to the rest of Australians when it comes to the trade that we have now open to us with this free trade agreement. This is a $30 trillion benefits. That's what it is. It's opening up our markets to the market that we haven't had the opportunity before. Instead of congratulating us and working with the government to deliver us Australians, all you as members of One Nation, and that's been demonstrated today with this agreement, the motion you brought forward, is that you only believe in division, chaos and undermining the good work and when we're trying to deliver for the Australian people. That is so evident in all your contributions and your motion. And you grin.
Thank
you
you,
think
Senator
it's funny.
Colley. Your time
It's
has
not.
expired. Senator, it's always good to be here because I've learnt something today. There is no motion as part of this, so there is no relevance. It is a discussion, so it's very broad-ranging. Take us away, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President, but I do thank my One Nation colleague, Senator Whitten, for bringing forward this discussion because it has exposed the government's inability to speak for more than 30 seconds or so on the benefits of this so-called great deal with the European Union. If it is so great, why is it that the government can't speak for 5, 10, 20, 30 minutes listing in detail exactly how Australian farmers, Australian exporters and the Australian economy, Australian people will benefit from this deal? After about 30 seconds of largely assertion and just the quoting of modelling figures, which usually mean nothing, the government then resorts to invective, to partisan attacks on various colleagues around here. It exposes a lot about the inadequacy of this deal. And this is not me saying that, Madam President. It's not One Nation or any political party that is criticising the government's deal. You only have to go to the words and feedback of Australian farmers yesterday to see how bad this deal is. And I've never seen anything like it. We have negotiated a lot of free trade deals over the last 30 years, most of them under the former coalition government, but almost invariably, especially farming communities, farming organisations, welcome the deal. They're over the moon with the deal. But yesterday, these are just some of the comments from Australian farming groups on the news of the deal. They said it was pretty embarrassing, disappointing, pathetic, unfair, simply appalling, a kick in the guts and a horrendous outcome. So maybe the government should reflect on the reaction it has generated from Australian farmers and think again, this deal has not been ratified. They could scrap it and start again and tell the European Union, look, sorry, this is not acceptable to Australian farmers, to the Australian community. We need more, we need better. It's not acceptable, just in the limited time I have, Madam President, I won't resort to invective. I'll go to the details of the deal and explain why it's not acceptable and why this reaction has been generated. I spoke to many farmers yesterday and they went through in great detail their disappointment. One part of the disappointment from the beef sector, from the red meat sector, is that, look, the government's trumpeting the fact that 35,000 tonnes of carcass weight, let's be clear, it's the carcass weight, that means they're measuring the bones and trim, sometimes they add that back in to the shipped weight, 35,000 tonnes of carcass weight, that effectively just takes us back about 10 years. It doesn't advance the country because in 2019 the European Union did a side deal, a so-called ring-fence deal with the first Trump administration to lock out Australian beef producers from their so-called Hilton quota. We used to have access to a 50,000 tonne Hilton, 50,000 tonnes in ship weight terms, of beef to the EU market that was allowed globally. And we'd often get a big chunk of that. In 2016 we exported about 20,000 tonnes of shipped weight, about 20,000 tonnes of carcass weight of beef to the EU under those arrangements. But Donald Trump came in, he had the art of the deal. Not like this government, they can't do a deal, but he had the art of the deal. He locked us out, took us down to 4,000 odd tonnes from that quota. And now the government wants applause for just taking us back to basically where we were 10 years ago. This is about 27,000 tonnes of ship weight beef. That's why the beef sector has come out and panned this, because they're not stupid. The government thought its spin would pull the wool over their eyes, but it's not stupid. Cheesemakers have panned this deal too because the government seems unaware that the European Union subsidises farmers to the hilt. And cheesemakers in the European Union get about 17.8 billion Australian dollars a year in subsidies. 30% of an average European cheesemaker's income comes from government support. And so because of that wildly out-of-whack subsidy system, the Australian governments of all persuasions have put in tariffs on EU cheese to protect our own industry, protect our jobs. That tariff's $1.22 per kilo at the moment. And the government in this deal yesterday has wiped that tariff, exposed our entire cheese industry to this unfair competition, and that's why the Australian cheese-making industry yesterday panned this as a deal that's unfair. They said that it will expand heavily subsidised European dairy imports while failing to secure reciprocal access for Australia. I don't know if the government has spoken to these organisations before doing the deal, but they certainly have been caught flat-footed by the response. And as I say, it'd be best if the government just start again. They walked away 3 years ago when it was a bad deal. Walk away today. Don't sign any deal. Only sign a good deal for Australian farmers.
Your time has expired. Senator Whish-Wilson, you have the call.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Deputy President. It's good to hear Senator Canavan talking about farmers again. No, he's the leader of the National Party and not just talking about fossil fuel companies and the coal industry and attacking climate policy in this country. I wanted to deal with a couple of points that were made by One Nation at the beginning of this debate. They're happy to come in here and have a whinge about the impacts of this war in the Middle East. They're happy to have a whinge about petrol prices, about fertiliser prices, about grocery prices, the impact on everyday Australians. And they're absolutely right, they are impacts on everyday Australians, but you support the war. What gives? The Liberal Party yesterday did exactly the same thing. They came in here criticising the government's lack of response on fuel security, energy independence, so on and so forth. They also support the war. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You support this action in the Middle East, yet you come in here and have a whinge about the impacts. Australians are going to see through that BS. They absolutely are. They want people in this place to stand up and say, what is the plan in the Middle East? They are rightfully anxious right now and understanding that they are being used as pawns in a much bigger game. The Greens have every single day since this conflict began called out our government for its support for this war, called out the opposition's support for this war and called out One Nation's support for this war. Australians are hurting and it's going to get worse if this conflict continues. Yet we never hear anyone coming in here saying, how do we end this conflict? How do we do that? How do we do that to save lives, including potentially our own allied lives in the future, not to mention the lives of those in the Middle East? How do we end this conflict to get energy security again? How do we end this conflict to actually get peace? I'd really like to hear you guys come in and actually talk about that. If you truly cared about Australians and the impact this is having on the everyday lives of Australians, then you would be talking about how to end this conflict. And let's just briefly talk about this conflict. There is no plan. Every reason or justification we have been given for this war in Iran has turned out to be a bloody lie. A bloody lie, totally debunked, complete disinformation and misinformation. There is no plan. The only thing that makes sense to me now is that the Israeli government is going to go to an election soon in Israel. Are we aware of that? Are we aware that international media are talking about the fact that President Netanyahu's mentioned he might call an early election because he's doing so well in the polls because they've attacked Iran with America? Are Australians queuing at petrol stations right now, or farmers going broke because of the cost of doing business because the Israeli Prime Minister wants to go to an election? Is that what this is all about? How did we get to this position where we have been drawn into this war? A war based on lies, a war based on deceptions, a war that could so dangerously spiral out of control. And yes, there's a trade deal before us, the EU trade deal. Well, let me tell you, this has got a process to go through from here. This won't be ratified or come to Parliament for ratification until next year. It will go through the J. Scott process, and the Greens are looking forward to getting more detail on this deal. So far, we've seen selected released information on certain areas. We've had some information revealed about tariff reductions and access to EU markets, but there are 30 chapters in this trade deal. And there's going to be a lot of devil in that detail. And you can be sure the Greens will be doing their job in this place and scrutinising this very closely, particularly when it comes to monopolies on pharmaceutical products and big pharma, as they have done in just about every trade deal that I can remember, pushed for better deals for them to make more money to the detriment of Australians who need this medicine. There will be things in here you can be sure that we do need to closely scrutinise. I do commend the government for leaving out investor trade dispute, ISDS, investor state dispute settlement clauses. The Greens have always opposed trade deals that have had ISDS clauses in it. We have pushed this really hard, and I commend the government for leaving those out. And just in my last 15 seconds, can I say, Acting Deputy President, that you can't come in here and complain about this war and be taken seriously if you don't oppose it or have a plan for ending it. The only party that does is the Greens.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Murray-Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, so much of what is wrong with One Nation is typed out in this motion. From this anti-multiculturalism, anti-climate action, anti-electric vehicles, anti-gender and racial equality, and economically inept excuse for a political party. The free trade agreement with the European Union, secured by my good friend and one of the best trade ministers we have ever had, Senator Don Farrell, has been decades in the making. Decades of work from Australian governments, formed from all political persuasions, all in agreement about the opportunity such an agreement would bring, about the potential of such an agreement. An agreement opening the doors for Australian exporters to sell world-class Australian goods to the European market, consisting of 450 million consumers. The Albanese Labor government has secured this once-in-a-generation landmark deal. It is our government who is opening a market that has been effectively closed for decades for many agricultural products. This free trade agreement will deliver significant economic benefits to Australian consumers and exporters. It's a good deal, and the Minister, our Prime Minister, and the entire negotiating team deserve credit for that. And thank goodness it was Senator Farrell leading these negotiations and not One Nation, because this motion shows you exactly what and who you would sell out first. Acting Deputy President, this agreement will help diversify our trade relationships, eliminate EU tariffs on Australian goods, lower the cost of inputs sourced from the EU, facilitate greater EU investment in Australia. It will create new opportunities for our services sector to do business in the EU and provide a wider choice of more affordable European goods for Australian consumers. It means that an Australian business owner or farmer exporting a range of products from sugar, nuts, fruits, vegetables, seafood, wine will see tariffs reduced or eliminated entirely. For Australians, this means savings at the checkout on European products. This deal also supports Australia's transition to a renewable energy superpower, boosting trade and cooperation on critical minerals. It has secured practical trade and investment outcomes for First Nations Australians. And I actually think, Senator Whitton, that these are good outcomes. This agreement includes ambitious commitments on gender equality and women's economic empowerment. Good outcomes, in my view, Senator Whitton. It does more to protect labour rights and environmental standards than any previous Australian trade agreement before it. Again, Senator Whitton, I think that's a good thing. One Nation says this agreement fails to get a good deal for farmers. Well, Deputy President, I am curious how providing Australian farmers and agricultural producers with opportunity to access this gigantic new market, how eliminating most EU tariffs on our agricultural products, how making our farmers more competitive, about levelling the playing field and helping to diversify our exports is a bad deal for farmers. More trade with more trading partners means more higher-paying jobs, more opportunities for business, more investment to build things in Australia and cheaper bills for Australian households. Again, Acting Deputy President, the wording of this motion tells you plenty about what One Nation stands for and what One Nation stands against. They talk big game out there on standing up for Australian battlers. Yet when they walk into this chamber, they vote against your housing affordability. Shame. They vote against reducing university student debt. They vote against free TAFE. They vote against increasing funding for public schools. They vote against paid parental leave equality. They vote against support for childcare. One Nation spent the entirety of the last parliament teaming up, cozying up with the coalition to oppose cost of living relief for Australian families. Shame. They've consistently voted against policies that take the pressure off ordinary Australians because they're more interested in the divisive politics like you see in this motion than standing up for Australian families. And the desperate and divided Liberals are propping them up. And if they keep going like this, One Nation will be the death of the modern Liberal Party. And I actually think that's a bad outcome for our democracy. But while the Liberals and One Nation continue to cosy up like a mouse to an anaconda, we remain focused on building more opportunity for South Australians. In my state, this agreement will have a transformative effect, especially on our wine sector, but across South Australian products. It's the most comprehensive and progressive trade agreement ever achieved. I'm for it. I think it's a good thing. It's a good deal with the prosperity and opportunities for Australians at its heart.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. We're living rent-free in the Labor Party's head. Rent-free. All you can hear from the Labor Party is One Nation this, One Nation that, One Nation that. Because you lost voters to One Nation in the South Australian election. Getting back to the topic, the EU has published the European side of the free trade agreement between Europe and Australia. One Nation does not support free trade. We support fair trade. Past agreements make us right because they're hurting Australia. This agreement still must go before the Joint Standing Committee on Trade and Tariffs and then the Parliament. Given Labor, Teals and Greens are full of globalists, I'm certain it will pass after a period of theatre to pretend it's being scrutinised when it's not. Scrutiny is important. This agreement creates a raft of new measures around sustainable development. Gender equality, what's that got to do with the trade agreement? We get woke, they get cheap products. Environmental and climate matters and responsible business conduct. Including these in this agreement means the federal government is giving itself powers it has never had before and which are effectively an end run around our Constitution. They want to get around our Constitution. The agreement also offers civil society organisations an active role to monitor the implementation of the entire agreement, opening up scrutiny of the Australian government and Australian companies to people like George Soros's Open Society Foundation. Wow. The agreement will remove almost all Australian tariffs on European Union products at a cost of $1.5 billion. In return, the EU is scrapping tariffs on some Australian goods. Value unknown. We hear Labor Party extolling the virtues of this agreement, yet they won't tell us the details. Australia will allow European Union companies to tender on an equal footing with local companies for contracts with 60 government entities. Equal footing with Australian companies? Come on. To Labor, an Australian does not deserve any special treatment over a European. Good to know. The agreement regulates Australian producers' ability to use the real names for 300 products, including feta cheese, which can still be called feta if the Australian producer has been calling it feta for 5 years. Otherwise, they may have to change the name. No, they have to change the name. The public are going to be so confused. Some feta will be feta, other feta won't be feta. From the agreement, the EU and Australia recognise that certain subsidies may distort the proper functioning of markets, and to that end, agreed in principle, no subsidies that negatively affect competition or trade should be granted. They're talking about the refund farmers and miners get on the road tax components of their diesel machines, where these machines are not used on driving on roads. They're used outside of that, which includes using of tractors, cool rooms, milking machines and so on. These are not subsidies, they're refunds. This agreement gives the government huge new powers, sells out the bush, allows work organisations powers over the Australian governments and corporations, and creates a whole new world of woke governance. Will it make the lives of everyday Australians better? No, of course not. The Labor Party do not govern for you, they govern for woke foreign agendas. want to make a few more points. The European Union Commissioner was here to sell the free trade agreement just 2 days ago. She's here to sell it, but we still don't know the details. We still don't know the details because the Labor Party is excluding them from public reach. Why? Because the government won't release the details. By the way, people may not know this, but the same Minister for Labor pushing this free trade agreement is pushing something else. He's pushing an extra 45 federal politicians at taxpayer expense. Expand the Senate, expand the House of Representatives. We're opposing that too. We don't need any more politicians, we need fewer politicians in Canberra. But they're pushing that for their own benefit. They're pushing that for their own benefit. One Nation's position is clear. Australians decide what we do, not Brussels bureaucrats, unelected. We need to abolish UN net zero. We need to get out of the UN Paris Agreement and the UN Kyoto Protocol. We support fair trade, not free trade. European Union and new American farmers are subsidised heavily. We need to protect our farmers from exposure to free trade because it's not free except in one way, and that's hurting Australia. One Nation will cut fuel excise in half and impose a royalty on export gas at last.
Time has expired for discussion. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Scarr, which has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is consideration of the proposal supported? Thank you. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Scarr to move the motion.
I move the motion, Acting Deputy President. And I'll read the motion for those who are listening to the debate and those who are here to listen. The need for the Albanese Labor government to stop blaming others and take responsibility for fuel supply disruptions and rising prices by explaining how fuel will be delivered to Australians. Despite Minister Claire O'Neill's claim, and it's an extraordinary claim, that there is more fuel circulating in Australia than before the conflict in Iran began, and whether or not the Labor government will rule out fuel rationing or other restrictions. It is extraordinary, Acting Deputy President, that in the midst of this fuel supply crisis, Minister Claire O'Neill has come out with the stunning claim that there is more fuel circulating in Australia after the crisis in Iran than there was before. Absolutely extraordinary. What planet is Minister O'Neill living on? She is in a parallel universe. And I want to quote to you from the proprietors of Grantham Fuels in my home state of Queensland. And they run an independent fuel station. And they can, with the greatest amount of clarity, respond to Minister O'Neill's claim. And this is what they said on Monday. It makes us laugh that we keep hearing reports that there are no restrictions on distribution and that there is ample fuel available in the wholesale fuel world. Whoever is advising that needs a bit of a reality check, end quote. And that's from a fuel station operating in my home state of Queensland. And as at Monday, I'm not sure what the position is today, I hope it's alleviated, but on Monday they had run out of unleaded 91, they'd run out of premium 95 and they'd run out of premium 98. And in that context, the Minister has the gall to come out and say there's more fuel circulating in the Australian market today than there was before the crisis. Absolutely extraordinary. Living in a parallel universe. And we've seen this. We've seen this consistently after the outbreak of hostilities in Iran and in the Gulf. Queensland now has 55 stations, petrol stations, out of diesel and 35 with no regular unleaded fuel supply. We're in a situation where the Albanese Labor government is blaming everyone except themselves. They've blamed Australians for going out and purchasing fuel when they've been watching their TVs and seeing what is happening in the Gulf, and trying to protect their own position and that of their families. And then they blame the opposition for coming into this place and asking questions and making points about the impact of this fuel supply crisis upon our constituents. And I've done that in this place. I spoke about the trawler fleet in Mooloolaba that didn't have the diesel supply, so the 5 or 6 trawlers with 50, 60 crew was unable to leave port and actually go out and harvest wild tuna. And all we get from those opposite is to blame the messenger, to shoot the messenger, instead of taking responsibility and actually providing leadership. The Australian people are not interested in the Labor government seeking to deflect, seeking to shift blame, seeking to come out with embarrassing, and it truly is embarrassing, statements like Senator O'Neill had said, more fuel circulating in the Australian system than there was before the outcome of the conflict. For goodness sake. I mean, that is so far removed from the reality of all Australians, it is just laughable. It would be laughable, except Australians are living through a crisis. So the Labor government has been caught sleeping at the wheel, and it needs to wake up. It needs to wake up and stop blaming Australians for this fuel supply crisis. It needs to wake up and stop blaming the opposition for raising legitimate questions of concern that our constituents are raising with us, and it's our job to raise those concerns in this place. And it needs to wake up and actually provide some leadership and communication to the Australian people. The mixed messaging we've received over the last 3 weeks is just extraordinary, and it's culminated in this absurd statement from Minister O'Neill claiming that there is more fuel circulating in the Australian market today than there was before conflict broke out in Iran and the Gulf.
Thank you. Senator Ghosh, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, what you have here is the problem when you come up with a political attack and then you try to shape reality to meet that attack, rather than actually dealing with the facts on the ground. And what I want to look at is this urgency motion and the words in it. So what it says is the Albanese government needs to take responsibility for fuel supply disruptions and rising prices. We are in the middle of a global oil supply crisis. And while we appreciate the omnipotence that's attributed to us in the sense that we would be responsible for this, the facts actually just show how absurd the political position the Liberal Party has taken in this place, and that is
Senator.
$11 billion barrels a day out of the market. It's a global supply crisis. That's not what the government's done.
Senator Ghosh, take a seat. We have standing orders, and I remind the people on the left to adhere to the standing orders, please, and allow the senator to be heard in silence. Thank you, Senator Ghosh. You have the call. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Shoebridge, you're cutting into the senator's time. I remind you also that you have to abide by the standing orders in this place like every other senator. Senator Ghosh, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I appreciate that they might not like the absurdity of their motion put back to them, but that is 11 million barrels a day out of global markets, and somehow the Albanese government is supposed to take responsibility for that. It's an absurd premise. 140 billion cubic metres of gas out of global markets. I suppose that's the Albanese government's fault too. 40 energy assets destroyed in the Middle East. I suppose that's the Albanese government's fault too, as distinct from the government of Iran, which is attempting to disrupt oil supplies across the region. So the problem you have when you start from these premises and you warp your reality in order to deliver a political attack is the facts unpick it and they undo it. Now, the second part of this motion, or the next part that I'm going to turn to, relates to explaining how fuel will be delivered better to Australians. And I think if they'd been listening to the minister's answers in question time today and what's been said by the government, the most important thing that's being done, other than the additional release of 20% of our fuel reserves to address regional shortages, is standing up a new fuel supply task force and ensuring that we have proper coordination of where fuel is going to be delivered to in this country in order to address real need. Now, that task force drives coordination between the Commonwealth and the states and territories on fuel security, and it is designed to build supply chain resilience. It provides it's intended to provide consistent and coordinated updates to the Commonwealth, states and territories on fuel supply outlooks, where fuel is, where it's going, and how we're going to deal with this crisis. I mean, it's a significant problem we've got in this country, and all they want to do is come in here and lob political attacks rather than focus on solutions.
Senator Scarr.
Well, Senator Scarr, you might not like what's in your motion, but it's your motion, and so if
Senators.
And while I'm talking about the substance, you might want to do personal attacks. I'm talking about the substance, about how we're delivering fuel around the rest of the country. And the other thing we're doing is supporting state and territory governments to get fuels to the regions where they are in demand. And what we know is that diesel is a significant fuel stock for trucking and for industry and mining in Western Australia. It's also important for transport. So it is important that we get more diesel into the Australian market at the moment. And that's why we've expanded the number of source points that we're getting diesel from. We've opened up the opportunity to import it from the United States, the EU and Canada. But we're also focused on trying to deliver clear, sensible and reasoned messaging about where things are. And this is, I mean, it's in the back end of this motion. It's been at the back end of a lot of what's been said in this chamber today and for the last week, is the attempt on the other side, rather than to engage in reasoned debate on this, rather than to treat it like a national problem-solving exercise as a consequence of a global oil supply crisis, is to come in here and run political attacks. Rule this in, rule that out, rule emergency services in or out. We are obviously focused on trying to get fuel to where it needs to be. We are obviously focused on trying to make sure that the information is delivered to Australians so that they understand how we're managing this crisis. And all we get is an attempt to drum up alarm on the other side, an attempt to score political points. And I think that's really what I've got a problem with at the underlying nature of this motion, is that it doesn't attempt to solve a real problem. It's a global supply crisis in oil. The government's attempting to deal with it, and all we get is contumely from the other side.
Senator Hodgins-Bone.
Thank you, Chair. There is one way, only one way to protect Australians from a constant cycle of price spikes and uncertainty. To future-proof this country from an unpredictable global energy market, which is like being tied to a yo-yo that we can't control, we must unshackle ourselves from our dependence on fossil fuels. When global prices jump, Australians pay more. At the petrol pump, on their power bills, at the supermarket. We saw it after Russia invaded Ukraine. Bills surged and households copped it. And here we are again. The fossil fuel industry wants you to believe that more gas will protect us. Well, it won't. It keeps us more exposed, it keeps prices high, and those same companies are making massive profits off a global conflict, blood-soaked war profits, while Australians struggle to fill their tanks or pay their energy bills. There are things we can be doing right now, and we must tax our gas exporters a minimum of 25% on that precious tax that's being exported. We can make public transport free. Yes, we can do it. To take pressure off household budgets and redirect fuel where it's most needed, the regions, farmers and our truck drivers. But we can also not pretend that this is a short-term crisis. As long as we rely on fossil fuels, every conflict, every shock overseas becomes a cost of living crisis here at home. The alternative is clear. The wind keeps blowing, the sun keeps shining, no one can cut them off. The more that we power Australia equitably with our own clean energy, the more control that we have over prices, over our security and over our future. That is the choice in front of us all.
Senator Little.
The pumps are not flowing, nor are the answers from the Albanese Labor government. Labor has not been upfront with Australians. The economy is weak, fuel is a problem, and Australians are trying to work through this uncertainty. Motorists and those who need transport, rural and regional communities, farmers, livestock producers, truck drivers are not to blame for Labor's failure to plan or to respond. In my home state, where the population is centralised in Adelaide, locals are watching their costs spiral to $3 a litre, more than double than it was a month ago. The federal government has had and does have levers at its disposal, not just to have planned for this, but to also respond. And yet Australians have to wait for answers. Labor has been slow to see the problem. Labor has been slow to act on the problem. Labor has been slow at just about everything, and there's no sign that's changing. In true reflections, Livestock SA, in direct contact with producers across the state, is reporting delays, disruption, and guess what? They're not making it up. That's a huge issue. Fuel for bulk fuel deliveries, for members putting livestock, crops and livelihoods at risk. For a truck driver from Ceduna, the weekly fuel bill has gone from $14,000 to $21,000. That's for a single truck. A primary producer ordered 25,000 litres but received just 16,000 litres. That's not just an inconvenience. That means more trucks on the road, more transport costs, more administration for them, more in the cities, more drive-bys, more security issues for those who are holding that fuel. Producers can't wait for Canberra to catch up. Fractured supply chains are putting livelihoods at risk, as if South Australia isn't experiencing enough. They've had record business insolvencies. Enter stage left to this circus. Energy Minister Chris Bowen and Labor MPs still telling Australians there is no problem. In South Australia today, there are 49 fuel stations with supply issues. 49. Amid a backdrop of high inflation, high interest rates, national debt racing towards $1 trillion, this country was already in trouble. Our economy must truly be on life support now. After almost 4 years in government and with all of those resources, Labor instead chooses to blame the Australian people for buying too much, not itself. Claims too from Housing Minister Claire O'Neil, there's more fuel circulating in Australia today than before the Middle East conflict. Surely Australians think this is farcical. No, they know it is farcical, given the reality they are living with right now. A fuel task force won't likely fix this, and its own history should tell Labor that is so. Remember the failed stunt from former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd under the advice of then Minister Bowen when he appointed an independent fuel czar? A move that did nothing to reduce prices, another example of Chris Bowen's idea that has badly backfired. What Australia doesn't need is a part-time energy minister asleep at the wheel. If there is anxiety out there, it's because the public don't believe Labor when you say there is no national fuel crisis, and they also don't trust your ability to fix it. The government has the regulatory powers, the capacity to investigate, the platform to communicate clearly with an anxious public, and should rule out fuel rationing. No answer. Labor is not an answer. And while Australians live with inflation and the price of everything going up, they are tightening household budgets. But guess what Labor is doing? Well, it's spending more, and it's distracted on planning how to put more politicians in this place. In government, the coalition provided temporary and targeted relief in moments of crisis. Labor's response: retreat, ridicule and blame. The government is not listening to anybody but its own echo chamber. On Monday, the International Energy Agency told the government the world is facing the greatest global energy security threat today. On Tuesday, the European Union Commission President told a joint sitting of Parliament the threat to our supply chain security and the shock to our industrial base needs an urgent response and is another reminder that building our resilience is today's job. I also have a message for those relevant ministers who think it's all okay out there. Australians do matter. Their experiences are real. Your response is woeful. South Australia must be heard, and their voices in this crisis does matter. It matters to me, it matters to them, it matters for people trying to get to appointments, it matters for people trying to get their animals, to veterinarians. It matters in every single situation. There's no one not affected.
Senator Delegar.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to oppose the motion from Senator Scarr today. In the motion, the Senator mentions and makes note that the government is blaming everyone else for fuel disruptions, for rising prices and placing restrictions. But here we go again. The former party of government persists with fear-mongering and chasing one nation to the bottom. Now, I'm going to reflect on some comments made in the chamber. I think it was yesterday by Senator Antic when he was having a bit of a tanty about previous restrictions involving mandates, movement restrictions, and QR codes. And I think he's forgetting that he was in the government who placed those restrictions. And now, regardless of the time, that was a national crisis in a pandemic. And what did the Labor opposition do? We may have had feedback about some of the things that you were doing and the decisions you were making, but in the national interest, the Labor opposition backed in your government to be able to support the community. And what do we see now? We see now a national crisis where we have got a war in the Middle East that is creating havoc and chaos with the global fuel supply, and we have at the other side playing politics and scaring, as the Minister Ayres said the other day, scaring little old ladies, scaring other people into unusual buying patterns, and to be able to, and which are in part creating unusual purchasing behaviours. And people are right to react in a way. They are, scaring. People have businesses. People have things they need to use fuel for. It is right for them to, in their mind, to be able to make these decisions. But as people and leaders in this place, we have a duty to be able to, in the national interest, to come together in this parliament to provide certainty and stability for the Australian people when they expect nothing less. We have, in the last days and weeks, we have been taking action to give the ACCC stronger powers. We're to crack down on unfair behaviour. The ACCC will be able to issue on-the-spot fines for price gouging. We will double the maximum fines for misleading conduct from $50 to $100 million. For the likes of Ampol and BP and Shell, the ACCC is watching them closely and monitoring prices. And if people are being ripped off at the Bowser, we will find out. Australia deserves fair prices, and on this side, we won't stand and tolerate price gouging. We've also set up, in the last days, and I spoke about this in my contribution yesterday, the National Fuel Supply Task Force, led by Anthony Harris, a respected former head of the energy regulator, working in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet across portfolios to coordinate and to get fuel where it's needed. The task force will monitor supply and demand in real time, and in the interests of transparency, this government has been releasing the figures that Senator Little was talking about. Because we are transparent, we are giving the information to the people so they know what's happening in the supply chains. There's nothing to hide. We should be working together to fix it. The Prime Minister, he's been working closely with our international partners and our long-standing friends, including with the Prime Minister of Singapore, to secure fuel and energy needs. Building on our strategic partners, we've committed at both government levels to deepening regional cooperation, accelerating renewable energy transition and addressing unjustified import and export restrictions so that petrol and diesel will continue to flow our way. And I did speak about this yesterday, but I'm going to say it again. This government, we support truckies, and we're helping Australia's trucking industry manage the impacts on the war in the Middle East, ensuring truckies and transport operators are better protected from fuel price rises. With the global uncertainty leading to significant impacts on our transport industry, we are taking action to support truckies and operators. As my truckie colleague and great advocate for the trucking industry, Senator Stirl will attest that truckies keep the Australian economy moving, and we are making sure that they are not going to be taken advantage of. We are stepping in to help create fairness through the supply chain to manage the impacts of the global crisis. We will amend the Fair Work Act to allow truckies and road transport businesses to make an emergency application to the Fair Work Commission for a contract chain order to deal with the current spike in fuel prices caused by the war in the Middle East.
Thank you, Senator DeLuga. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on this motion from Senator Scarr, who is a very good faith actor in this place. He engages in a very genuine way and makes thoughtful contributions, and when he puts forward a motion, I certainly take notice. And as a crossbencher, it is hard to listen to a government that's 4 years in, blame everything on the former government. At the same time, I acknowledge that when it comes to fuel security, this is a failure over a very long time in our country. It seems to me that there's three ways to improve liquid fuel security. We either store more fuel, we refine more fuel, or we reduce demand through electrification, active travel and public transport. And this is not an issue that's popped up since the emergence of the conflict in the Middle East. It's an issue that's been developing for many decades now. And yes, the government should have done more. The previous government should have done more. The Labor government before them should have done more. This is a failure of both sides of politics. But we now have the technology to actually deal with it. We have the opportunity to democratise energy in this country, to unlock savings, thousands of dollars of savings for every household in this country, to run your appliances and your car off Aussie sunshine and wind, and store it in batteries. The same party that is now criticising the government are the ones that have fought electrification for decades, and some continue to do that. We have to move past that. This is an opportunity to unlock savings for Australians who are doing it the toughest. Renters, people on fixed incomes. The opportunity is there if we're actually willing to work together and deliver for all Australians.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Yesterday I met with Joanna Briganti from New South Wales farmers and member organisations across horticulture and meat industries. They raised issues caused by the Albanese government's fuel crisis that are terrifying. The cost to get produce to market is going up between 25% and 75% because of increased fuel costs. Farms using diesel and truckers are only getting 30% off their fuel order. This is making Australian produce unaffordable. After the drought years, family farms have nothing left to get through this. It's even worse for farmers in the middle of a harvest. One farmer saw their harvest fuel costs double from $15,000 to $30,000 a week. Fuel bills have to be settled in 14 days. Supermarkets pay 2 months. Farmers can no longer afford to finance their harvest, and food will not get to supermarkets. If the Canberra bubble thinks this is someone else's problem, they need to do nothing about it. I can assure you it's going to get very real very, very quickly. For food producers, it already is real.
Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair, and can I assure Senator Ghosh there'll be no torrent of contumely. I'll be a very measured contribution to the Senate this afternoon. Well, it's what you would expect from me, and it's what you'll receive. I understand completely the passion of my friend Senator Scarr when he reads the stories of those Australians that are doing it tough in the distribution of fuel. And I encourage the government to do more in managing our supply chains, particularly getting fuel to the regions. But at the same time, the persuasive contribution to this debate by Senator Pocock, and that is that these matters have been long-standing, and this war has and will cause us as a nation to reflect on our energy security. And perhaps we should also reflect on the pace of our decarbonisation and our pursuit of renewable energy, in that if we had pursued it faster, perhaps we would have had a little more energy independence. But I am struck when listening to the fine contributions to this debate that the lessons have already been taught to us this week by the President of the European Commission in her excellent speech. And I know that, Acting Deputy Chair, some of the content of this speech has persuaded many on my own side to reflect on their abandonment of net zero. But she goes, and I'll quote some parts of the speech, countries that built economic models on the very premise of the stability and safety they provide are facing a new reality. She goes on to say, take energy prices. None of us is immune to the shocks, both geopolitical and economic, that the war in Iran brings to our populations. Pain at the pump is hard for our citizens. And just another reminder that building our resilience is today's job. Wise words. But she also goes on to say, with geopolitics at a boiling point, we know firsthand that the more you build homegrown energy, the sooner you get independent and thus can shield yourself from energy price shocks. We are in a race to electrify our economies. This is what the future generations will judge us on. So perhaps in the reflection of our fuel security, which we need to do to transition to net zero, which we need to do to create a cleaner world and not live in our own filth, and the problems with supply chain in the immediacy, we should also begin to have a serious conversation in the community of what our energy mix looks like, both renewable and perhaps other sources of energy. We will need gas, at least in the medium term, to firm up our grids, and that we need to see our economy in a holistic way, what our demands are to keep for our communities, review our supply chains, underpin our industrial economy. But that's not going to be to just find new supply chains in the short term and then wait for the next crisis. It's interesting that, and I'm a follower of Professor Sir Dieter Helm, a professor at Oxford and an economist, strong supporter of net zero. He says the current shocks in the Iranian war are not trends, which is interesting. He's a classic economist, so the price is going up in response to supply shocks. And the market, in effect, will find new ways to either ration supplies in the short term, but then find new supplies. His thesis is that we may well no longer be dependent on the Middle East as the market readjusts, but we may become dependent on other nations. But whatever your view about sourcing energy security, destroying nature like the Great Australian Bight is not the answer.
Thank you, Senator McLaughlin. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Scarr be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. Against? I think the ayes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Scarr be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Oh, yeah. Do you want to?
Where are we at?
Documents.
I shall now proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 4 of today's order of business. Who's seeking the call? Can't see anyone standing, so we will then proceed to the tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Hello. Senator Grogan.
I present the report of the Community Affairs Legislation Committee on Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes No. 1, Bill 2026, together with accompanying documents.
Thank you. Senator O'Neill.
Monitor 4 of 2026, together with ministerial correspondence, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. Thank you very much, Peter. And I rise to speak to the tabling of the scrutiny of Delegated Legislation Committee's Delegated Legislation Monitor 4 of 2026. This monitor reports on the committee's consideration of 108 legislative instruments registered between the 3rd of January and the 10th of February 2026. In this monitor, the committee has commented on one new instrument and concluded its examination of one instrument. The new instrument is Aged Care Legislation Amendment 2026, Measures No. 1, Rules 2026. This instrument amends the Aged Care Consequential and Transitional Provisions Aged Care System Modification Rules 2025, and in doing so it amends the Aged Care Act 2024, including by introducing new rule-making powers into the Act. The instrument also amends the Aged Care Rules 2025. These amendments establish a mechanism for the Secretary of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, in their capacity as System Governor, to pay certain subsidies in advance to registered providers. The amendments also establish a mechanism to reinstate decisions regarding classification levels and priority categories where those decisions have previously ceased. The instrument is authorised by Item 2 of Schedule 6 to the Aged Care Consequential and Transitional Provisions Act of 2024, which is a very interesting element of governance called a broad Henry VIII provision. This is a provision that allows the Minister to make rules that alter the operation of any aspect of the Commonwealth aged care system, including by altering the Aged Care Act. The committee has previously raised concerns with the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors in relation to the use of this particular power. The committee's long-standing view is that provisions that modify primary legislation should be contained in primary legislation. As such, the committee is concerned about instruments made pursuant to the Henry VIII clauses, particularly broad Henry VIII clauses, like the one relied upon to make this instrument. The committee's scrutiny concerns are heightened further when a legislative instrument introduces a new rule-making power or powers into primary legislation, as is also the case with this instrument. The committee considers that this approach has the potential to undermine the appropriate relationship between the Parliament and the Executive if adopted too broadly or not extensively justified. The explanatory statement states that the instrument, which self-repeals after 12 months, is necessary to respond to unforeseen circumstances to ensure continuity of service delivery and viability of registered providers, as well as the effective operation of the Aged Care Act. The committee considers this information to be very helpful and considers the time limitation to be a valuable safeguard. However, the committee remains concerned about the repeated reliance on broad Henry VIII clauses that authorise the instrument. While the committee is not seeking advice from the department or the Minister in relation to the instrument, it will continue to monitor this important issue in its scrutiny of future instruments and has resolved to draw its concerns to the attention of the Senate under Standing Order 23(4). The committee has also concluded its examination of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Regulations 2025. The instrument supports the legal framework established under the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999, including in relation to environmental assessments and approvals, management principles, wildlife trade, the regulation of activities in Commonwealth reserves and permit processes. In Monitor 2 of 2026, the committee sought advice from the Minister for the Environment and Water about a range of scrutiny concerns under Senate Standing Orders 23(3), (D), (E), (C), (I) and (H). These concerns relate to consultation, clarity of drafting, the conferral and delegation of administrative powers and functions, the availability of review rights and provisions that affect personal rights and liberties. The Minister provided a response on the 20th of March 2026. The committee wants to thank the Minister for his prompt engagement on this matter and for his detailed engagement in relation to many of the committee's concerns. In his extensive response, the Minister indicated that the government intends to make a more substantial amendment or set of amendments to the EPBC regulations throughout 2026 as part of a broader overhaul of the EPBC framework. These new measures will commence on or before 1 December 2026, and as a result, the current form of the EPBC regulations is effectively time-limited. The Minister advised that as part of this ongoing reform process, he has committed to aligning the EPBC regulations with modern regulatory practice. The Minister also provided an undertaking to amend the regulations explanatory statement to include the further details sought by the committee in relation to each of its scrutiny concerns. The committee's comments on the EPBC regulations in Monitor 4 should be understood in light of this advice. In his response, the Minister provided detailed advice addressing the committee's concerns relating to consultation and the clarity of the instrument's drafting. The committee considered this advice to be helpful and of high quality and has concluded its examination of these issues on the basis of an undertaking by the Minister to amend the explanatory statement to include this advice. The committee has also indicated that consideration should be given to amending the regulations to reflect the Minister's advice in relation to the clarity of drafting issues highlighted by the committee. In relation to the committee's concerns under Senate Standing Order 23(3)(c) about provisions allowing the Minister or the Secretary to delegate their powers to any employee of the department, or in the case of the Director of National Parks, to any person, the Minister advised that this approach is necessary to ensure the efficient operation of the complex EPBC framework. The Minister also outlined a number of factors that operate to limit the exercise of these broad powers in practice. For example, the Minister advised that although the Director of National Parks is legislatively empowered to delegate their powers to any person, in practice, delegations are currently only made to employees within the Parks Australia division of the department. In relation to the committee's concerns about the inclusion of broad discretionary powers within the regulations, the Minister highlighted examples of the factors, safeguards and limitations that apply to the exercise of several discretionary powers. The committee welcomes this advice, although it noted that the Minister did not address the majority of the decisions within the regulations. While the committee is grateful for the Minister's advice in relation to these two matters, it remains concerned about the breadth of the delegation and discretionary powers under the instrument. The committee would appreciate the Minister's consideration of these concerns in future amendments to the instrument. The committee is also resolved to draw the Senate's attention to concerns about the broad conferral of discretionary powers under the instrument under Standing Order 23(4). In relation to the committee's concerns under Senate Standing Order 23(3)(I) regarding the availability of independent merits review, the Minister explained with examples why some decisions under this instrument are subject to independent merits review and why some are exempt. However, the Minister's advice did not address the majority of the decision-making powers in the instrument, including several of the provisions raised by the committee. The committee is therefore resolved to also draw its concerns to the attention of the Senate and has noted that consideration should be given to addressing the committee's concerns as part of the ongoing changes to the EPBC framework. In relation to its concerns under Senate Standing Order 23(3)(h), relating to provisions that impact on personal rights and liberties, the committee sought advice about provisions that reverse the evidential burden of proof and affect the presumption of innocence. The committee also sought further advice from the Minister about provisions that appear to undermine the presumption of innocence, including provisions that allow decision-makers to consider disclosures about whether a person is subject to proceedings for an offence, regardless of the outcome of those proceedings. In his response, the Minister explained that the ability to consider disclosures is discretionary and that the principles of natural justice continue to apply. The committee has thanked the Minister for this advice and concluded its examination of the issue. If I can add, the Minister also explained that provisions that reverse the evidential burden of proof are appropriate because each provision concerns matters that are peculiarly within the knowledge of the defendant, thereby aligning the approach to the guidance set out by the Attorney General's Department. Finally, the committee has concluded its examination of a no invalidity clause within the regulations. No invalidity clauses provide that decisions made under certain powers are valid even if they're made in breach of a statutory requirement or administrative law norm. In this case, sub-regulation 14.16(3) provides that a failure by the Director of National Park to give persons information about their right to seek review of certain decisions doesn't affect the validity of those decisions. However, in response to the committee's concerns, the Minister advised that information about review rights is also available in several publicly available documents. The committee has therefore concluded its examination of this issue. I commend the committee's Delegated Legislation Monitor for 2026 to the Senate.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. I present Scrutiny Digest number 5 of 2026 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, together with ministerial correspondence.
Sorry, Senator Smith, I just need to reverse up for just one moment. Are you seeking leave to continue your remarks, Senator O'Neill?
Senator Ananda-Rajah is going the call.
Okay, so we're still on this because that's the question before the Chair, so we'll have to stick with this, Senator Smith. My apologies for allowing you to jump the gun, but my fault. Senator Ananda-Rajah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your indulgence. I also rise to speak as a member of the committee that is chaired by Senator O'Neill. In relation to the Delegated Legislation Monitor 4 report, which refers to the amendments, the landmark amendments that we've introduced regarding aged care. As you know, Chair, when we came to government in 2022, the aged care system was on its knees. It was a story of crisis and abuse, systemic abuse and neglect. Indeed, the interim report of the Royal Commission in 2019
was titled Neglect, and it described the aged care system as a shocking tale of neglect. We discovered that this system was failing families, it was certainly failing older Australians, and it was failing a workforce that was gutted during COVID, demoralised, on its knees, exhausted, wrapped in PPE. Older Australians were separated from their families, and during that period of time I was working in hospital pretty much in PPE and also dealing with the aftermath of an aged care system that was fundamentally broken. So we came to office in 2022, and the first business of the day, actually the first bill we passed was an aged care bill. The second one was on climate change. Such was the state of the system in crisis. And we adopted a rights-based approach to aged care. The nation told us that older Australians didn't want more rules. They wanted rights. They wanted to have their say, they wanted dignity, and they wanted to have their autonomy protected. And that's what we attempted to do with this power of work in our first term of government. And the new Aged Care Act was a complete overhaul of the system. It was co-designed with older Australians, with their families, and with aged care providers. And there were multiple town halls, there were multiple meetings, there was a lot of testimony, and a lot of consideration and care was given towards crafting this new Aged Care Act. And it finally went live on the 1st of November last year. And sure, it's had a few teething problems in the interim, but we expect that. This is, after all, a once-in-a-generational landmark reform. But at its heart is care. At its heart is care. We are returning care to the aged care system. And there are two messages to take from this. The first is that loud and clear Australians said to us that they want to remain at home. And I saw this every day of my clinical practice. Working in a major hospital, most hospitals around the country are actually filled with older Australians because they have the disease burden. They carry the burden of disease. In fact, 80% of Australians over the age of 65 have one chronic disease. About 1 in 4 older Australians over the age of 65 have 3 or more chronic diseases. And so the burden of disease is very high in the elderly, and hence I have always regarded the aged care system and the healthcare system as part of one ecosystem. And so if one breaks down, you end up with ramping, you end up with bed block, you end up with logjam in the hospital system. And this was a daily occurrence when I turned up to work every morning. And it was terrible because elderly people should not be in chaotic, busy emergency departments. They should not be on trolleys in corridors. They should not have the indignity of someone like me having to examine them while in a corridor while other people are walking around with no privacy. That is not the thing that older Australians want nor need. So it is imperative that we invest in restoring confidence to the aged care system, because it will have really important downstream effects on our hospital and clinical system. And there's an economic imperative as well, because hospital care is by far the most expensive type of healthcare, by far. And you want to keep people out of hospital as much as possible, and I'll come to that later on. But a big part of the reforms was actually enabling older Australians to stay at home. And so we now have a program called Support at Home. And this program involves an assessment, and there are some questions regarding the assessment, because it does involve an automated system with then a human making a determination at the end and discussing what kind of supports a person is entitled to. That automated system, my understanding is that it was done in an evidence-based way, 20,000 people, and it was developed with a strong evidence base. It's not to say it's perfect, but it absolutely is grounded in evidence from 20,000 data set. So supported home involves providing people with the means necessary to remain at home and to live a dignified life, and that may include equipment, it may include modifications, and also, of course, clinical care, such as wound care, for example, or dressings care, or care with colostomy bags, or peg feeding, and so on and so forth. And the Commonwealth has said that we will cover the costs of clinical care, but for all other care, a co-payment is required. Now, having recently been on a parliamentary multi-partisan delegation to Singapore and Japan, which are two super aging societies, I did discover that both these countries also have co-payment type systems. So aged care is not regarded as something that is free to anyone. A co-payment is required in both these advanced economies as well. So we also have a co-payment. But in addition to providing supported home, we also have released 83,000 home care packages, which are going out the door. But that's not all we've done. With respect to who actually provides this care, that of course is skilled, trained professionals. And that workforce, as I said, was on its knees when we first came to government. But we have put a power of work, backed in with a lot of dollars, to stabilise that workforce and uplift it again. And we have backed in the biggest increase in aged care salaries that has ever been seen in Australia's history, such that a registered nurse now working in aged care is earning $28,000 more per year. That is huge bump in pay. And it's absolutely deserving, because these people do the kind of work that a lot of other Australians won't do. It's manual work in residential aged care. It is not simple work. There's a lot of monitoring required, a lot of care needed, and certainly we've brought in mandatory requirements around care minutes, food quality, and this means that we need to have a trained workforce in order to provide that sort of care and lift standards and maintain them at a certain level. And that's certainly been our wish and our goal. But in order to ensure that we have a stable workforce in aged care, we've also strengthened the pipeline. And that has happened through free TAFE as well as Commonwealth paid pracs. Now, free TAFE has been a runaway success. We've seen over 725,000 enrolments in free TAFE, many of them in aged care and other care sector services. And we back that in with a Commonwealth paid prac allowance, which is around $340 a week for those nurses, student nurses who wish to undertake their mandatory placements in clinical settings. So this is how we are strengthening the aged care system, but we're also paying close attention to the wider health system, because older Australians have a burden of disease, and that's why we've invested in bulk billing and Medicare urgent care clinics and cheaper medicines to make that difference so that we don't see continuous pressure in our hospitals.
Senator Scarr, on the same matter?
On the same matter, actually, and can I acknowledge two colleagues who serve on the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation Committee. The chair does a wonderful job on the chair, as she does on every committee she chairs, Senator O'Neill, and also, if I can acknowledge Senator Ananda Raja for that thoughtful contribution. If I can reinforce the point Senator O'Neill made about the quality submission that was made to our committee by the Department of Environment, led by Senator Murray Watt of this place, it really was a fulsome and quite substantial submission, especially noting the commitments which have been made in relation to the rewriting of the regulations under the EPBC Act. And I think the department should be rightly commended for the manner in which they engage with the committee, and I think it's an example other departments should follow. So if Senator Watt and the department can broadcast my congratulations to them far and wide, hopefully that will provide some encouragement for other departments with respect to the way in which they engage with the committee. I do want to, though, make some comments about the aged care rules. And Senator Ananda Raja touched on the aged care rules in her contribution, but I want to enhance discussion in relation to what's referred to as the integrated assessment tool, which is used to determine whether or not someone's eligible for home care support and the degree of support which they are entitled to. And I've got to tell you, when those rules came before our committee and there were over 600 pages of rules that were exhaustively analysed by the committee, I was not aware of the fact that there is a guideline which has been issued sitting outside of the rules, therefore not subject to the scrutiny of our committee, which actually says to an assessor who's using the integrated assessment tool, which uses various predictive techniques, algorithms, whatever you want to call it, in relation to assessing the need for home care support. I was not aware that there was a guideline that said the assessor was not permitted to override what the integrated assessment tool was telling them. And the issues arising from that practice or protocol, which has been promulgated through this guideline, which did not come before the Scrutiny Committee, have been well documented in some articles which have been written by Melissa Davey in The Guardian over the course of the last month or two. And those articles have actually included quoting the person who designed this integrated assessment tool as being horrified with respect to the way in which it's being applied and the fact that the guideline says that the assessor is not permitted to overrule the outcome of application of the integrated assessment tool. And we've heard some terrible cases of people who desperately need home support, them and their loved ones, not able to access that home support because of the nonsensical outcomes being generated by that integrated assessment tool, which are unable to be overridden. And when you read the guideline, and I hope the department's listening to this, but I've read the guideline and it cross-refers to Aged Care Rule 81.1 as providing some sort of justification for the guideline saying that the assessor cannot intervene and override what the integrated assessment tool is saying. And when you read Aged Care Rule 81.1, it's completely silent on the issue, completely silent. And that is terribly disappointing, that the department is using this guideline to effectively override the scrutiny of these aged care rules by the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation Committee. That was never countenanced in the over 600 pages of aged care rules, never countenanced. Every single scrutiny committee, and I'm a member of all three of them in this parliament, every single scrutiny committee is very much alive with respect to the dangers which lurk with automated decision-making. And every single senator in this place is aware of what happened during the robo-debt crisis and the dangers with respect to automated decision-making where there isn't human intervention or the possibility of human intervention in relation to decisions which can have devastating consequences on Australians, especially vulnerable Australians. And in this case, we're talking about a cohort of older Australians relying upon support, them and their families. And yet we have this terrible situation where the aged care rules, over 600 pages, did not countenance that an assessor would not be able to intervene in the application of this integrated assessment tool, didn't countenance it at all, and yet the department then issues a guideline dictating to assessors they're not permitted to override it, such that the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation Committee was deprived of the opportunity, denied the opportunity of considering the process as a whole. And that is unacceptable, unacceptable. And it's certainly a matter which I'll be seeking to pursue. And I think the department and the minister have a lot of explaining to do as to how that came about. Who wrote that guideline? Did that guideline come before the minister? Who gave advice with respect to that guideline? And was any consideration given to the exhaustive examination of the aged care rules by the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation Committee, and our keen interest to make sure automated decision-making wasn't inappropriately used in the context of making decisions in relation to home care for some of our most vulnerable Australians? And I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. The question is that the Senate take note of the report. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Smith.
Thank you. I present Scrutiny Digest 5 of 2026 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, together with ministerial correspondence, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. As Chair of the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, I rise to speak on the tabling of the committee's Scrutiny Digest 5 of 2026. The digest contains the committee's consideration of 6 bills introduced between the 10th and 12th of March 2026. The committee has commented on 3 new bills and concluded its consideration of 4 previously introduced bills. In particular, I wish to highlight the committee's comments in Chapter 1 of the Digest regarding the Migration Amendment 2026 Measures No. 1 Bill of 2026, which was passed within 3 sitting days of its introduction on the 10th of March 2026. While the timeline for the passage of legislation is appropriately a matter for the Parliament, truncated parliamentary processes do diminish the committee's ability to undertake its usual scrutiny process. This includes engaging in dialogue with the Executive to address any identified scrutiny concerns prior to debate in the Senate. Although on this occasion the committee was able to secure a timely response to its initial scrutiny inquiry by writing to the Minister directly prior to debate, this has not lessened the seriousness of its underlying concerns. The committee has raised significant concerns about the extent of parliamentary and judicial oversight of measures enacted by this legislation. For example, the bill exempts arrival control determinations which temporarily restrict classes of temporary visa holders from entering Australia in specified circumstances from disallowance from the Parliament. Further, the committee has remarked on the Minister's power to exempt certain non-citizens from the operation of an arrival control determination by issuing a permitted travel certificate. The Minister or their delegates would not be required to consider exercising this power or to observe the basic principles of natural justice were they do. The combined effect of these measures is to substantially limit the utility of legal remedies that those affected by an arrival control determination may obtain through judicial review. In both instances, the committee has observed that neither the explanatory memorandum or the Minister's response to the preliminary scrutiny issues identified by the committee justify the significant limits on political and legal accountability that they impose. I also note the committee's comments on the Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment Omnibus No. 1 Bill of 2026, which relate to earlier scrutiny concerns identified by the committee. Amendments proposed by this bill seek to defer the sunsetting of 3 warrant regimes under the Crimes Act of 1914 and the Surveillance Devices Act of 2004, being extended for 3 years until the 4th of September 2029. Such warrants authorise the Australian Federal Police or the Australian Crime Commission to take over online accounts, alter, copy, add or delete data on target computers and access devices and networks used by suspected criminal networks. The committee has previously highlighted in Scrutiny Digest 1 of 2021 elements of these warrant regimes that may give rise to undue trespass on individual rights and liberties. In this instance, it is considered deferral of these regimes from sunsetting warrants greater justification than has been provided. The committee also sought detailed advice about the proposed use of evidentiary certificates in criminal proceedings involving serious drug offences under Part 9.1 of the Criminal Code. These certificates, which constitute prima facie evidence of the matters they contain, effectively reverse the evidential burden of proof by placing the onus on a defendant to rebut those matters. The committee has also noted that the bill would permit additional matters that could be certified to be expanded by delegated legislation without clear safeguards, constraint or justification, as these measures may interfere with the common law right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. The committee has requested further information be provided to it by the Attorney-General. With these comments, I commend the committee's Scrutiny Digest number 5 of 2026 to the Senate for its consideration.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Acting Deputy President. I just wanted to add some remarks as well, in addition to Senator Smith's fine contribution about the Senate Scrutiny Committee. Smith D, yes, just to be very clear, D Smith, not M Smith, about the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills. And it's not often that I do get into this place and speak about this committee, and I probably should, but I know quite a few people outside of this building have actually asked me about the work that it does and how important it is. In fact, I think one of the most important committees in this place as a House of Review is the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, and I think the other committee, very similar to its functions, also that of the Delegated Legislation, one that I've also previously served on in a previous parliament. And while not, as I guess an expert in these matters, have been learning for some time about the excellent work that we do as a committee, aided by a very excellent secretariat, I did just want to quickly, for the benefit of many that are watching this and external, go through some of the principles that this committee has to look at when we do look at these pieces of legislation every week. And as you can see, you know, we have very extensive reports that we provide to this chamber. In essence, the Scrutiny of Bills Committee work is vital, and it's vital because it has to assess the proposed legislation before it against a set of standards that cover individual rights, liberties and obligations, the rule of law and parliamentary scrutiny. These are fundamental to the integrity of our democracy and to the ways that laws are actually passed and affect the daily lives of everyday Australians. To fulfil this objective, senators should also be reminded that the committee scrutinises each bill before it against 5 very broad scrutiny principles that are determined by the Senate. And I think it's fair to say, regardless of who is in government, sometimes members of the executive or those that work to serve the executive, the public servants, sometimes forget about these scrutiny principles. And it is something that this committee constantly is doing, is writing to ministers, not at ministers, but to their departments, reminding those that do draft legislation of these principles that need to be adhered to, because we are doing our job to make sure that when we do look at these bills, we are not making comments on the merits of the bill, but we are scrutinising the bill against those set of standards that we as a Senate have all agreed to. To fulfil this objective, the committee scrutinises each bill against 5 broad scrutiny principles, as I've said. The standing orders require the committee to scrutinise against each bill and inform the Senate about whether those bills may, for instance, trespass unduly on personal rights and liberties, also whether they make rights, liberties or obligations unduly dependent on insufficiently defined administrative powers, also make rights, liberties or obligations unduly dependent upon non-reviewable decisions, inappropriately delegate legislative powers, or insufficiently subject the exercise of legislation power to parliamentary scrutiny. And these are constant issues that we always are not just debating but also reporting back to the Senate for consideration before it decides to pass laws. The committee, I should say, takes very much a bipartisan approach to this scrutiny function. I think that is one of the key pillars of the committee, to be frank, regardless of the principles. The fact that we can sit here in this chamber and actually have a bipartisan approach, a bipartisan report, speaks volume about the work, the dedication and the commitment that we as senators on the committee have, and the respect that we have of this place, the Senate, the House of Review. Senators from the government, opposition and crossbench, I should also add, work together to identify scrutiny concerns, seek their remedy where appropriate and raise them here so that each bill may be properly considered. And where concerns are raised, the committee seeks further information from ministers and we bring those matters to the attention of the Senate so that all senators are equipped to properly consider the legislation before us. While the committee provides its views on a bill at a level of compliance with the principles I mentioned earlier, it is important to emphasise that the committee does not evaluate bills holistically, as is the role of the legislation committees. The identification of a scrutiny concern by the committee is not an expression of support or opposition to a bill. And sometimes that does get, I think, lost in translation, particularly when there are reports in the media, I should say, where certain senators might support or go against a report or a bill. That doesn't mean that we're supporting the merits of the bill or are opposed to it. Rather, it is one of the several considerations that should inform the deliberations in this chamber. As senators, again, as a House of Review, we should consider the merits separate to the principles that we have set and agreed as a Senate as part of each bill that comes before us. And to understand the importance of the committee's work, it is useful to expand on its formal mandate. And these are the functions of the Scrutiny of Bills Committee that are set out in Senate Standing Order number 24. That standing order directs the committee to assess the bills against a set of accountability standards that focuses on the impact of proposed legislation on individual rights, on liberties and obligations, on whether those laws adhere to the rule of law and to the extent to which they maintain appropriate levels of parliamentary oversight. Those standards are given practical effect through those 5 key principles. And just to go into a little bit more detail, firstly I wanted to say that the first consideration of the committee is whether a bill unduly passes, or unduly trespasses, I should say, on personal rights and liberties. This goes to the core of our responsibility as legislators to ensure that in pursuing legitimate policy objectives, we do not impose disproportionate or unjustified burdens on individuals. Second, it examines whether rights, liberties or obligations are dependent on insufficiently defined administrative powers, and that is something that this committee has constantly had to put in writing to ministers and their departments. Parliament must be clear when it delegates authority to the executive, and that authority must be appropriately constrained. Thirdly, the committee considers whether decisions are made under legislation are subject to appropriate review. Access to merits review or judicial review is fundamental to fairness and accountability in our legal system. And sorry to put Senator Bragg to sleep. I know he's yawning quite a bit there on the other side, but bear with me for a few more minutes. No, I'm not taking it personally, Senator Scarr, but it is important to remind our good senators in this place, members like yourself and Senator Smith and others, D. Smith, thank you, M. Smith, who are on the committee and do work to make sure that we are scrutinising each single piece of legislation, each bill that comes before this Senate against the set principles that we have agreed to at the start of every parliament. So, as I was saying, fourthly, it assesses whether legislative powers are being inappropriately delegated. While delegated legislation is necessary, I should add, Deputy President, it is a feature of modern governance, but it must not be used to bypass scrutiny of this Parliament. And lastly, the committee considers whether the exercise of legislative power is subject to sufficient parliamentary scrutiny. This ensures that the Parliament must retain oversight of how laws are made, implemented and enforced. So in essence, these principles are not merely ones that are designed in theory. They are applied in practice. They are designed they are applied in a disciplined and methodological way to make sure that each sitting week we are assessing each set of bills, each set of legislation in a way that we had agreed to at the start of the Parliament. And every bill must be introduced in the Parliament must be examined in this way, supported by detailed legislative and legal analysis, and the committee also meets regularly to consider these provisions. Now, those concerns that we do raise as a committee are then published in what we call the Scrutiny Digest, which is tabled in the Senate, typically each sitting week, so that all senators are aware of the potential issues before legislation, before we then proceed to dealing them in consideration. And where concerns arise, the committee engages directly with ministers seeking further explanation or justification, and this dialogue is a critical part of the process. Importantly, the committee does not seek to make final determinations on the merits of the bill. Rather, its role is to act as an early warning system to identify the risks, to highlight the potential overreach, and to ensure that those matters are brought to the attention of senators. And on that note, I will leave my contributions there, Deputy President.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I too rise to make some comments in relation to the Scrutiny of Bills Committee report, and in particular in relation to the Migration Amendments 2026 Measure Number 1 bill, which was passed during the last sittings of this Parliament. And I acknowledge Senator Ciccone's very thoughtful dissertation on the operation of the Scrutiny of Bills Committee, but there was one point which I think Senator Ciccone could have referred to underline the importance of the work of the committee, and that is in relation to that bill. In relation to that bill, an instrument, this is in relation to the Migration Amendment 2026 Measures Number 1 bill. Under that bill, the Minister has the power to issue an instrument which would have the effect of preventing those with temporary visas from coming to Australia for a period of time from a particular area. That instrument is not subject to disallowance. And the Scrutiny of Bills Committee looked deeply into that issue. And I want to congratulate firstly the Chair of the Scrutiny of Bills Committee, Senator Smith-D, and also Senator Ciccone in relation to there is only one Senator Ciccone, absolutely. And I want to congratulate those senators and all the other members of the Scrutiny of Bills Committee for taking the initiative of writing a letter to the Minister of Home Affairs, Tony Burke, prior to that piece of legislation being debated in this place. And I also want to thank Minister Burke and his department for responding to that inquiry from the committee in relation to why that instrument was not subject to disallowance. So the Senate did have the benefit of the Minister's response, and that's a good thing before we voted on that bill. But now the Senate has the benefit of the Scrutiny of Bills Committee report in relation to this issue of disallowance. And I think the Scrutiny of Bills Committee report that has just been considered has made it quite clear that that instrument should have been subject to disallowance. It should be subject to disallowance. And this Senate has determined that it's only in exceptional circumstances should a piece of delegated legislation, a statutory instrument, a notification in the nature of the notification which would be issued under the Migration Amendments 2026 Measure Number 1 bill, it's only in the most exceptional circumstances should that instrument not be subject to disallowance. And that instrument under that bill does not meet those exceptional circumstances. Why? Because the Minister and the Department represent that it shouldn't be subject to disallowance because it's an urgent matter, potentially, and the Minister has to take action. But that should not prevent the disallowance process from applying, because up to that point in time when an instrument is disallowed, if it is disallowed, and it's extraordinarily rare for a regulation or instrument to be disallowed by this Senate, up to that point in time where the instrument potentially is disallowed, it continues to have effect. It continues to have effect. So disallowance only operates from the point in time of disallowance moving forward. So there is no reason why that instrument, under that piece of legislation, which was quite controversial, should have been exempted from disallowance. And by exempting it from disallowance, it is undermining, it has the effect of undermining our ability as senators to actually receive representations from our constituencies, diaspora communities, and to actually look at the issue as to whether or not the minister should have issued an instrument in particular circumstances. We denied the opportunity. We denied the opportunity to consider that issue because the instrument is not subject to disallowance. So I would suggest the bill's been passed, but in my view, I would suggest to the minister that the minister reconsider this issue. Now the minister has the benefit, the considered view of the Scrutiny of Bills Committee. I would call upon the minister to reconsider that issue as to whether or not the instrument should be subject to disallowance. Trust the legislative process. Trust us as senators. Trust this House of Review to discharge our responsibilities and to discharge our obligations in the best interests of the Australian people. Don't undermine the power of this House of Review, the ability of this House of Review to look carefully with respect to any piece of delegated legislation and determine whether or not it should be disallowed on the basis of the national interest.
There are no further contributions. The question before the chair is that the Senate take note of the Scrutiny Digest 5, moved by Senator Dean Smith. Those that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Moving to, are there any ministerial statements? Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. On behalf of the Minister for Education, Mr Clare, I table a statement relating to the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement Progress Report, together with the report, and I seek leave to make a statement relating to the documents.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, today I rise to table the ministerial statement on the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement Progress Report, a statement made in the House earlier today by my friend and colleague, the Minister for Education and the Member for Blaxland, Jason Clare. And it was a very important day for Minister Clare to table this statement. Not only has the Minister in the other place presented the progress report on our Better Fairer Schools agreements, but indeed today marks 1 year since the Prime Minister and Minister for Education announced that all states and territories across the nation had signed our Better and Fairer Schools agreement. 1 year since all governments across the nation signed up to fix the funding of our public schools once and for all. The Better Fairer Schools Agreement is a landmark agreement, and for the first time under this agreement, every public school student in every public school in every part of the country will receive their full and fair funding for the first time ever. This is a great Labor commitment and a great Labor achievement that will pay dividends for years to come for our nation's students across the country. It's an absolute game changer for Australia's education system and a life changer for our students. It is the biggest injection of Commonwealth funding into our public schools ever. And it's this Labor government that is delivering it. It means an additional $16.5 billion over 10 years invested in our public schools across the country, with an extra $50 billion in the decade to follow that. And of course, the history of the Better Fairer Schools Agreement is a proud Labor history too, because it was in fact a Labor government who got the ball rolling on fairer funding for our schools. It was, of course, former Prime Minister Julia Gillard who commissioned the Gonski Review. And that review told us exactly what we need to do better. It told us how to build that path to fully funding our schools. And it is, of course, Labor which set ourselves on the task to deliver just that. But of course, it's important to reflect on what happened when those opposite came into government and when they took carriage of that incredibly important Gonski review. It's important to remember how they chose to look at the objective of fully funding our public schools and what they did when they had the reins of government in that period of time is they sat on that Gonski review for almost a decade. And not only did they do that, at the same time, they ripped $30 billion out of our public schools. $30 billion ripped out of our public schools. And so it is no surprise that over that same period, attendance rates dropped for our school students across the country. High school completion rates dropped and teacher shortages went up, because that's what happens when you overlook, when you shelve an important review like the Gonski review, and instead you decide to rip $30 billion out of our public schools. The legislation that we've also passed in the Parliament makes it all but impossible for a future Liberal government to do that again, to cut the funding in this agreement. And the Better Fairer Schools Agreement locks in the money that our public schools need and deserves. It sets up a long-term arrangement, a 10-year funding agreement to fund our schools to the level they need to be and to a level which supports our students to do their very best, which of course is what matters for these agreements. And these agreements are not a blank cheque. They are tied to real practical reforms. They are tied to real practical reforms, as the Minister outlined today, and reforms that are designed to turn around that Liberal legacy of dropping attendance rates, dropping high school completion rates, and dropping the levels of the teacher workforce as well. These agreements are tied to real reforms which will help students learn, real reforms which are backed by evidence to be effective, real reforms that meet the needs of our students. And these reforms include Year 1 phonics checks and numeracy checks, evidence-based teaching practices, and more individualised support for students who need it. Because we know the difference that quality education makes for our children now and into the future, especially children from disadvantaged backgrounds, like some students in our outer suburbs and our regions, like some of our First Nations students, like some of our students from lower socio-economic areas, like some of our students with disability. We want to make sure that those students are set up to succeed, that those students are funded to succeed, and that's exactly what the Better Fairer Schools agreements deliver. And it is our public schools that do the heavy lifting when it comes to supporting these students in our education system, and it is our public schools that were underfunded by those opposite. So it's our public schools where we need funding to flow. These are the children who are most likely to fall behind, and when that happens, the impact can flow into adulthood. We want these students to never fall behind, but if they do, we want them to catch up and keep up, to not only survive, but to thrive in our primary and our secondary schools. And we know exactly how important it is for students to finish high school. It really does help set you up for the rest of your life. And that's in part because it's never been more important to be able to have the capacity to go on to TAFE or a university course, because that just opens so many doors for people today. Right now it's the case that about 60% of our Australians have a tertiary qualification, and our Universities Accord says that we need to grow that proportion to around 80%. And to get there, we need to see improvement in school attendance and we need to see improvement in school completion rates. And again, that is exactly what we are funding with real practical reform tied to our Better and Fairer Schools agreements. We want to support students, particularly students from disadvantaged backgrounds, every stage of their education journey so that they can reach their full potential across primary, secondary and tertiary education, and of course, even before that, the early years as well. And the good news is we are starting to see some green shoots in turning around the legacy that the Liberals left behind. Just a few weeks ago, the ABS released the data for 2025, and it shows that high school completion rates are going up, and they're going up across the board, across our different schools, including in our public schools. And this is so promising, but we know that it could be even better. We know that there's more work to do, and that's why our Better and Fairer Schools agreements are so important. They're not just about fully funding our public schools for the first time ever, not just about locking that funding in for the long term. They are about delivering evidence-based, proven reforms to ensure that our schools continue to deliver high-quality education for generations to come. And it's important that I briefly reflect on what the agreements mean for our teachers in our schools. Being a teacher or an educator, it is the most important job that there is. Our hardworking teachers show up to our public schools and deliver quality education to our children. The work they do is life-changing and it is nation-shaping, and we support them and the work that they do every step of the way. Too often our teachers are asked to do this important work without the resources they need, and that's why our funding will also go towards supporting this invaluable workforce. The Better Fairer Schools agreements are agreements that we should all be proud of in this place. I know that I am proud to be part of a Labor government delivering Better Fairer Schools, funding and reforms that uplift student outcomes, that support student wellbeing and that back our dedicated teachers, and I commend the Minister's statement to the Chamber.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. I rise to respond to the Minister's statement. And I give... so do I need to
take note?
So I have to move to take note?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move to take note of the Minister's statement. I give the Minister an A for delivery, but a resubmit on its content, because there are several material errors in the statement that the Minister just gave just then, and I'll spell them out in detail. But before I do that, there are two things that I need to say right off the bat. The first is that it didn't even take the Minister, certainly the Minister in the other place, 8 sentences to repeat the falsehood that even the ABC, no apologists for the Coalition, have repudiated, that the previous Coalition government cut funding, public funding from public schools. And again, that is an ABC fact check saying that this claim about cuts to public education that we're hearing quoted both here in the Senate and in the other place is completely misleading. Quote unquote misleading from the ABC fact check. The original claim about the $30 billion cut was made by Kate Ellis. And let me quote from the ABC fact check in 2014. Miss Ellis, beg your pardon, is spouting rubbery figures, quote unquote, from the ABC. Now they're no friends of the Coalition, the ABC, so they don't have a bias towards saying things that might benefit the Coalition. They of course will take any opportunity they can, we find, to run us down. But in this case, the ABC defended the Coalition's record, and that is a remarkable thing. The Minister should not repeat these figures, should not be reporting figures that the ABC fact check have found to be rubbery. Labor revised its claim in 2016 and said the cut was only $22 billion. They changed their figures. The ABC fact check also repudiated this figure. Let me read directly from the ABC fact check. It said, based on Labor's stated commitments and the government's own document, Labor intends to spend more on schools in the future than the current government, but this does not change the fact that school funding continues to rise year on year. You heard that? Schools funding continues to rise year on year. Again, refuting this claim that we're hearing peddled here in this place and in the other place, which is proven to be untrue. Let me quote ABC Fact Chat again from 2016, reflecting on the Coalition's period in office. They said school funding continues to rise year on year. Now, Australians expect better from the Minister for Education and indeed the Minister representing the Minister for Education here in this place, Senator Walsh. They should not be repeating these falsehoods. It's not right. It's improper. They should not be repeating these falsehoods. The second thing that I want to say about the Minister's statement, and it only takes just 2 sentences into their talking about it that you realise that they've got some problems with what they're saying when they're talking about thriving kids. This speech could have been an opportunity for the Minister to alleviate the concerns across the education sector that people are going to be moved from the NDIS to the education sector without adequate support, resources or funding. Now, every principal that we speak to on this side, and certainly the Shadow Minister for Education, Mr Lisa, as he gets around the country and speaks to school principals, they are worried about this. They're worried about what this means for their students, their teachers and their school. And the Minister did not take this opportunity to address those concerns, to address those worries. We didn't hear it in the other place when the statement was given, and we haven't heard it here in this place. There was an opportunity to correct it maybe when the statement was spoken to and spoken of here in this place. Now let me turn to some of the details in the Minister's statement. The Minister spoke about reading, about school attendance and school completion. When children are improving in reading, writing and arithmetic, we want to celebrate this. We truly do as a coalition. But it helps no one to cherry-pick data or present a false picture. So let me address the Minister's claims in turn. Firstly, reading. The first materially incorrect claim is this: the average 8-year-old is a year ahead in reading compared to 20 years ago. Well, the Minister said this: NAPLAN data tells us that the average 8-year-old is reading about a year ahead of where 8-year-olds were when NAPLAN testing started 20 years ago. Well, NAPLAN data has been published since 2008. And I've looked at those figures, we've had a look at these figures, and we know that the Minister must have looked at them as well, but the figures that I'm about to cite are drawn from the NAPLAN National Report for 2008, the NAPLAN National Report for 2022 and the NAPLAN data tables from 2023, which have been published online. You can check them for yourself, you can fact check it. They are not consistent with the statement the Minister has made into the House or the statement that's been made here in the Senate by the representing Minister. The results from the first NAPLAN test for 8-year-olds, that is Year 3 students, are published in the National Report for 2008. The report gave a nationwide mean scale score for reading of 400.5. The National Report for 2022 gave the score as 437.8, but the average NAPLAN score in Year 3 reading in 2025 was 402.2 points. In other words, the biggest single drop in 8-year-old reading scores came between 2022 and 2025 after the current Labor government came into power. Now, on the face of it, it's a 35-point drop from the historic highs achieved under the coalition. Labor has presided over the biggest single drop in NAPLAN scores in reading for 8-year-olds since testing started 18 years ago. And it directly contradicts the Minister's point. I mean, the other point I could make here is that NAPLAN hasn't been around for the 20 years that he talked about. It's been around for 18, but that's, I guess, a minor point to make. Now, in fairness to the Minister, I will say this. Unfortunately, since Labor came to office, the reporting of NAPLAN results has changed. So the results from 2023 onwards are not directly comparable to pre-2022. But it's not right for the minister in the House or the representing minister here to make that comparison in the way that they have. It's not right to be able to do that. Maybe there's an adjustment that he's chosen to make, but we can say this: if you compare apples with apples and look only at publicly available post-2022 data for reading for 8-year-olds, what we see is this. In 2023, the average NAPLAN score was 404.6. In 2024, it falls to 404.1. In 2025, it falls again to 402.2. Again, this is a year-on-year decline under this Labor government based on publicly available data. So it's not consistent with the impression that we've been given by the ministerial statement here in this place. Now, I could go on. There's much more, and I know my colleague in the other place, Mr. Lisa, has given much more comprehensive response to the ministerial statement, and I refer you to that because he makes some strong statements about the inaccuracies of what the minister is saying and their reflection on this report. And the government needs to come clean because, let's face it, we all know that the education of our children, our most precious resource, it's not the minerals in the ground, it's not the value of the workforce and the economy, it's our children. Nothing is more important for this nation than the education and the welfare of our children. And so we've got to be honest about things if we're going to make advancements. If we're going to progress, you need to be honest about where we're at. And simply making statements that just put the blame to previous governments and doesn't actually address the significance of the issue that is before us right now. And we know that we're seeing declining standards of education and attainment across the country, across multiple levels. We've got to fix our early childhood system so that we're preparing kids for when they're actually getting into school. We've got to fix our primary school system. There's so much that needs to be resolved, and simply coming in here and making false statements about the status of where we're at is not aiding and is not assisting with addressing the real substantial issues that we face as a country. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Senator. Now, I'm going to give the call to Senator M. Smith, and then I'll come to Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you.
Senator M. Smith, you have the call.
Yeah, it's Marielle.
Marielle.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I also rise to take note of Minister Clare's ministerial statement on the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement Progress Report.
Excellent.
This week marks 1 year of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, which is delivering more funding and better support for public school students across Australia and in my home state of South Australia. Under the agreement, the Albanese Labor government is contributing an estimated $16.5 billion in additional funding for public schools across our country. There will be an additional $50 billion in the decade that follows. When this legislation was first introduced to the Parliament just over a year ago, the Minister for Education included a requirement that the impact of this funding agreement be reported on annually. This is about accountability, but it's also about transparency and integrity. It's about the people of Australia knowing that when our government makes a commitment, we provide the data to back it up. This is the first of these promised reports. When Labor came to government in 2022, every non-government school was fully funded or on track to be, but no public school outside of the ACT was. The Better and Fairer Schools Agreement fixes that inequity. This is the biggest investment in public schools by an Australian government ever. But the agreement is not a blank cheque. It's tied to evidence-based reforms that are already seeing standards lift across education and helping kids in my home state of South Australia to catch up, keep up and to finish school. And the progress result shows the result of this investment, that it's making a real difference in the lives of young Australians. Indeed, the report card shows that more kids are finishing high school, 12,000 more students finished high school in 2025 than in 2024. And attendance rates are going back up after years of decline. In 2024, attendance rates were at 92.7%, but they'd fallen to 86.5% in 2022. This is something which can't just be put down to the pandemic, because we know that attendance rates dropped every year between 2014 and 2022. But now we are seeing them turn around, with attendance increasing last year to 88.8%. Of course, this is just the start. The progress report also shows similar data concerning the number of people starting teaching degrees. More people are studying to be a teacher. Between 2017 and 2023, the number of people starting a teaching degree had dropped by 22%. But in the last few years, we've seen it bounce back, up by 20%. For too long, perceptions around teaching have seen it as a profession that is overworked and undervalued. And I know this is how my mother and stepfather, both passionate teachers, have felt too. But today, we are working incredibly hard to recognise and bring the community along with us in that, the profession of teaching and the value that it holds. This is a profession of highly skilled people doing transformative, nation-building work each day, which changes the lives of young people. Our teachers deserve nothing but the utmost respect for the work they do, and there is more work to do, of course, to make sure we're lifting the value, the status and our appreciation of that profession, a profession which has been incredibly valuable to the teachers in my family who are deeply, deeply passionate about the work that they do. Of course, our teachers are the people we entrust our children with, not just their learning, but their well-being, their confidence and their ambition for the life that they want to have and the life that they want to lead. They're there to instil that love of learning, which hopefully becomes a lifelong love of learning. And to those teachers on the ground, I want to acknowledge that work that you do and thank you for everything that you do. The progress report, of course, shows that NAPLAN results have indicated improvement, and we're seeing that progress reinforced at the classroom level. Year 1 phonics checks and early years numeracy assessments are providing that information, and these key markers are backed by evidence-based teaching practices and more individualised support tailored to students' needs and ensuring every child is given the opportunity to thrive. There's more support in classrooms when children are struggling, including increased access to counsellors and mental health services to help keep them engaged in school.
Hey Steve, where you been?
If we could just put our phones on silent, that would be appreciated. Anti-bullying initiatives are playing, whoever it was, anti-bullying initiatives are playing a role too, not just improving wellbeing, but helping to shape resilient, respectful young people ready for work and for life. Stronger connections between schools and communities are fostering more supportive and cohesive learning environments. And this work is all underpinned by measurable national targets to improve literacy and numeracy, to lift attendance, to increase Year 12 completion rates and build a strong, sustainable teaching workforce. This is about our government's ambition for a better and a fairer education system, but it's also about accountability. And of course, it's not just our Parliament reporting annually. States and territories also have to publish progress updates as they implement these reforms. Acting Deputy President, I've spoken many times in this chamber of the transformative power of education, and it truly is the most powerful cause for good. A good education doesn't just change an individual's life, it strengthens their whole community and has the power to change the course of our country when we get it right. Full and fair funding as a principle came about because in 2010, my friend and former Prime Minister Julie Gillard commissioned what would become known as the Gonski Review. And that review, chaired by David Gonski AC, recommended this new funding model for schools. But under previous agreements, we know that the states and territories' contribution and the Australian government contribution just did not add up to 100%, and now the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement finally fixes that. In my home state of South Australia, this represents a $1.25 billion investment in our public schools over the next 10 years. This is the biggest investment in South Australian public schools by any Australian government ever. South Australia was the first state to sign up to the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, and just like we were the first jurisdiction to implement both literacy and numeracy checks. These checks are embedded within system-wide numeracy and literacy guarantees, ensuring children develop strong reading and mathematics from the earliest years of schooling. Of course, this reform delivered by and with the Malinowskis Labor government. In contrast, we know the Liberals' record on school education. Too focused on culture wars in government to adequately fund schools. Our government has turned this around. Our focus is entirely on students, their wellbeing and learning, and the incredible teachers who support this, highly skilled professionals who support student learning and do nation-building work every single day. We are determined to continue to improve our education system with a keen focus on fixing public funding for public schools. I went to a beautiful public school. It was a fantastic place to learn, and I want to ensure that every Australian child, no matter where they live, has that opportunity to access a world-class public education. I had that opportunity and I'm incredibly grateful for it. We need to make sure that every child has the opportunity to have an incredible education, whether that's in a public school, a low-fee Christian school, or it's a Catholic school or an independent school. Acting Deputy President, of course, our agenda in education isn't just about school education. I've spoken in this chamber many, many times about the important work and reform agenda we have ahead when it comes to early childhood education, and we move on that pathway towards universalism, to lifting quality and improving access to early education. And of course, it's about vocational education too, our huge investment in free TAFE places, our investment in TAFE infrastructure. And it's about supporting those students who go on to do a higher education at university by reducing their student debt, by offering those the paid prac placements for teachers, nurses, midwifery and social work students. Our agenda is large and expansive. It starts in the early years and it ends with higher education, that lifelong learning process. It's important work and I'm proud of where our government is.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Now, Senator Allman-Payne, you have the call.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Minister's statement, and there are many things that I want to comment on, and I won't comment on them all today, but I do want to make a few key points. First of all, it's 15 years since the Gonski Review was handed down, and as we speak today, public schools in this country are not fully funded. And by 2034, when the Better and Fairer Schools agreements come to their end, public schools will still not be fully funded. Because as the analysis by Trevor Cobbold has shown, there are still loopholes in the Better and Fairer Schools agreements which allow states to claim things like buses, teacher registration bodies and capital depreciation as part of their school funding contribution. That is money that is not flowing to classrooms. And let me remind everyone, the Gonski formula was calculated on getting 80% of our students to the minimum benchmark. Not 100%, 80%. So the fact that we have a government patting themselves on the back for saying that they are going to fully fund public schools by 2034 should not be the celebration that they're making it out to be, because a kid in public school today will still finish school without getting a fully funded public education, and the people of this country deserve to know that that is the case. It is both sides of this chamber that are responsible for that. It was a Gillard government that commissioned the Gonski Review and then never did the job. Took it to an election rather than actually get it done. And here we are, 15 years later, still waiting. And banging on about NAPLAN scores. Well, yes, the mean is going up, but the tail is getting further and further behind. We have an equity issue in this country when it comes to education. We have one of the widest equity gaps in the OECD, and that equity gap is getting wider and wider. And that is a failure of government policy on both sides of the chamber. Teachers, school leaders deserve to have a full seat at the table when decisions about what is going on in our schools are made. Right now, we have a reform of a new Teaching and Learning Commission, and we do not have school leaders with a fully engaged collaborative seat at the table. The people who are in our schools every day leading the work that people on this side of the chamber and this side of the chamber love to tell us is so important. Teachers are so valued that teachers in Victoria had to go out on strike yesterday because their teaching and learning conditions are so bad. Teachers in Tasmanian public schools are also taking industrial action because their teaching and learning conditions are so bad. And teachers in Queensland are currently before the Queensland Industrial Relations Commission because their teaching and learning conditions are not good enough. So don't come into this place and tell us that it's job done, because it's not. 1 in 5 teachers in schools, in our public schools right now, say that they do not intend to be there until retirement. That is an indictment. And people standing up in this place and giving platitudes about how much they value their work and then saying, but we're going to make you report, comply. There is nowhere on this earth where mass universal testing, mass external testing has improved the results of our young people. And yet we keep on hearing, we've got to improve NAPLAN, we've got to improve NAPLAN. Well, what about the whole child? There is a reason why school refusal is on the rise, and I should say that it should be called school can't. And we had an inquiry into that in my first year in this place. And that committee made numerous recommendations about how to address that. And not one of them was accepted by the government. They were just noted. Young people want an education that is engaging, that excites them, that allows them to be curious and to explore. Teachers want to engage in teaching that does the same. Instead, they're drowning in data and NAPLAN scores. I met with academics, researchers here this week who are doing incredible work in schools and with teachers, with incredible evidence about innovative ways that we can do things better. And yet it would seem that there's only one type of evidence that we count in this place for evidence-based teaching. And that's the evidence that comes out of Aero. And the fact that you all stand in here and bang on about explicit instruction like it's the be-all and end-all, well, let me tell you as a teacher, it is one tool in the toolkit of pedagogy. It is not a framework. Every single teacher does evidence-based instruction every single day. And we have academics who are telling us, who come in and say that there is only one way to do this It shows a complete disregard for the broad range of evidence out there about what works in education. Nobody goes and tells doctors how to do surgeries. Nobody goes and tells the engineer, this is how you need to do your job. But governments spend an awful lot of time telling teachers how to do their work, instead of inviting them in, having a proper collaborative seat at the table and listening to them about what works. Finland had an education system that was woeful, and they had bipartisan support for coming together, inviting teachers in and working with them on how to transform that system. And they now have one of the best education systems in the world. And they don't do mass external testing, and they don't only focus and bang on about explicit instruction. And I bet half of you don't even know the difference between explicit instruction and direct instruction, because they are very different. Please don't tell teachers and school leaders that they need to do better when you are still underfunding them in their public schools, when you are still not addressing teaching and learning conditions, when we have oversized classes, when we are not at 100% of the schooling resource standard, where we don't have proper support for kids who are experiencing school can't, where we have 1 in 6 kids living in poverty who are overwhelmingly in our public schools. You try engaging in your education when you're hungry or unhoused. And then it's teachers that are going out and buying lunch for kids, or making sure that they have somewhere to stay. There is no world in which more money is bad. And I'm not disregarding the fact that this government has put some more money into public schooling. But please don't keep saying that you have fully funded public schools, because you have not. And by 2034, you still will have not. So at the very least, tell people the truth. I'm going to leave it there for today, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you very much, Senator Allman-Payne. Senator Duniam?
Acting Deputy President, I seek leave, given time has expired on this debate for this matter, to make a contribution of up to 10 minutes on the same matter.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. You can proceed.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, can I say, I wasn't going to make a contribution on this debate until I heard the last one, and I want to bring a different perspective to this debate, and that is one as a parent. Because as a parent of 3 boys in the education system, I'm interested in their results. But listening to what I just heard there, it makes me think that the only problem is funding. The only problem is money. And the more money you chuck at education, the better the results. Well, I've been looking at the stats, and I had a very short period of time as the Shadow Minister for Education, and I appreciated very much the good working relationship with the Minister, Minister Clare, who was a very decent man and very open to hearing different perspectives about how things can be done. Because you know what, at the end of the day, what is in the national interest? Good educational outcomes. If I could find a single person in this chamber that doesn't want better educational outcomes, I'd love to know who they are. I haven't heard a single Labor person stand up and say job done, as was asserted by the last speaker. Everyone wants things to improve. But if you take the roadmap that was just laid out for us, well, the answer is just more money. Throw more cash at it. And I would love to go back and have a look at, of course, the last senator's talking points and see whether indeed students were mentioned once in that contribution, whether parents' concerns for their children's educational outcomes were mentioned once. No, it was all about teachers. Teachers were the only thing here. In fact, our education system is built to educate our young, to get better outcomes for their futures and for this country, but that doesn't matter. That was not referenced once in the debate contribution just made. On funding, of course, as we know, between the years, as I have some data in front of me here, ACARA, maybe we believe this data, maybe we don't, but you look at funding per student in 2008-2009, and in aggregate terms across Australian, state and territory government expenditure, in 08-09, $11,260 was spent per student per annum. We fast forward to 22-23, and that same figure is $21,169. So, of course, nearly double the amount of money going in per student per year. But let's then see, because the measure of success in education is, of course, how well our students are doing. That's what we want. We want them to be able to read better, to be able to write better, to be able to add up, do all of the basic things that we need our students to do, again, not referenced in the last contribution. And you only have to look, of course, at the OECD World Rankings, the PISA rankings since the early 2000s. And, of course, in the area of reading, we've slipped from 528 to 498. The same period when it comes to mathematics, 524 to 487. And in science, we've gone a similar way. But, so more money going in, outcomes decreasing. That is not a good outcome. I can tell you now, with 3 boys who actually are in schools now, and they've done their public schooling as well, and I want public schools to thrive. I'd love public school teachers to go to school and be happy and have great outcomes for their students. I want that too. But I don't believe one bit of what's just been said by the former Speaker. It is not how it has been described. No reference to the curriculum, Acting Deputy President, a curriculum which is jam-packed full of crap students will never actually benefit from. As long as War and Peace, as long as the Corporations Act as well, and we expect teachers to get through this and educate their students. What about these ridiculous cross-curricular priorities? No complaints about them, but how on earth are we teaching Indigenous heritage in maths? We should teach maths when we're teaching maths. We should teach sustainability in science. But when we're burdening teachers with this sort of rubbish, we're not going to get the outcomes we need. No matter how much money this mob down the end here want to push out of the printing press, it's not going to change the outcomes. And if you keep going this way, we are going to keep getting the same outcomes. And we are going to fall behind other countries. And the answer that we've just got to push more money into the system is not going to work. Doubled the money. And whatever construal is going on down the end there, I don't know. But again, I'll just make the point. We've almost doubled the money going into education per student per year, $11,000 to $21,000 per student per year, and our educational outcomes are heading south. Now, this is not a Labor problem, it's not a Liberal problem. I'm happy to say that. We need to do better. But the Greens, of course, down the end of the chamber there, blame everyone else and never step up with a practical solution to any of these issues. Not once did they mention students. Again, these are the people that should be at the heart of our decision-making process. But no, we can only take the teachers' perspectives. Well, how about we look at how we educate teachers as well?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Senator Duniam. Senator McKim, please come to order. Senator McKim.
Oh, thank you for that.
Senator McKim, Senator Duniam and all senators in the chamber. Senator Duniam is entitled. Senator McKim. Senator Duniam.
Acting Deputy President, I appreciate that protection. But I have been prompted on something by Senator McKim, and it reminds me, and I will say, and I haven't gone back to have a look at the results at that time, I'm sure they were excellent. Tasmania is an excellent state and there are many good things. There are excellent teachers there right across the education system and very good students too. But I will recall that as the Greens Minister for Education, the Honourable Nick McKim, MP as he was back then, now Senator for Tasmania, tried to close 20 schools. It was one of his first acts, of course, Acting Deputy President in the Labor Green government. 20 schools he sought to close. Now, I don't know what that would have done for class sizes or for funding per student or for educational outcomes, especially if you lived in the regions. Oh, hang on, we forget about things at the city limits of Hobart or Launceston, where if you live in the country, don't worry about those schools. 20 schools he sought to close. So I am grateful that he jogged my memory about Greens' approach to education policy in this country. So we want to talk about more money going in. Well, you've got proof positive, Acting Deputy President, when you had a Greens Minister for Education sitting at the Cabinet table along with his colleagues, deciding to take money out of education. Proof positive. We've actually got a test case of what Greens education policy looks like. And I don't know whether teachers were consulted on that. Maybe Senator Allman-Payne might want to check with her colleague about what teachers thought about this particular policy approach by the Greens in government in Tasmania, but I don't reckon teachers thought it was a good idea. In fact, I recall there was actually some beautiful TV coverage, Acting Deputy President.
Senator Grogan.
Acting Deputy President, there has been a fair deal of respect in this chamber this afternoon. It appears to have declined significantly with our Greens colleagues on this contribution.
No, I understand the point of order. It relates to order itself. So let me make this point. There is obviously a conversation happening at the back of the chamber. Senators McKenzie, Allman-Payne and McKim, if you'd like to continue that conversation in the parlour, I would invite you to do so. Senator Duniam, if you would continue the remarks.
Oh, thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'd also like guidance on where this parlour is, but well. But while we're on this very important topic of educational outcomes, I remember the TV coverage, the news coverage of this newly minted minister turning up to address a school community about these impending school closures he'd just signed off on. These placards and protesters outside telling him that the Greens' approach to education policy was wrong. And of course, that is what we could expect moving forward if indeed they continue to operate the way they do and have any influence over Labor policy when it comes to education. So I urge against that. But again, at the very end of all of this, while the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement Progress Report is interesting reading, I think there is one thing every senator in this chamber could agree: there is more work to be done. It is not a job done. And again, as I say, I have not heard anyone who's made a contribution to this debate, except for the Greens, say that there has been a claim the job is done. We always need to be improving. We always need to be stepping up. We always need to be finding innovative ways to ensure that we can educate our youngest and brightest minds to be the best they possibly can be, because at the end of the day, we're not just competing against ourselves, we are competing against other countries and their education systems to get investment here, to get innovation, so that we have jobs and we can sustain ourselves. So that is why this is so important. But I reject totally and utterly that this is as simple as just pumping more money into the system when more money is going in than ever before. It is about how we spend it. It is about how we support teachers through better education for them. It is about how we develop and structure our curriculum and declutter it of the stuff that doesn't need to be there now. So while there is some promising results in there, a lot more to be done, and I thank the Senate for their indulgence this evening.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. The question is that the Senate take note of the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator McCarthy.
Acting President, I table documents relating to an order for the production of documents concerning the Ambassador to the United States.
And I think we're now moving to committee memberships. Is that right? Minister McCarthy.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of a committee.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that Senator Barbara Pocock replace Senator McKim on the Economics Legislation Committee for the committee's inquiry into the provisions of the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Regulations 2026, and Senator McKim be appointed a participating member.
Okay. All those in favour of that motion say aye. All those against? It's carried. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment, Omnibus Number 1, Bill 2026, and Export Control Amendment clarifying obligations relating to registered establishments Bill 2026. I call the Minister.
Mr Acting Deputy President, I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I'll put that question. All those in favour say aye. All those against? The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment Omnibus Number 1 Bill 2026, Export Control Amendment clarifying obligations relating to registered establishments Bill 2026.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Yes, I'll take it. Leave's granted. So I put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? That's carried. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to 12 May 2026. I call the Minister.
I move that the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
I put that question. All those in favour say aye. All those against? The ayes have it. Okay. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures, Bill 2025, for concurrence. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
I put the question. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Carried. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to life insurance, financial services and certain international financial institutions and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Yes, I'll take leave as granted. And I'll put that question. All those in favour say aye. All those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
I put that question. All those in favour say aye. All those against? The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Business of the Senate Notice of Motion Number 1, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, proposing a reference to the Economics References Committee.
Senator Bragg.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move that this matter be referred to the Economics References Committee.
Okay, I put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? The ayes have it. Senator Bragg.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, look, the whole point of coming to Canberra and spending taxpayer funds is that we are supposed to look at the administration of public programs and to examine the expenditure...
Sorry, Senator Bragg. I just need to take some advice on the clerk. I think I've taken a misstep in terms of procedure at this point, so excuse me for one moment. Senator Bragg, I think where I went awry was putting your motion rather than letting you speak to it first, so perhaps I'll let you speak to the motion first and then see if other speakers want to address it as well. Thank you. I appreciate the indulgence of the Senate on that. Senator Bragg.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, that's good. Good start. So the whole point of spending taxpayer funds to come down to Canberra is to make sure that public programs are properly administered, taxpayer funds are well spent, and in the case of this Senate conducting its House of Review function, it is essential that we remember those two things, because the reason we have put forward this reference tonight is because we believe that the housing programs of this government have not been well administered, regardless of the intention that may lay behind the almost $80 billion proposed expenditure on housing. It is very clear that a lot of these programs have not gone well. They've not gone well in terms of their performance, in terms of what was promised to the Australian people, and they've not gone well in terms of the efficiency and the quality of the expenditure. And so we're proposing this motion again this evening for the Senate's consideration because we urge the Senate to do its job. We urge the Senate to do its job and to make this reference where we can properly get under the hood of this behemoth Housing Australia, which is in the process of spending in different forms, guarantees, cash, whatever, $80 billion of taxpayer funds. That's what it's doing. It's a fire sale of taxpayer funds, where it buys houses, gives guarantees to all sorts of different people, and acts as a property developer and an insurer. It's like a megalomaniac government agency. And it is beyond the scope of Senate estimates to do the deep analysis that we need to do to make sure that the public is getting reasonable value for money. Now, I think it's good and reasonable that we all differ on the merits and the purposes of different public programs. But surely we all want good value for money. Surely we all want good value for money. And so the proposal before you, before the Senate, is that we do a deep inquiry into the functioning, governance, performance, transparency of this $80 billion behemoth. And I pay credit to Greens and other senators that have participated in the estimates hearings where we have not been able to get information. We've not been able to get the information that the Australian people would expect in terms of how the programs have been administered. And so the main charge against this agency and against the government's program is that it is spending $80 billion to build fewer houses than the last government. So all this bureaucracy and we have fewer houses. Secondly, the quality of the expenditure. It cost before this fuel crisis about an average of $500,000 to build a new home in Australia. But Housing Australia is spending up to $1.3 million per flat, per dwelling. Their priority in some cases has been to subsidise the returns of investors, aka the best friends of the Labor Party, the super funds. They're more focused on subsidising their returns than they are on actually getting cheap houses. And you know what? We should have a country where people can build and buy a cheap house. And if the government wants to build houses in some form, it should be looking for the cheapest possible approach so that it can maximise value to money, not look to subsidise friends. That's right. The job of being the government is not to look after mates. It is to do the best for all Australians, whether they voted for you or voted against you. That is the job. And so we need to analyse the maladministration at Housing Australia, which has meant that they haven't built many houses. In fact, in some cases, they are buying houses. And Minister Gallagher told a Senate estimates hearing that Housing Australia had bought almost 400 homes that could have been bought by Australians. So the government's housing agency has done such a good job, it's now buying houses that other people could actually own, thereby making a very restrained supply side even worse. But the spending quality, I think, is really going to be germane to this inquiry if it is endorsed by the Senate, because we need to understand why these availability payments are going to these investors at such a degree that it's costing millions of dollars per dwelling, more than double the average cost of a new build. That is a great question. That is a question that we should all be asking ourselves, whether we think this is a good model or not. For the record, we do not think this is a good model. The government won the election. This is their model. They deserve the right to progress their model, and we deserve, on behalf of the Australian people, to scrutinise the way that they are spending taxpayer funds. The second issue is the governance. Now, the Labor Party have established this organisation with a board, some of whom are probably Labor Party friends. Some of them used to be politicians in the Labor Party. Now, the board seems to be beset with problems. There's been 2 reviews, one by Deloitte, one by Assemble, into the board. The chair has had to step down recently. And the board has been so ineffective, it seems, that the Minister, Claire O'Neill, has had to appoint an observer, a Treasury official, who turns up at the board meeting. So you've got, you walk into the Housing Australia boardroom, you've got the plastic plant in the corner, probably a couple of windows outside that don't open. And then you've got the Treasury guy sitting in the boardroom on behalf of the Minister. And the Treasury guy sits through the meetings where they're talking about funding of all these programs, which is a howling conflict of interest. I mean, the board is deciding who to give money to. In round 1 of the HAF tender, Guess who the biggest beneficiaries were? The super funds. They were the biggest beneficiaries through their charities that they've set up. So, I mean, the conflicts of interest here, I think, are very significant. So the Senate should consider the way that the composition of the board has been created. It should consider whether there are the right conflicts of interest policies in place, whether it is the right thing for a Treasury person to be sitting in a board meeting of Housing Australia, which is dispensing billions of dollars. Billions and billions and billions of dollars. Now, according to the testimony and Senate estimates, the Treasury Observer does not recuse themselves from any discussions, it seems. So this is a great question of governance. Then we have, I think, quite a reasonable question, which is why are there executives at Housing Australia who are being paid more than $500,000? More than $500,000. They're not even running the show, and they're being paid more than $500,000. The turnover at Housing Australia in the last year has been more than 25%. There have been numerous work cover claims. There has been numerous bullying problems. There's been a taxpayer-funded probe into the integrity of the board. I mean, this is a very sick organisation. So for the Senate to vote down a proposal to do a deep dive, a proper review into this agency, I think would be a grave misstep. Now, in terms of this Deloitte report, it has flagged a number of things which I would say are eye-opening. And it does say that Housing Australia does not have a consolidated or group risk register. Now, when I used to be an internal auditor, the first thing you would look at would be, well, where's your risk register? And even a small organisation would say, well, we've got a personnel risk, we've got financial risk, we've got operational risk. Housing Australia is spending $80 billion, hasn't got a risk register, so that's good. It's going well down there. Then we've got Deloitte have identified lack of value of money, and they say that there's a lack of a standardised process or template relating to value for money, which has created a risk that value may not be effectively established or documented. What that means is that Housing Australia can spend money in any which way it desires. It can do whatever it wants. It can build these contracts in a way which put the investors before the taxpayer, and that's what it has indeed been doing. Then we have the procurement issues, which have also been flagged by Deloitte, which they've said that it is also severely lacking. So at the end of the day, an independent report has identified these problems. It's unclear how many of these changes have actually been addressed. The other governance report was a report done by Intersection into the board of Housing Australia, and even the name of the report was redacted by the government, which has not been forthcoming in providing any responses to what Intersection actually recommended in terms of board governance. So I think there are significant issues at the board level which do warrant further investigation. Now, we have tried to get to the bottom of the maladministration of the programs. We've asked questions in the Senate, and we've ordered the production of documents in relation to the 5% deposit scheme, which has been a disaster for younger people who are now facing vastly higher property prices than they should have been because of the risky opening up of this scheme to any Australian without any means testing at all. And in the orders for production of documents, we have sought to get access to the income deciles of the people that are actually using this scheme since the government removed means testing. And we suspect that there are people of very significant means who are now using this government program, this free insurance scheme, but we have not been able to get the information from Housing Australia. Similarly, the order for production in relation to the staff survey has not been provided by the Minister. So there are quite simply a range of questions that have not been answered about why the dysfunction has existed from a governance point of view. There are a range of questions in terms of the performance of the agency, why it has been so sick. There is a great question about its obfuscation and its seeming obsession with secrecy, that we don't seem to be able to get information from the government in relation to Housing Australia and from Housing Australia itself, which raises real questions. So, look, I mean, I would be happy if we had a Senate estimates program which allowed us to do the deep consideration of these matters about how money is spent. For example, Senator Pocock in the past has asked about the consultants, how many consultants are used, how much money has been spent on consultants. The estimates schedule is such that it is very hard to get to the bottom of things. So given we don't have that, and given the extent we have gone to try and get basic information about the housing portfolio and about Housing Australia through the Senate chamber, through FOI, I mean, the Treasury Department has been exposed, maybe at the direction of the executive, I'm not sure, that they have used the wrong FOI exemptions when they have exempted documents and used redactions. For example, in relation to the 5% modelling, they have said that the supply issues in that modelling are irrelevant. Now, in the housing system, you don't have to be very smart to know that there's a supply side and a demand side. And if you want to know the price impact of something, you've got to look at both elements. So I think this has been a period of huge obfuscation. I mean, the Centre for Public Integrity has said this is the most secretive government since the Keating government, and there is no question. There's no question that anyone that is independent looking at this government would say that it is a very secretive government. And the fact that there are these blurry lines between the Minister Claire O'Neill's department, the Treasury, Housing Australia itself, raises the question of integrity, governance, probity. And so that is why I think, really, when it comes down to these two factors, that we don't have a Senate estimates program which allows us to do the proper examination that we are paid to do of this behemoth of an organisation. And secondly, the issues of conflicts of interest in between the Minister, vested interests, the Treasury itself, and the Housing Australia Board and its executive, we have not been able to properly examine through that process. So I urge the Senate, and particularly urge the crossbench, because I know the government will of course vote against any attempts at having a reasonable scrutiny process, to now vote for this motion when it comes up for a division, because this is going to be our only chance to run the ruler over this huge public expense. Who would have believed we would live in a country where the Commonwealth Government would become a property developer and an insurer and God knows what else? We have no idea what's going on down there. They're spending a lot of money. They're doing a lot of weird stuff. We need to get to the bottom of this. And I would say to the Senate, voting down this inquiry, if that was to be the outcome, would be a very dangerous precedent, because we would be effectively saying that we're not being flown here to come to the bush capital to do the work of the people, that we're just sitting here playing tiddlywinks, playing a few games. I mean, this is the real hard work of scrutinising, and that's what the taxpayers want. They're paying a lot of taxes in this country. This is a high tax country, and people expect that every last cent that they contribute, that they're going to get good value. They want to get all the juice out of the orange. And the risk is with this Housing Australia that it's not an orange, it's a real lemon, and until we can actually properly have this inquiry, we won't be able to see how we can fix it, because we want to be constructive, but until we do that inquiry, I fear that we won't really know the true state of affairs, other than we can tell it's crooked, but we really need to nail down the detail of how it's crooked and how we can fix it.
Senator Walker.
Thank you. I stand today to talk about something that most people in Australia already feel in their bones. Housing right now is hard. But before I get into the broader housing discussion, I want to quickly ground us in what we're actually debating here today. Is anyone else getting a sense of deja vu? Because this motion, referring the governance of Housing Australia to the Economics Committee, might sound like a fresh idea, but it's really not. It's almost identical to a motion that this Senate already considered and rejected just a fortnight ago. Does Senator Bragg have nothing better to do with his time? Housing Australia is the independent housing agency tasked with overseeing our housing. They do really important work overseeing social and affordable housing and supporting home ownership for more Australians. So in a way, we're not really breaking new ground here. We're revisiting something that's already been tested, already debated and already voted on. But I think it's important to ask a pretty basic question. What problem is this motion actually trying to solve? Because when you look at the evidence in front of us, Housing Australia is not an agency that's failing to perform. It's not an agency lacking structure, and it's definitely not operating without governance. In fact, it's doing exactly what it was set up to do. Senator Bragg's motion to refer governance and performance of Housing Australia to the Economics References Committee is a little much, right? It covers everything from the implementation of major programs like the Housing Australia Future Fund, the Housing Accord Facility and more, through to administration and outcomes, to the composition of the board and including any links with Treasury, compliance with Senate orders, FOI laws and transparency, workplace standards, executive remuneration, consultants, hiring processes and anything else that could possibly be called related matters. So this is not a narrow or targeted inquiry. It's effectively a sweeping review of the entire Housing Australia architecture. And of course, scrutiny is important. No one on this side is arguing against oversight. But let's talk about governance specifically, because the HAF, which sits at the centre of this debate, was deliberately designed to be independent, structured and long-term. It's a $10 billion investment fund, not a discretionary grant pool or political slush fund. It's an investment fund where returns are used to finance social and affordable housing over time. And those investment decisions are made at arm's length through established governance arrangements. Housing Australia operates with a formal board, clear legislative responsibilities, defined program criteria and accountability mechanisms around delivery and outcomes. Projects aren't just waved through. They're assessed, prioritised and funded based on need and viability. And outcomes are measurable. We're not guessing whether this is working, we can see it. Over 6,000 homes are already completed, around 24,000 in construction and planning, a pipeline that is growing, not shrinking. That is what a functioning governed system looks like. Now, the motion also raises questions around transparency, Senate orders, FOI, oversight. And again, these are important things, but the suggestion that this government or Housing Australia is somehow avoiding scrutiny just doesn't reflect reality. This government has complied with more orders for production of documents than any government before it. In the housing portfolio alone, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of pages of material already provided, with thousands more under assessment. That's not a lack of transparency, it's actually the very opposite. But there also needs to be balance here. When requests are extremely broad, extremely frequent, and sometimes required within unrealistic timeframes, it doesn't just test transparency, it starts to pull resources away from delivery. And right now, delivery is what Australians actually care about.
Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, after listening to my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Housing, Senator Bragg, given outstanding contributions of why this inquiry is so necessary, I'd headed into the chamber to actually talk about why housing is necessary, and I'll get to that later in my contribution, referencing obviously the Page Research Centre's great work around family policy and the role of stable housing in raising the next generation of young people. But in Senator Bragg's contribution, he made it very clear what our role is here. And I have been here for a very long time. I've been here for so long that I remember when the leaders of political parties stood in this chamber, they got the call as precedents. But the role of the Senate is actually to hold the executive to account. Having been in the executive, sometimes that wasn't such a great outcome. To have colleagues, crossbench, the opposition, make you be accountable as a minister and as a member of the executive of our parliament and our country. And our constitution itself gives this chamber and each and every one in it a specific responsibility to hold ministers who sometimes don't like it, and governments specifically don't always like that scrutiny, but that is our role. And when you have the great privilege of sitting on the government benches as part of the executive, that role doesn't change. And so Senator Bragg bringing this reference to the Economics Committee is an important aspect of our jobs here as senators. Transparency and accountability shouldn't just be something you use on your social meme platforms prior to an election, that somehow you can pick up being a transparent, accountable politician or party or member of parliament or a man or a woman of integrity. It's actually something that has to be lived in daily practice. And so despite talking a big game prior to the election, Anthony Albanese's government has found it a lot harder to practice transparency and accountability and being men and women of integrity than they were talking about it. Because every day in this chamber, whether it's using the guillotine to silence senators' debate on critical bills and issues that the Australian public have asked us to speak on their behalf, whether it is the pathetic response to questions during question time, and we've seen that day in, day out on the current fuel security issue, unable to tell us where the supply gaps are, unable to tell Australians where they can actually purchase fuel at an affordable price and what they're doing as the responsible party here to solve this issue or make it at least as least impactful as they can on Australian families and businesses. They depart from the field each and every time. And so Senator Bragg rightly is wanting to bring Housing Australia before the Economics References Committee so that not only the opposition but the crossbench too can do the work we were sent here to do. This is not an insignificant amount of taxpayers' funding, $80 billion. That's a lot of schools that could be funded, a lot of potholes filled, a lot of bridges built for that amount of money. But the Labor Party has decided, they won the election, they have the right to decide where to spend hard-working Australians' money, and they've chosen to put $80 billion of apprentice tax paying, hairdressers' tax dollars, teachers' tax dollars, coppers' tax dollars into this organisation and their housing program. So it is only right and proper that the Senate itself and our committees and our estimates process examine that. And in the process of examining Housing Australia Future Fund, the Affordable Housing Bond Aggregator, the Nation Housing Infrastructure Facility, the Nation Housing Accord Facility, the Home Guarantee Scheme, capacity building and help to buy, all of those programs, there are some issues that have been raised that require a greater examination. So rather than voting against that, we're all giving up our time to go and prosecute these things. The public servants that will be appearing will be bound to give senators the answer, but that is their job. The fact that the Labor Party is voting against a reference to the Economics Committee, I mean, I've been here that long that never used to raise an eyebrow for former governments of both stripes, a reference inquiry, unless you've got something to be worried about, unless you're trying to control the political narrative. And that's exactly what the Labor Party is trying to do about this. Because we all know, despite our political differences, we all know housing is a critical issue, particularly for young people in this country. Doesn't matter whether you live in Bendigo, Albury, Deniliquin, or in our major capital cities, getting into particularly your first home is becoming harder and harder and harder. And so when a government comes in saying they've got the solution, they're going to take a big swag of your taxpayer money to solve it, we want to know where the houses are, why they're not more affordable, why Australians are still living in tents, particularly older women, and what are you doing with people's money? And basic tenets of governance like conflict of interest, like making sure you are not giving not just jobs to your mates, but cash to your mates. That's the problem. So I would actually ask the Senate to support this reference to the Economics Committee. It's not setting up a new select committee where somebody's going to get extra dough for being the chair. It's simply a reference to make sure we all do our job in holding the government to account. Because as this reference makes clear, it is not just the probity issues and the governance issues around the administration of the money and the decision-making process. It's also about the compliance with workplace standards and norms. Again, talk a big game about the type of workplace we think we should all be in. Again, I've been here long enough to remember sitting here as normal on a Monday night, 10:30, and if senators had to speak on a bill, they were given the right to do that well into the night, instead of what happens now in the name of workplace safety and norms and standards. So why aren't we ensuring that government entities also have the same concerns? But one of the issues I'm very concerned about is the compliance with Senate orders. Because again, we do it every day. We move OPDs, Order for Production of Documents, for those following along in their harvester at home at the moment. Come in here and the Senate votes for a minister to produce documents, and minister after minister after minister after minister fails to comply. Hands in stacks of blank paper. Again, having had the great privilege to serve as part of the executive, yes, it was incredibly frustrating, and yes, annoying, and yes, time-consuming to get those Senate orders. But if you respect democracy, if you respect the Constitution and this chamber's role in our federation, if you respect transparency and accountability and this chamber, then despite it being a pain, you should comply. And you as the minister actually have the great right to say, well, I won't, that little bit of line of information will, prejudice something that we're trying to do, or is cabinet in confidence. There are mechanisms with which you can withhold certain pieces of information. But in the main, you should be open and transparent, but you're not. And that goes to a culture within the whole organisation of the Labor Party and this government. And Australians and the media are getting very, very sick of it. It also goes to freedom of information requests. I just wanted to briefly go to the substantive issue, which is why housing is such a significant issue here in this country. The last election, the Labor Party took a suite of initiatives to the election. They won. They're implementing them with a great wad of cash, as I said. The Liberal and the National parties took a policy grounded in evidence and local engagement. And when we went out to local communities, to builders, to local councils, to communities and said, why can't you get the houses built? What is literally stopping you, Council X, Builder Y, of opening up that greenfield site? And they said over and over again, there's been a reduction of government funding for things like at a state level for sewerage, basics, sewerage, water, power, telecommunications. Things that in a democracy as wealthy as ours, you'd think we could get sewerage right. The Romans, a little while ago, got started on that project, but here we are in a country like ours, having access. We've got housing developments on the outskirts of capital cities in this country, where trucks go into the new housing estate and truck out sewerage every day, because state governments have failed to invest in this. That would open up thousands of blocks. What does that do? Makes it cheaper for more people to be able to get into their first home. That's what stops. So we put $5 billion on the table for that, and we said it's not just people in the cities, it's big regional capitals, small country towns where this is also an issue. So 30% of that money is going to be guaranteed to the regions. And not just local councils said thank you, but also the housing builders also said thank you, because that actually helps them make those developments profitable. But we weren't prepared to just shovel money for land banking, because we want houses built, so we put a time frame on that. That is a good policy still. 4 years after the election, when I go out and consult with local communities, that is what they want to see. Blocks opened up, the framework getting open so that young people in the main, who are mainly the ones that are going to buy these type of properties, get a foot in the door. Because the biggest piece of your financial security in this country will be owning your own home by the time you retire. That is the expectation, and that sadly is what young people right across the country are losing hope in ever being able to do. And when housing becomes unaffordable, and we've seen it in the data time and time again, young people make decisions about having a family. And if you're not getting into your first home until 35, 36 and putting off starting a family, then the 3 or 4 kids you might have liked to have had pairs back to 1 or 2 because of the simple reality of biology. So that becomes a significant issue. And the Page Research Centre has done a fantastic body of work, and I'd like to commend Gerard Holland, but also Virginia Tapscott, a journalist, an author, and a mother of 4 kids in country New South Wales, who's speaking very honestly and openly about raising a family and how we as policymakers can make that easier for them. One piece is obviously childcare and making that more about the choice of how families want to care for their children and structure their arrangements, but also housing. So the paper, and I highly recommend it to listeners, is that we actually need to recognise that housing supply has not kept pace with demand. And Senator Bragg went straight to the heart of that. $80 billion, a lot of money, a lot of agencies that I read out prior, but is the supply matching demand? We know that planning is an issue for that, around that, and I was a pleasure to join the Architects Institute of Australia and others last night here in the Theaterette, where we had the Urban Design Awards. And they are absolutely going to be submitting to the productivity inquiry we've got in around housing, how we can get this better. But in terms of this motion, I would like to see the Senate support it for us to do our job and for the government to stop running scared.
Senator Ruston, are you seeking to speak on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Chair. Well, I too stand to make a contribution on the importance of why we need this reference to the Economics Committee in relation to Housing Australia, and particularly the Housing Australia Future Fund, that has in its control an incredible amount of taxpayers' money. And what is starting to become a bit of a trend in this place is that this government is very good at headline announcements. We had a huge headline announcement about Housing Australia, about an $80 billion commitment towards housing in this country. And quite clearly they had no plan behind it to actually work out how they were going to deliver it. Now, $80 billion is an awful lot of money. And now we've seen through the organisations that have been set up, Housing Australia, the Housing Australia Future Fund and the like, we're actually seeing the government try and retrofit into these organisations a promise that they made without having any real regard about how they were going to deliver it. So quite frankly, it astounds me that anybody in this Senate would not think it was a good idea to run a ruler over what's going on here with $80 billion. It is our job to scrutinise the programs of this government. And yet time and time and time again, we see this government refusing any scrutiny on any of its programs, and one can only imagine that they've got something to hide, which is the reason why they're not allowing us to get under the bonnet. But the thing that probably should be of more concern to Australians around this program is the fact it's not just the opposition and some in this chamber who want to scrutinise this program. The Australian National Audit Office is also seeking to monitor the reporting functions as part of the performance audit on the Housing Australia Future Fund. Now, the Australian National Audit Office doesn't look at things for no reason at all. So the fact that the ANAO is keen to have a look at what's going on here should be ringing alarm bells to those who are listening. But there has been so much written about the fact that this government made an incredible amount of promises, not the least of which was this one about something as important as housing. We know that there is a crisis in this country about housing affordability. We know there is a crisis in this country about the supply of housing. And we know that Australians are giving up hope of ever owning a house. And that is an absolute tragedy for young Australians. But the media has been writing about this for quite some time, questioning why the Housing Australia Future Fund program, which is run by Housing Australia, which is the subject for the request by Senator Bragg to have this referred to a committee for scrutiny, because every time we look at what they're doing, we find they are completely missing any of their targets by such a lot. I mean, headline in the Financial Review only a few weeks back, 2 years in, Housing Australia has completed 2% of its total target. 2% in 2 years of a 5-year program. Now, I reckon anybody who's got a basic maths understanding can work out 2% in 2 years means we've got to provide 98% in 3 years. One would suggest that that is not exactly delivering on its commitment, and how the government intends to do it, one would like to actually know. Secondly, we promised a new stock of housing, a new supply of housing, but we actually find out that in the government's attempt to try and get some numbers on a piece of paper to say we actually have delivered some houses into this program, they've actually gone out and bought existing stock. That is not new houses. That is not adding to housing supply. That is basically taking existing supply, fueling demand in the market, houses that others could have bought. So we have a situation here where the government has made incredible promises about this program, and in everywhere and every place you look at it, they are failing to do so. So basically what we find here is a failed program that is failing across the board, and the fact that Senator Bragg has sought to look under the bonnet of this program and seek to review the Future Fund itself, the Affordable Housing Bond Aggregator, the National Housing Infrastructure Facility, the National Housing Accord Facility, the Home Guarantee Scheme, capacity building and the Help to Buy schemes, I do not understand why the government is not seeking for us to be able to have a transparent look at it, because if everything they're telling us about everything's tickety-boo and there's nothing to worry about here is actually the case, you think they would be proud to have a review into it so we could actually see what's happening. And just finally, in my contribution, as the Shadow Minister for Aged Care, who is incredibly concerned about the government's botched handling of aged care in this country by every metric, aged care and support for older Australians who need aged care has gone backwards at an exponential rate since this government has come to power. The one thing that is really, really distressing is the fact that with all this money being put into housing, accommodation for older Australians when they are in care has been completely left out of this. It is almost as if to say this government doesn't think older Australians who need specialised accommodation because of the process of ageing don't matter. We would call on the government and say, if you really are serious about making sure that all Australians have got access to housing, you would include aged care, residential aged care, in your housing programs that you've got going forward. But instead we see a crisis building in this country where last year less than 800 beds of the 10,000 that were required every year for 10 years were built. That means older Australians are going without the care that they need because this government is neglecting something that is staring them in the face. We've got older Australians stuck in hospital. We've got older Australians on waiting lists to get home care packages. We've got older Australians who can't get access to residential care. And this government doesn't even think it is worthwhile including residential aged care in its housing programs. I say to the government, you have got a lot to be worried about an inquiry, a lot to be worried about it, because quite clearly this issue, this particular program, this $80 billion worth of taxpayers' funds is not delivering on what it said it was going to deliver on. But not only that, it highlights again another failure, a failure in relation to aged care. And there is an absolute disconnect between what's going on in our housing sector, what's going on in aged care sector. This government has got to learn what one hand's doing, the other one has to know about, because otherwise we're going to see continuously things fall between the gaps, just as we've seen older Australians fall between the gaps. So I would say to the government, if you've got nothing to hide, why don't you support this inquiry so we can actually see what you're doing with $80 billion of Australians' money?
Are you on this
matter? Yes.
Please go ahead, Senator.
No, I'm happy to give way to Senator Pocock. I'll make a brief contribution. I'm conscious that we're running out of time. I like Senator Ruston, I wasn't planning to speak on this issue until I sat in the chamber and listened to the contributions. And I think it is really, I'm just going to talk about one very narrow aspect of this referral, and that is the home guarantee scheme, because it very much has concerned me since this idea was first put forward by the government, that the 5% deposit puts young Australians at risk. Putting a 5% deposit scheme, I was in a position with my wife where we looked at buying a place, and we were looking at a property where we would have needed some lender's mortgage insurance. And I remember very well, it was a significant sum of money. It was about $7,000, $8,000 at that point. It was a significant sum of money. But what do young people who have gone into this scheme now and young people who are considering it have to consider? They have to consider how much the 5% deposit scheme has brought people into the market and pushed up house prices. Now, I've seen reports, and obviously without proper econometric modelling of the sort that an inquiry like this could actually start to undertake, or at least have some expert witnesses to talk about, I've seen reports to say that the 5% deposit scheme of this government has forced up house prices within the scheme by around $20,000. Now, those young people who went into this scheme under promises from this government would rightly be asking themselves, in the current economic environment where we have potential interest rate increases, well, one has happened recently, and potential future multiple increases in interest rates. We're also seeing a very uncertain economic time where there could be downward pressure on house prices. You could see those young people actually having been made worse off. They would have been better off in an environment where they took out mortgage lenders' insurance, rather than face an environment where they saw the price of houses that they were in the market for accelerating at a rate higher than the general market because of the government's 5% deposit scheme. And now those young people are vulnerable. They are exposed. There is no doubt in the current economic climate that some of those people who undertook a mortgage of 95% of the value of the property they have purchased is under a mortgage in a climate of high and rising interest rates, where that could actually put those young families, those young people, into a situation of excessive mortgage stress. And then the government, well, how would the government respond to those young people. And quite frankly, one of the things I would like this inquiry to do is to talk to some of those young people in that situation, to talk to some of the young people who have actually now find themselves in a situation where they have a mortgage that represented 95% of the value of the property at that time, and now they have faced at least one, possibly two, possibly three interest rate rises, and they are now facing a situation where that property is perhaps not worth as much as it...
Thank you, Senator Brockman. We have reached the hard marker, and I propose that the Senate now adjourn. And I call Senator Green.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, last week in Townsville, I met a bloke by the name of Andy. He welcomed me into his home graciously and made me a cup of tea. He's retired, he's on a fixed income, and towards the end of last year, Andy got a battery installed in his home, thanks to our government's rebate. I sat around Andy's kitchen table in Queensland with his wife and his next door neighbour, talking about what a difference this has made to their family. He pulled up his latest power bill and showed me the front page. It was a zero total bill figure. But then encouraged me to turn over the page to show actually that he was in credit to Ergon. He showed me the app that he uses to check his usage and storage, and proudly told me about how the area had lost power a few weeks earlier, but he hadn't even noticed. Andy is the exact person that our government introduced this rebate for. Someone looking to save on their bills, someone doing their bit for the environment and their community, and someone who really needed it. Andy is among over 1,000 people in Townsville who have had a battery installed, and he is one of 50,000 Queenslanders who have taken up this chance. A lot of them are in regional Queensland, some of them are on fixed incomes, like Andy. Those opposites have heavily criticised the battery scheme, which is working right across the country right now. And disgracefully, Senator Matt Canavan referred to it as middle-class welfare on steroids. That is not how I would describe Andy and his family, or the savings that they are receiving from this program. And while our government has consistently fought to deliver cost of living relief, we have seen the opposite from the Liberals and Nationals. They come into this place with plenty of grievances and lots of complaints. They complain about power bills, but they opposed our cheaper battery scheme. They wanted to deny people like Andy the opportunity to save on their bills. They come in here and complain about housing, but they opposed our affordable housing bills in the last Parliament. They complained about cost of living for every single Australian, and yet when we went to the election, those opposite were the ones promising higher taxes. They opposed expanding paid parental leave and even adding super on all paid parental PPL. They opposed our 20% reduction on student debt, and they even voted against cheaper medicines in the form of 60-day scripts. So when I meet people like Andy in Townsville, and I talk to them about what a difference these cost of living measures are making, I know that they need a government willing to deliver, not a government that's here to complain about grievances and teaming up with One Nation for more culture wars and more opportunities to divide this country. What people like Andy in Townsville need is a government that's getting on with the job, delivering cost of living relief every single day to everyday Australians. That's exactly what we're doing, even in places like Townsville, President.
Thank you, Senator Green. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. Only 6 months ago, Minister Wong proudly declared that Donald Trump had made the greatest contribution to peace in the Middle East for a generation. We were told it was a new day for the Middle East. It was a breakthrough, a turning point. Do those words taste like ashes in the minister's mouth now? Because while the Albanese government was clapping, Gaza was still burning. Gaza is still burning. There is no ceasefire. There is no peace. Since the so-called deal late last year, Israel has not paused its violence. It has refined it, expanded it, and intensified it. After killing more than 1,000 people and displacing 1 million, Israel has now planned the occupation of southern Lebanon. In Gaza, the genocide never stopped. Just last week, a mother, father, and 2 of their sons, only 5 and 7 years old, were shot in the head. Little boys were shot in the head. What was their crime? Going home after Ramadan shopping. Let that sit with you. That is not collateral damage. That is a system of violence that targets Palestinian lives with murderous precision. And while the bombs continue to fall, the blockade tightens. Aid is choked off at will, turned on and off like a tap, weaponized. The promised 600 trucks a day have never been delivered, not even close. The sick and injured cannot leave. Children who need urgent treatment are trapped. The latest report of the UN Special Rapporteur, Francesca Albanese, found that Israel is clearly engaging in the systematic torture of Palestinians. Palestinian prisoners held without charge for years are abused in the most heinous ways, including rape with bottles, metal rods, and knives, starvation, breaking of bones and teeth, burning, being spat upon, and being attacked and urinated upon by dogs. Israel is running a regime of organized humiliation, pain, and degradation, sanctioned at the highest political levels. It is deliberately designed to brutalize, to dehumanize, and displace an entire population. In Lebanon, the pattern of murder and occupation is repeating itself. Netanyahu is promising another Gaza in Lebanon. There is no restraint, no accountability, and no end. And now we are told to accept yet another forever war, a war in which Australia stands not just as a bystander, but as a loyal friend of Trump and Netanyahu. Labour and their pals, the Coalition and One Nation, have backed yet another war based on US lies. None of them have learned any lessons from history, not from Vietnam, not from Iraq, not from Afghanistan. They cheer on war after war based upon lie after lie. The decision to drag us to war is made by a handful of people behind closed doors. No public engagement, no parliamentary oversight, no democracy. That's why the Greens debated our War Powers Bill today, to ensure that this doesn't happen again. Decisions about going to war cannot be made by a few people in a dark room, people who will never be on the front line, but are happy to send our troops to be killed in wars that murder thousands upon thousands of innocent people and destroy the lives of millions. We have been bringing war power bills into this parliament for decades because we are a party of peace. But peace has been rejected every time by the warmongers in here. We have to stop history from repeating itself. The impunity and cover given to the rogue state of Israel to decimate Palestinians has given free rein to them to colonize, bomb, starve, and kill across an entire region, Iran, Lebanon, Syria, all while they continue the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. This is not foreign policy. This is murder, pure and simple. And people across the world know it. They are continuing to demand justice, demand peace, and demand accountability. They are documenting every bomb, every stolen life, and every crime, because no amount of spin, no hollow peace deal, and no political cover can erase what is happening. And the blood on the hands of these murderers will forever stain their lives.
The Senate stands adjourned and we'll meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Good night, Senators. Good night.